I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. The Nationals get back to baseball. They're back in town after that 9-game road swing. Nats are back at it. Tonight, they had Monday off, taking on the Detroit Tigers, one of the big surprises in all of Major League Baseball. Tigers come in tonight tied with the Dodgers for the best record in the baseball. They have a dominating 11.5-game lead in the AL Central. Nats got their hands full this week with some interleague play. The Tigers early in the week, Boston Red Sox in town over the weekend. Nats baseball tonight, 6:45 here on The Fan. NBA free agency got underway last night. The NHL does the same today. A couple of big names will not hit the open market. Brad Marchand re-signed in Florida, and the Toronto Maple Leafs had a midnight deadline to do something with Mitch Marner. Otherwise, he was going to become a free agent. He was dealt to Vegas last night and will get an 8-year contract with the Golden Knights worth $12 million per season, so 96 total for him. Tennis, the year's third Grand Slam of the year, is underway. Wimbledon, Hyattsville's Frances Tiafoe won Monday in straight sets. There was an upset already today in American. Number 3 seed Jessica Pegula is out, beaten in straight sets, her earliest exit in a major since 2020. The French Open champ Coco Gauff plays her opening match later on this afternoon. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
See, lyrically, what up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. B-Mitch holding it down in the Navy Yard Studios. I am south. I am in Richmond, Virginia today. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, brother. What's happening with you?
Bro, I yearn to not drive anymore. I yearn to just sleep in my own bed.
You got used to just sitting on the passenger seat while somebody just get you down the road. Huh?
That was the good life, dude. Since Friday, I have driven or ridden, let's be clear, from Washington, D.C. to Erie, Pennsylvania, back to D.C., to Easton, Maryland, back to D.C., then to Greensboro, North Carolina.
Ooh.
Now I've made it to Richmond, Virginia, and at some point this afternoon, Lord willing, if 95 allows, I will return home. I'm ready to get home, B.
So you, how long was the ride to Greensboro? Like 6.5, something like that?
No, I left. So shout out to Oarsman Fairfax Toyota. I went, dropped my car off for an oil change. They hooked it with a loaner. So at least I didn't have to put another, damn near 1,000 miles on my car. So from Oarsman to Greensboro took me probably 5.5.
Okay.
Like Greensboro to DC should be about 5. Now, traffic and everything else, who knows? Maybe 5.5.
Yeah.
Honestly, I almost wonder because B, if you remember when we were driving to Erie, we realized it was going to be a little bit more than a full gas tank, and we stopped for gas. Greensboro's like the exact same. It's crazy. It was like a little bit more than a full gas tank, so I had to stop for gas.
Just a little bit more hills going to Erie, though.
A lot more hills.
Yeah.
A lot more hills.
And we were in the clouds and stuff sometimes.
Yeah, so I don't know how much you talked about it yesterday. People have been asking because I was tweeting it. B and I ended up having to drive to Erie for this wedding because I'm going to try to not name names to various large corporations today. An airline screwed us. Is that fair to say, B?
Yeah, I think I might have mentioned the name, though.
That's fine.
I already said it's an early bleep you. You know, hey, sometimes listen, hey, nobody's perfect. So if we slip and say a name every once in a while, damn it, we mad. Who cares?
Right,
Yeah.
for sure. Had a great time in Erie. I thought the wedding was a ton of fun.
It was.
B was a machine Sunday. I mean, what time were we out of there? 6:30
We left around
a.m.
6:20 or so.
Yeah, and I mean, we cruised on the way back. No traffic. It's still, I understood when we were driving there. There was some weather, there was some rain, and then you're in these mountains, so fog accompanies rain. I'll never understand. The way back was blue skies. I don't know where the hell the fog comes from. I'm no weather expert, but I just that was wacky.
But I just think that's just how it is in that part. You're so high up there, and I don't know if we didn't see any damn water because fog normally is forming around a lot of water, but we didn't see water up there. Hell, like I told people yesterday, we were driving through the clouds. That's the way it felt.
It really did.
Yeah.
And B just can't be stopped when it comes to driving. He's an absolute machine. At various times I made, like, in honor of Cody Betts, who got married in Erie, Pennsylvania, I made real and or fake offers to drive. But B just wanted to keep cruising. I did the first leg to Breezewood, and I had to get us through the traffic of like 270 in Frederick and everything. But after that, it was all B Mitch all the time. So got home Sunday, hung out with the kids for a while. We hit some golf balls. We went to the pool. Then thank you to the folks at Driven. I got a ride to Easton, Maryland for a wedding. Shout out to Amanda Zimmer and Jim Sibilia. Hell, I guess it's Amanda Sibilia now. That's going to be, how do we handle that, B? Everybody calls her Zimmer. What do we do?
Just call her Amanda. Duh.
Okay.
That's what I always called her, Amanda.
What did you always call Sibilia?
I called Jim so many different names. A lot of them were bad. So, I should call him Sibilia, Jim, Ass, J.O. I can't say exactly what I wanted to say right there. You can imagine what it is. Jim was that dude. But listen, bro, that's the
What was the name you said when we were doing categories, waiting for Cody's wedding? Right when his mom walked in.
Oh, man,
I don't think you could say that.
Something. But that's what I call Jim. Something like that too. But Jim, listen, man, Jim was like black belt, like multiple.
He's a ninja.
Multiple degree black belt. The calmest dude in the world, man. Just the nicest guy. Him and Amanda, they're gonna be cool together. They've been together for 18,000 years already.
I know. I was really happy for them. The wedding was beautiful. It was at the Tidewater Inn in Easton, Maryland. And you remember how Lauren was dancing at Bria's wedding, B?
Uh-huh.
That her dancing shoes came on for a minute.
So in other words, you got Lauren drunk. So, when she
I don't know that I did.
No,
somebody did.
No, I know you like to constantly bring her drinks. So, in other words, so you were ready because you told me, you said I'm getting wasted because I got a car service. So you said I'm gonna bring her along the way.
That was the plan. It didn't exactly go according to plan just because we had to get back. But it was great.
Back. You got a car service getting you back. What the hell? You had to drive. You have nothing to worry about.
Well, we still had the kids, and we had to get up the next day.
It works out, though. Just put them to bed.
It worked out.
You'll lose your high real quick when you see those kids and they start asking questions and talking.
Goes quick. Sure quick. We are up on the stream. I am in I guess like kind of a spare studio here at the Odyssey office in Richmond. Thank you to my man Zach, who's always very kind and lets me crash in here. So last night, then I drove to Greensboro. I went back to Belk's. Basically, anytime I'm in the state of North Carolina, I go to Belk's. It's remarkable the difference in like a department store kind of service you get when you get, a couple hundred miles further south of the greater DC area. Like just really attentive, kind people. Mm-hmm. I feel like you roll into a shop and now, sure, if you go to Tyson's 2 and you're at one of those shops, you get attention. But if you just roll into a generic department store, it's like going into Home Depot. Like you're praying to find somebody to tell you where the light bulbs are. This old dude couldn't have been nicer. I have an odd attention to detail, so it took me a while to find. I just needed a new white. You know why I needed a new white shirt, B? Because
you left the other one at home.
No, because I wore it the night before, and at various times it was a little hot. It was a little hot.
Did you not think? I know you have more than one white shirt. You work in TV, dog.
I do.
So you didn't think about having 2 shirts ready for those 2 days? Like
I did not.
See, this is how
I should have.
This is how I plan my stuff.
In hindsight, I should have.
When we got ready, so Friday I had stuff. I had stuff for Saturday, double things, and Sunday to drive back. Already had my clothes ready for Monday. You just got to plan, bro.
We all have strengths and weaknesses. Planning, not really a strength of mine. I'm more of a wing it. I'm more of a wing it guy.
Yeah, but you got. I mean, that's why you always in situations where, you got to always get something new or whatever. That little excess money could be more golf stuff for golf trips, dog. What the hell?
I thrive in chaos, though, B.
We don't know about the thriving thing. I think you thrive, but you are normally confused as hell.
I'm like Bane, B. I was born in it, molded by it. It's just how I operate.
Yeah.
So then last night I was in Greensboro for the National Sports Media Awards. I was there with Joe Beninati, which was a real honor. Joe B, just like the illustration of debonair. He had this beautiful like wool coat on, great tie.
I bet he had an extra shirt.
I'm sure Joe B had an extra shirt too. B, I ended up with an extra shirt. I just had to go buy it. Got to see my mom for a second. She ironed my new shirt, so it looked good.
Because you don't know how. Go ahead.
I call you when I need to iron. You walk me right through
it. Another thing, don't forget this part. I was ironing my tuxedo, and JB's like, "Man, you ironing your tuxedo? Yeah, it was wrinkles in it. I got to get them out."
B, we were on a golf trip once, and you were ironing your golf shorts. You just iron stuff.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna walk out the house wrinkled. If it get wrinkled throughout the day, yes, but I'm not gonna show up to the event wrinkled.
All right, but 4 dudes playing golf isn't exactly an event.
First of all, those 4 dudes, I'm playing golf with you, Mitch, and Pete. I wasn't doing it for y'all. It's the possibility of who I may meet. You get what I'm saying?
God, you remember the last day? It was me and Pete versus you and Mitch, and we were talking so much S.
Yeah, y'all garbage.
And we were awful. It's almost like 3 days of being drunk caught up to us.
The same thing about you and Pete against me. Y'all lost.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I got
choked out.
I got a number for you. I did want to. A bunch of folks at the event last night from all over the country came up and said how much they love the show, and they all said, "Say hi to B Mitch." So say hi.
Well, tell them people. I say, well, damn, why am I showing up in the numbers and stuff? Why not telling us the truth?
It was a really cool night, fun event. But so run of show because Tim Shovers always wants me to do this, and I always forget. Coming up at 11 a.m., Chase Hughes, Monumental Sports Network, is going to join us, get us up to speed on. I mean, there's a lot going on in the NBA.
Yeah, somebody just got paid $71.25 a year. Dog,
that's a number,
and he deserves it.
At noon, we're going to talk to my boy Alan Saunders, covers the Steelers. Maybe a little. When Adam Schefter starts talking about T.J. Watt, is when I pay attention.
Yeah.
1 o'clock, Bobby Blanco is going to join us, get us up to speed with the Nats. But the breaking news right now. SGA, Oklahoma City, NBA MVP. Was he finals MVP? I assume he was, right? Yeah. He just signed a 4-year, $285 million Supermax contract.
Yeah.
I mean, damn.
71.25 a year. That's what I think Jaden Daniels is going to be past that.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
I mean, Jaden, it's another 2 years. Cap's just going to keep going up. I'm excluding the soccer players, but just because the way their contracts are written is always weird to me because they get paid like weekly. Who is, and maybe White Brian can track this down fast, or maybe it's just easy. Who are the highest paid players in every major American sport? Like, I assume
right now,
it's Soto,
it's
right?
SGA, then Soto. In football,
Is it Dak?
it might be Dak. Dak is the highest paid with you. So you don't complain about Soto. You don't complain about Otani. You don't complain about SGA. You complain about Dak, though.
Well, and here's the other thing is I'm not talking about like what they make from endorsements.
I'm just talking about the salary.
Just straight what they're getting paid by the team.
Yeah.
SGA is worth every penny. Here's the problem with the NBA contract structure is once you make an all-NBA team, you qualify for the Supermax.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, if you make one third-team all-NBA, you qualify for the Supermax the same way SGA does.
But I don't think
that's what got the Wiz in trouble with Wall and Beal.
See, I don't think that the third team all-NBA and the first team all-NBA Supermax are at the same level. I think you get a Supermax for that ranking, but we decided we just wanted to pay people here in DC.
Yeah, I know Strober's in there today. Strober, is that right? Like, there's different levels of Supermax, or judging by the name of it, I just thought it was the Supermax.
Yeah, we were kind of working in radio, Strober.
There we go. There
you
go.
Yeah.
Anyways, I think it depends on the level of team you get all NBA. Because I remember when Bradley Beal got third team all NBA that made him eligible for the Supermax. I think there's a difference for first team. I'd have to actually really double check on that because the Wizards are never in that situation. So honestly, it's kind of a foreign subject to me, JP.
Now I recognize you're like 19 years old, but they just did it with Wall and Beal. So see if you can track that information down. I'll say this, it should be structured that if you make first team multiple times, all those sorts of things, you get more money. But I people don't want to hear this, but the reality of pro sports is like LeBron, Steph, I think SGA is approaching that. Maybe a guy like Durant, but then like Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar, maybe Jaden's approaching it. A guy like Justin Jefferson, Burrow, Chase, Myles Garrett. You go to baseball, a guy like Otani, Trout, Soto, the kid PCA for the Cubs. Maybe James Wood someday approaches that. Those dudes, like in leagues with a salary cap like the NFL and the NBA has more or less created a salary cap with the luxury tax. Like those real superstars, not the people that get given the superstar title, but actual superstars are underpaid. Like there's not a dollar amount the Lakers can pay LeBron that is commensurate to his value. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I get what you're saying.
It's just kind of crazy to think about it that way because
but that's why those guys make more money off the court than they probably do on the court.
Right.
And that's why the other guys that are not that's why the guys that are not superstars, but they get paid like it because they made a third team all NBA. That's why they don't get any damn thing off the court.
Right. We got some Caps news. Maybe Earl said this in the update, so forgive me if I didn't hear it. The Caps, I'm seeing this from Russian Machine Never Breaks. Caps have agreed to a 7-year, $42 million extension with Martin Farivari. That's good dough for him.
$6 million a year, baby.
$6 million a pop. That's pretty good. I assume hockey deals are fully guaranteed too. What those dudes do to their bodies is
they're not something wrong.
Yeah, seriously, man.
Think about it. The sports that are the roughest in football, they're not fully. That should be fully guaranteed no matter what.
They should. That's one of the great. I think it's because there's so many players that it's so hard to build consensus to really fight back against ownership. And that's why I think they signed that 10-year deal because it really elevated kind of the bottom two-thirds of rosters.
I really don't think they just put that out there just yet. If you put it out there and you tell players, how many of y'all want to vote on having fully guaranteed contract? I think you're going to get the major majority on that one.
You think so? Why haven't they done it then?
Because it's just like when you get ready to go for it, they always throw other stuff at people. Forget about all the other stuff and just focus on that guarantee. They'll get it. It's enough votes out there.
Did you ever try to do it?
Hell yeah.
How'd it go?
I was by myself.
I mean, I think
like in football compared to most sports, they get signing bonuses.
Right.
A lot of these other sports don't get signing bonuses.
Right, because the money
they get the guarantee. So in football, you get money up front before you even must step on the field. And I think that's the little offset.
Jeff, that's a hell of a question you got for 11:30. So Professor Landini's down with the flu. Jeff's sitting in the big chair. We appreciate you, Jeff. I know there's a lot going on. We'll do this after we talk to Chase, but I find this to be a fascinating question, and I know my answer based on a 45-second workout video I watched of the Wizards draft pick Trey Johnson. But at 11:30, Jeff wants to know, who do we predict gets the next Supermax for the Wizards? That seems like incredibly insane and also incredibly entertaining.
I'm going to say Trey Johnson.
Well, you just stole my answer. I already called dibs on him.
Well, you didn't say it.
What if it's Giannis?
11:30, fellas.
Giannis at Cooper?
11:30.
You think we bring in Giannis?
Doug, you're the one that keeps reminding me this is not Le Boulay. This is a whole new world for the Washington Wizards.
All
right, here's what I know, B. Here's what I know. I've been traveling a lot lately. I'm excited to get home. But if I wanted to keep traveling, if I thought about selling my house and maybe moving to Greensboro or Richmond, there's only one dude I would call. His name is John Leahy.
Well, think about it, Jay. If you sell your house, you're going to have to get a house in Richmond as well, or in Greensboro, and John has connections there too. Well, Javier and Alma, they wanted a new home, and they wanted something updated to help them serve as a new beginning. But first, they need to sell their Silver Spring property in order to buy. And while it was a stressful situation, Dustin, a member from John Leahy's team with the Fine Living Group, showed them the strategy to execute both transactions at the same time, and it was hassle-free. Alma and Javier's home ended up selling for top dollar, almost $20K over their asking price.
$20,000.
And thanks to the Fine Living Group, that's what enabled them to buy something both newer and bigger. Looking for your own stress-free transaction? How about a guaranteed offer on your home? Check out those details and more at johnsellsdmv.com. Cover our good friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
And B, it's funny, he got, the two folks there, $20K more. And I think one of the smartest things John does is he talks with his sellers before a house goes on market. And then you got to have some honest, real conversations. And sometimes people are reluctant, but if you spend a little money going in, you put a fresh coat of paint on the house, maybe you update some appliances. If you spend $5-7 to spruce up your house, it's going to sell that much faster and for that much more money. If you don't want to spend the cash, though, talk to John. He'll front you that money. He'll put the 5-7 G's into your house, and then on the back end, you just settle up with John. But the good news is you've doubled that investment and made more money. That's the kind of thing that John can do for you in the home buying or selling process. And more importantly, he'll eliminate the stress because he does this every day. Call John, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com. Or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start
packing.
I'm Earl Forsey. Here's what's happening. We are brought to you by Guerrilla Fireworks, the largest fireworks store on the East Coast. Let's start with all this breaking news and signings. One of them locally in hockey. NHL free agency begins at noon today. Capitals are keeping at least one of their own. They reportedly re-signed Martin Farivari, 7-year deal worth $42 million, so $6 million per season. Caps Monday signed new defenseman Declan Chisholm to a 2-year deal. He was acquired Saturday in a draft weekend deal with Minnesota. NBA free agency, big signing today. League MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander gets 4 years, $285, a supermax extension with the world champion Oklahoma City Thunder, $71.25 million per season, makes that the biggest per season salary in NBA history. Nationals are back home this week after the 9-game road trip. Nats had Monday off. They welcome in the AL Central leading Detroit Tigers starting tonight, 6:45 first pitch for the Nats here on 106.7 The Fan. Guerrilla Fireworks, the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, is now open, featuring all major brands of firecrackers, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, repeaters, Roman candles, fountains, and more. 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia. Guerrilla Fireworks, just 1 mile from Hollywood Casino. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
If I may. I like it like that. She working that back, don't know how to act. Slow motion for me. I like it like that. She working that back. I don't know how to act. Slow motion for me. Slow motion for me.
Moving slow motion for me.
Neck and her back.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. About a half hour, we're going to get up to speed on all things NBA. Our boy Chase Hughes will join the program. B, I wanted to tell you a couple things about this event last night. So the headliner was Mike Tirico.
All right.
And Mike, he's just the coolest, kind of nicest guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know he has a relationship with Ian Eagle, who was also super cool. Joe B introduced me to Ian. I had never met him. I know Mike a little bit. And how wild is this? I mean, those two, Tirico's obviously like at the top of the mountain when it comes to sports broadcasting in the United States, probably the world. And Ian Eagle's probably on that next tier. You know what I mean? Like eventually, when Jim Nantz steps down at CBS, I imagine Eagle gets that top seat, starts calling Super Bowls and all that stuff. But dude, they told a story. Eagle was Tirico's intern at Syracuse.
Damn.
How crazy is that?
Wow.
Ian Eagle has been calling Nets games. I guess he's the Nets television broadcaster for 30 years, and he's only 56.
Yeah, he started up at 26. Kept moving, bro.
That's crazy, right?
Yeah. I mean, but think about it, like when you get jobs in this business, unless you absolutely just fall on your damn face and you don't know how to adjust, you stay in it. How long Tirico been doing stuff? It had to be 40.
Well, he was at ESPN for like 25 years. When do you think Tirico went to NBC? I was blown away when he said this last
It's been
night.
over 20 years.
No, not that long. He left ESPN in 2016.
10 years?
I thought he had been at NBC like 5 years.
I thought it was over.
Because
I think, it's like he's so big wherever he goes, it just seems like he's always been there because you always seen him on TV.
Right. But dude, I mean, Dan Shaughnessy was there. Ken Rosenthal was there. It was really cool. Some serious baseball heavy hitters. I didn't realize both Rosenthal and Shaughnessy covered the Orioles. I remember when Rosenthal said it, I kind of remembered that as a kid. But when I was a kid and I liked the O's, the Post covered the O's. The Post had an Orioles beat writer, and Boswell wrote a column, I swear, every night about whatever happened in the Orioles game. So I didn't really read the Sun back then. Not to mention getting the Sun in 1992, it didn't really happen in DC. It was just a different universe.
Yep.
And I don't want to say the most impressive because a lot of people were super impressive, but they give out an award to the best college broadcaster. And this kid, Jack Smith, we're going to have him on the show tomorrow. He's from USC, Trojan, Southern Cal.
Mm-hmm.
This young man was so impressive. And when he spoke, it was like the voice of baseball for me growing up was Johnny Miller, who called the Orioles games. And then he did Sunday Night Baseball. And then I think Angelos refused to pay him and he moved to San Francisco. But Johnny Miller had like the perfect radio voice, baseball voice to me. This kid last night was 21, 22 and has it. Like it was like mesmerizing. It was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And you remember a couple weeks back when Austin Eckler talked about, we got a ton of young running backs in the room and I know they're coming for my job, but they're also pushing me to be better.
Yeah.
And you kind of said you felt that way too as you were playing, right?
Yeah.
Dude, Tirico said the same thing about this kid, Jack Smith. He's like, man, our business is just getting so much better. These kids come out of college so polished, so ready. And it was fascinating, man.
But that's how it's supposed to be. Let's be real. Like back in the day, you saw somebody and you were aspiring to be like them and aspiring to one day be in their seat. Today, it's like people see you and then they want to just admire you all your life. Eventually, the person gets older and you want to put yourself in a position to move right into that. So I always thought about it. And if you're in that seat, you have to adjust. That is why I don't shy away from learning stuff from young dudes.
Right.
You want to find out what keeps them clicking, and then also you want to know what the marketers want.
Right.
A lot of young dudes don't look at that aspect. That's a vital part. Can you still sell my products?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and so it was pretty interesting to me. So I'm, meeting people, talking to people. I spoke with some people from South Carolina. There are people from all over the country. And like, when these young people ask me like my path, I'm like, man, I was selling insurance out of college, dog. Like I don't think there's a silver bullet in sports media, but like whatever it is, my journey is not it. So I don't really know how to offer much help.
But you can let them know you kept your eyes on where you wanted to go.
Yeah.
Although you had to make a couple of pit stops in spots you didn't expect.
Right. Yeah, man. It was a cool night. I was blown away by it. So the young man Jack Smith that I mentioned, he is calling games for the Fredericksburg Nationals.
Okay.
I think they call them the FNAT. They call them the PNATs, I think, like Potomac Nationals. Do I have that right? I'll let one of you boys know. But
I think they are the Peanuts.
It sounds right?
Yeah.
I don't know why they call them the Peanuts if they're in Fredericksburg. Maybe they'd call them the Potomac Nationals.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, he's on his grind, man. But that kid will 1,000% be calling real games.
But see, he's on the radar
like
already
games.
at this age, and a lot of people don't get on the radar at that age. Now, he has to make sure, like these dudes that like Tirico and all that have done it so long, one thing they never did, they never got burned out.
Right.
And him being 21, he has to make sure he doesn't get burned out. So you got to find a way to keep it fresh. I don't care what sport you're in, what profession you're in. If you don't keep it fresh, you will get burned out.
I hear you talking about my guy, Jack Smith.
Yeah, dude. That kid's really impressive.
Mm-hmm. I know him very well. I spent the summer with him on Cape Cod last year. He was calling games for the Chatham Anglers. He is unbelievable.
The Chatham Anglers?
Yep.
Where they from, Chattanooga?
No, the Chatham
Space
Chatham Anglers.
Okay. I think you said the Chatham Anglers.
Well, so he's unbelievable. He's one of the most talented and polished broadcasters I've seen at his age. And he's a great kid. He's unreal.
Super
one of my favorite people. I talk to him all the time still.
So here's the other dude. I met a ton of people and everybody was really impressive. But another dude that stood out. So we were all lined up in alphabetical order, like of states. So there were like some Alabama people, then some Arizona people, and then it jumped to DC. So it was like me and Joe B. I guess, I don't know, Colorado and California didn't make the trip. I'm trying to think what other letters would have been in there. But Georgia was right after us. So I'm standing there with Joe, and we're talking. You kind of just introduce yourself to the people that are around you. And the dude from Georgia, his name was Wiley. And I'm looking at this dude. I'm like, I recognize this guy. You know who it was, B?
Who's that?
Did you see during the Braves game when they had the sideline reporter ask the young woman for her phone number live on air?
Oh, really?
It was that dude, Wiley Ballard.
He said, "Hey, man, when you're at work, you still looking for love."
I told him, he caught some grief for that I thought was fairly unwarranted. Really nice young man, really, really, really impressive.
If you see something
dude.
you like, you got to shoot your shot.
Yeah,
to hell with these bums out there that scared to shoot their shot.
Well, and it was like everybody was laughing and joking. There was no
it's not like you're gonna get a better
pressure
chance just because you're the broadcaster.
Right. But it was so funny. I took a picture with him and Joe B. And then so Ken Rosenthal is obviously, he's probably gonna go into I assume Baseball Hall of Fame has baseball writers in there.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine Rosenthal is kind of on that track if he's not in already. But Ken Rosenthal always wears the bow ties. B. Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah.
So he told the story that when he first got hired at Fox, the head of Fox Sports was like, for whatever reason, he just thought Ken would look good in a bow tie. And when the boss says put a bow tie on, you do.
You listen.
Basically. And he's like, all right, I'm kind of done with this bow tie thing. And of all the people that got, I don't want to say got to him, but they convinced him to keep it going, and now he's turned it into like a serious charitable endeavor. He's raised a ton of money because he wears bow ties for a message and then auctions them off. Like last night he was wearing a Stand Up to Cancer bow tie. This has a local tie to it. It's somebody you and I both know. Who do you think convinced Rosenthal to keep the bow tie thing going and raise a ton of money for charity?
Somebody both you and I know.
Somebody we both know.
Kornheiser?
No. Former player.
A former football player?
Yes.
Football player?
Yeah.
Ooh, wow. Ah, dang. A lot of football players around here. Joe Theismann?
Nope. Younger. I believe you played with him. I'm pretty sure you did. If not, you almost, I thought you guys overlapped, but I'm almost positive you played one season with him.
That's a lot of people, JP.
I know, but it was in New York.
Keel?
Nope. Dahani Jones. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so Rosenthal mentioned Dahani in his speech, and I was like, oh my God. So I took a picture with Ken to send to Dahani, and I sent it to my boy Sonny. You've met my boy Sonny Bajaj. So Sonny sent a text, the picture with me and him, and he said, Dahani, apparently you converted someone, and it was Ken wearing the bow tie. And then he said, by the way, JP and B Mitch challenged us to play golf. So it's you and me versus Dahani and Sonny, and I'm confident in that matchup.
Well, Sonny better be good because Dahani's not.
We're gonna be B. Here's what I'll tell you. I'm gonna be giving up a lot of strokes.
No. We gonna give advice. We gotta stop giving everybody strokes. Make them earn them.
Coming up at 11 a.m., Chase Hughes helps us make sense of all things NBA. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch Finley, 1067, the fan. B, this is kind of interesting, dude. There's a lot for us to discuss kind of on the NFL front. I know that people are really starting to get intrigued, interested, something like that in Terry McLaurin's situation. I think you gotta stay medium until middle of July.
Uh-huh.
Jeff was worried last week when it was July. Jeff, newsflash, today is July 1st. Friday is July 4th. So you all up to speed on that?
Mm-hmm.
I knew July was today, bro.
You said last week was July.
That's because when we're talking in terms of business, like we're rounding to the next month, bro. Like we knew it wasn't going to get done Saturday or Sunday or Friday.
You never
Gotcha.
know. They talk all the time.
They do business on the weekend?
Hell yeah. To get a dude signed, hell yeah.
They could do business anytime.
They got airplanes and they got phones.
Yeah.
They can go whenever they want.
Zoom, FaceTime, Skype. Anybody still Skype anymore?
No, I haven't Skyped in a long time.
I imagine Skype kind of went the way of the BlackBerry. Once FaceTime was available, you don't need Skype.
I think I saw somebody this last week. They still got a BlackBerry.
I wonder if like hipsters will go back to BlackBerries. Just
I think a lot of people when
the establishment.
The BlackBerry is one phone that people that work in high level jobs they swear by.
Well, I think they're more secure.
Yeah.
When the BlackBerry was king, it was really dope because BBM was dope and the keyboard was dope. You know?
Yeah.
Have you would actually really like that movie. There's a movie called BlackBerry about the rise and fall of BlackBerry.
I don't think I'm gonna watch that with Jay.
I'm telling you, it's good.
I understand what you're saying, but see,
it's a Canadian film.
You telling me something is good is not my mindset. My mindset, if it was something shoot 'em up, yeah, I like that.
John Wick.
Yeah.
B must have watched 4 different episodes or versions of John Wick and Erie.
John, I was watching and this is one thing I thought. I say, okay, John Wick puts in a clip. He kills 45 people. Then he changes the clip. What kind of clips he has? I'm like they were showing him changing his clip to make you feel like the movie is real, but he was shooting a lot more people than that one clip could hold. And the one he looked like a 13, like it got 13 bullets in it. But John Wick was killing 40 people before he changed clips.
Not great.
That was weird, dog.
One thing we know is we mentioned kind of the NFL and the NFLPA that they want to get to 18 games, right? The PA just came out and said, I'm reading this from Pro Football Talk. I guess Maskey reported this from the Washington Post. Mark Maskey said the NFLPA is not expected to engage with the league until at least early next year, which means
the 18-game season.
Yeah. So the earliest Super Bowl they could schedule that for would be 2028. So that'd be the 2027 season. You're talking, January, February of 28. That one's scheduled to be in Atlanta. I don't know if we can. What is that joint called? Mercedes-Benz is the Atlanta Stadium now, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if they have a schedule for. If I had to guess, the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, Georgia, has both the first and second weekend of February blacked out for events right now.
Probably so.
I think the NFL will figure that out. They will get home on that. Lots going on in the stadium conversation. As we wonder if the city council is going to kind of peter away the opportunity with RFK Stadium. Cleveland getting stuff done, man.
What they do? You mean the stadium you're talking about?
It looks like they're going to leave downtown, which I actually really like that stadium and that layout there in Cleveland. And they're going to move to the suburbs, man. All these things all become about like real estate development. I'm reading now via Daryl Reuter of 92.3 The Fan in Ohio. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine signed a new budget into law late Monday night that gives the Browns $600 million in state money for a new stadium, and it clears the path to move from Cleveland to Brook Park.
Right.
What's crazy is after Art Modell moved the Browns to Baltimore to make them the Ravens, the state of Ohio put a law in place that NFL teams were not allowed to move. So they had to repeal their own law to let this Cleveland team leave Cleveland and move to the suburbs. I don't know where Brook Park is.
I mean, I understand not move. That was a major move. They moved from one state to another. Moving to another place in your state should not be a problem.
Yeah, I agree. It's not like they're it's not like they're moving to Austin, Texas.
Yeah, they're still gonna be the Cleveland Browns. It's like if you move in any of the cities around DC, it's still gonna say Washington.
Right. I mean, they play in Landover, and it's the Washington Commanders.
Yes.
Interesting times in the stadium world. We're going to take a deeper dive into exactly what's going on with the Commander Stadium and the DC Council and Mayor Bowser and all of it. I did. Seagraves texted me yesterday, and Mark has been all over this story. Mark Seagraves covers DC local politics for NBC4. And he texted me, remember last week when Mark joined us, and he said more and more he believes that a plan B could be that, the Commander's ownership goes to the federal level.
Well, I'll be honest with you on this. I don't know if they would have to. I think the federal is waiting to see what's going down. They'll step in as soon as they feel like it.
So Seagraves tweeted this yesterday. Chairman Mendelson, the dude that apparently gets to control the levers of government as part of his chairmanship, said, I've heard that from a number of people. All I'm going to say is I've heard it when he was asked if the Commanders have a backup plan of going to, the president to try to get RFK done.
If a lot of people have said it, then guess what? Somebody has said it.
Yeah, they're not saying it on accident, dude. Like, the reason you keep an ace in the hole is to play it if you need it. You know what I mean? We'll see how it goes. Chase Hughes joins us next, breaking down all the action in the NBA. We're going to talk some stadium a little later in the program. Plus, TJ Watt on the move from Pittsburgh?
Possibly.
Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're powered by Guerrilla Fireworks. The largest fireworks store in the East Coast is now open. Let's start with a little football and the stadium deal, which that is still a subject. Obviously, we're within a couple of weeks now of a possible deadline. Members of the D.C. City Council had dinner last night with Commanders officials in Georgetown to discuss the RFK Stadium deal and the budget. It needs approval by July 15th. Otherwise, the exclusivity between the Commanders and the city of D.C. runs out. Well, today, a short time ago in the Team 980, Kevin Sheehan asked Mayor Bowser, what's the big holdup?
Well, they won't tell me. I mean, literally, they won't tell me. So I think they gave more to the Washington Post last week than they told me or the team. And so that's what I'm talking about when I say let's all get in a room, hammer it out, and come up with if there's terms that make sense.
There are deals to getting done. That's hockey because free agency starts at noon today. Capitals re-signed one of their own already this morning. Barton Farivari reportedly comes to terms on a 7-year deal worth $42 million, so $6 million per season for him. Baseball Nationals back home this week after Monday off. Nats back home tonight against Detroit. 6:45 first pitch here in the Fan. NBA free agency, the big signing today. League MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Of course, he got paid. 4 years, $285 million, a Supermax extension worth $71.25 million per season. Guerrilla Fireworks, the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, is now open, featuring all major brands of firecrackers, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, repeaters, Roman candles, fountains, and more. 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia. Guerrilla Fireworks, only a mile from Hollywood Casino. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. In just a minute, we're going to be joined by Chase Hughes from Monumental Sports Network. Lot going on in the NBA. Obviously, we're going to circle back to this RFK stuff and everything. Mayor Bowser seems pretty frustrated. I imagine the team's keeping quiet, but pretty frustrated themselves. Chase, what's up, dude? How about that SGA contract, man?
Yeah. First of all, thanks for having me on. And JP, I was hanging out with Mark Stern this weekend at the Mathis, so shout out to him, DMV Live.
Yeah, man.
Buzz Williams was there, Dwayne Simpkins, watching some of the best players in the area, so that was fun.
Love that.
For SGA, yeah, you look at the terms, you're like, oh, $285 million or whatever. That's not too much. And then you realize it's for 4 years, and you do the math, and you're like, oh, wow.
71.25
million a year.
Yeah.
We're not too far away from $100 million per year for some of these deals.
Oh, yeah. It's coming real soon.
So,
real soon.
Based on that, I mean, just kind of looking at the math of it, who do you think is the first $100 million player? We're probably like 4 or 5 years away from that?
Cooper Flag.
Yeah, that's a great question. I haven't really thought about the couple years ahead, but what I have thought about, and the executive in the NBA pointed this out to me when Victor Wembanyama was drafted. He was like, think about how much money that guy's going to make in his career. He's probably going to top $1 billion in total salary. That doesn't include endorsements. And then now you look at Cooper Flag, he's just starting that clock. If he ends up living up to expectations, he could make more than $1 billion in player salary if he has a long career and is a star. So, we've seen some athletes reach that $1 billion mark, but usually it requires being really smart businessmen outside of their sport. Now they might be able to do that simply just by playing the sport.
So, answer we couldn't figure out. When a guy makes all NBA, does it make a difference if it's first, second, or third team, the amount of money that they can make?
Like the
or does everybody get the same thing?
Yeah, there's a few awards that allow you to make what's called the Supermax designated player extension. So you just got to make all NBA. Same thing. Or that was the case for John Wall and Bradley Beal. That's why they were able to get their big money. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting dynamic because those awards are voted on by the media. So I don't currently have a award vote, but I did for a few years under this policy. And it was kind of a strange feeling when you submit that ballot. You're like, man, this could have an enormous effect on a certain player's earning power.
So, like, I remember Beal only made third-team All-NBA once. He got the same level of Supermax as, like, Durant or Curry or somebody, right?
Yeah, he got the full max.
Right, that don't make much sense to me.
And well, what's crazy too is it's all about the timing. Both him and John Wall made it once, but they made it at the perfect timing when they were up for what was set to be their biggest opportunity to sign one of those massive deals. They got All NBA like just in time.
Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy. I almost wonder if there's some who knows, man. So as we look at our Wizards, I think me and B are both really excited about Trey Johnson, and a lot of it might have been a video you posted. I watched a video online of him just raining threes for like 45 seconds. Everybody says he's the best shooter in the draft. I am really excited about that pick. I'll be honest though, when they drafted the kid Clayton from Florida, I was really excited, and they promptly traded him.
Even as a Maryland fan.
Yeah, dude, I mean, the kid's a killer. He's just a straight three-point assassin. Take us through what you thought of the draft and kind of what, if anything, we're expecting here in free agency for the Wiz.
Well, I thought the draft worked out really well for the Wizards in the sense that Trey Johnson was there at 6. I didn't think he was going to be. And usually my instincts have proven pretty good over the years when I see a guy who, that guy's not going to make it out of the top 5. And I went on a lot of radio shows in this town saying I think he'd be perfect for the Wizards. I just don't think he'll be there at 6. But Ace Bailey unexpectedly went 5th. That paved the way for Trey Johnson to fall to 6th. And I think he fits in perfectly what the Wizards needed long term, which is offense and shooting. You know, they were 30th in offense last year. They weren't much better defensively, but you can sort of see where they're going defensively because some of the draft picks they've made with Bilal Coulibaly and Alex Sarr. They hadn't really brought in someone with this much production on the offensive side who has this high of a ceiling long term, in my opinion. I mean, I think he's not only the best shooter in this draft, but probably one of the best prospects as a outside shooter that we've seen come into the draft in the last several years. Because if you really break down his shooting, he basically has zero weaknesses. I mean, he's extremely good from the corners, half court, transition. Off the catch, off the dribble. What impressed me the most is what he shot from NBA range last year, which of course is a little bit beyond the college 3-point line, just under 40% on 200 attempts. So this is a guy who's not going to have to make that adjustment that a lot of young guys have to make. You hear it just about every year from rookies. They're like, yeah, it doesn't seem like a big difference, but it is in terms of muscle memory and the strength that you have to build to be able to shoot from that range, especially late in games if you played a lot of minutes. He's kind of already there, so I think his shooting's going to translate very quickly.
Chase, you're around it and you cover it on a consistent basis. Are they closer than what we may think? Because on the outside looking in, they seem to be a little far away. But you see them adding these pieces over the last 2 to 3 years now. And are they closer than what we think?
I think yes and no. I don't think they're close to contending, and GM Will Dawkins has said that on the record. He said at the end of last season. But what I would say, now that the Wizards are undergoing this rebuild, I've gone back and studied some of the rebuilds that have worked. And usually they don't work overnight. It's not very quick. But what you realize in hindsight is that some of the pieces that ended up carrying them to contention were collected early on. And maybe you didn't realize they were there. Like, for instance, comparing the timelines, like where the Wizards are in their rebuild compared to last time, they already had John Wall and Bradley Beal on the roster. They had just drafted Bradley Beal. The Oklahoma City Thunder, who just won a title, like at this point in their rebuild, they had just drafted Chet Holmgren and Jalen Williams. The Rockets already had Alperen Şengün and Tari Eason. So I think you got to get these young guys in your program, and it takes them a long time to develop. But odds are, if the Wizards are contending, 2 years from now, the core of that team is already on the roster, and we should see them playing together in the Summer League, which is going to make the games out in Las Vegas very exciting.
You get to go out there for that?
Oh, yeah. Every year. Vegas in July.
I might have to come out there and hang out with you.
You've been talking about
man.
you need
It's
a
a good
Vegas
year.
trip, B.
I need a Vegas trip, dog. Seriously. but let me ask you
you're
this,
welcome.
though. But I understand when you say contending, but I'm at least winning. Okay, when is that going to happen? Because listen, if you start winning now, at least you give the fan base something to pull for. But if you're just losing and then all of a sudden you say you're going to be contending in a certain amount of years, you make people kind of turn it off.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're going into year 3 under the new front office, and I think they are very well aware that after this season, their first-round pick is top 8 protected. It's still tied to the John Wall, Russell Westbrook trade. So what that means is if they got the 9th, 10th pick, anything later than that, they'd have to forfeit their first-round pick. So that is something to keep in mind. But this team now has 8 first-round picks over the last 3 years. A couple of them were acquired via trade. So they've got a lot of young players on the team. And I think when you have a quantity of young players like that, then you are just increasing the odds that you're going to hit on 1 or 2 of them. And so with so many young guys, their ceilings being high, you just never know when someone could make a pretty significant leap forward. And all it would take is 2 or 3 to really change the big picture outlook for this team. You know, Amen Thompson last year for the Rockets or Dyson Daniels for the Hawks. Those guys took enormous leaps forward, and all of a sudden, you know, the picture changes. So you can't rule that out for the Wizards. They've got a lot of young guys, and I think that's what they're banking on, is just the quantity of young players. And their hope is that some collection of them will take a step forward next season. And whether it's the playoffs after this coming year, you know, maybe it could set the stage for success the season after that.
Talking with our friend Chase Hughes here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. You can give Chase a follow at Chase DC Sports. You can read and watch all of his work at monumentalsportsnetwork.com. Covering the Wizards, does it all. Going to go out to Vegas for Summer League here in a couple weeks. Tell us about the other first rounder, the kid Riley. One thing that's obvious is they like positional size, and what Riley has that Clayton rather didn't in the trade back is size. I mean, is he a legit 6'8", but still a shooter? Tell us about this young man.
Yeah, so he's 6'8.5" without shoes. So he's going to be like about 6'10" on the court as a wing. And so he's got the size, and he's also got the motor. He plays with a lot of energy. And he showed some skill last year, I think, offensively. But this is really about, I think, just the size, the athleticism, and the intangibles, because he was the top 10 recruit coming out of high school. And he was the Big Ten Sixth Man of the Year, so he was pretty productive last year. But he didn't exactly light the world on fire. And so I think what the Wizards are banking on is, you know, maybe 3 years from now, he could realize that potential and become a diamond in the rough. And, you know, when I think about him as a prospect, I think about just something that sort of crystallized for me the last few years watching the NBA. And that is, if you're bigger and more aggressive than the guy guarding you, then oftentimes you're going to be tough to stop. And I think that goes underrated for some guys who are much bigger than him. But, you know, Nikola Jokic, Alperen Şengün, I would put Luka Doncic in this conversation. You know, some guys that may not, you know, wow you with their athleticism. They're not jumping very high. They're not playing above the rim, but they're bigger and they're more aggressive than everyone who guards them. So they're a matchup nightmare. Mm-hmm. And I think Will Riley could tap into that and maybe be a guy who, you know, you just don't want to put a smaller player on because he's going to make them pay for it.
So a little bit of breaking news. I don't know if you saw this because you're on the phone with us. Excuse me. Miles Turner just signed with the Bucks. Mm-hmm. Considering Tatum's hurt, Halliburton's hurt, Giannis isn't. Does that, one, keep Giannis in Milwaukee, and two, are they kind of the favorite in the East now?
Yeah, that's a surprise. I mean, Rick Carlisle and the Pacers were very clear that they wanted to re-sign him. And then you see Brook Lopez leave, I believe, for the Clippers. So that sort of leaves a hole in the front court of the Milwaukee Bucks, and they get a guy who's younger who can do a lot of the same things, which is shoot threes, block shots. Didn't have a great NBA Finals, but had a great postseason overall. So, yeah, that I think is I think what you said is very accurate about the Eastern Conference. Whether they're the favorites, I might stop short of that. I think Cleveland still is due some respect. I think they got some moves up their sleeve. New York is good, but this certainly elevates Milwaukee despite the Damian Lillard injury. We'll see if he can come back in time to play in the playoffs. But they got Giannis, they got Miles Turner, a borderline all-star. That's not bad.
Is that move up Cleveland sleeves as the initials LJ?
Yeah. maybe there'd be 2 LJs in that trade. I feel like it might be a package deal.
How serious is any of the LeBron talk moving?
Well, I mean, I think it's pretty serious. I would point to Rich Paul's statement that he gave ESPN saying, we enjoyed our time here, but essentially he wants to hear more about the direction because he wants to compete for a championship. So, I don't think those guys do anything by accident. I think they're pretty calculated. Rich Paul's pretty smart. He's been doing this for a long time. So that to me said a lot about what their intentions are. But it's been kind of a slow start to free agency and on the trade front. And, Shams Charania of ESPN was saying he thinks it's going to be a blockbuster trade period. And we haven't seen that yet. Certainly a LeBron James deal would qualify as a blockbuster.
Yes, indeed.
You actually think he'll get moved again? And does Bronny have to come with him?
That's the other LJ I was referring to. Yes.
Yeah.
I would imagine so. Now, I don't know where they would go. I mean, I've seen some of the speculation about Cleveland. That'd be a cool, full circle moment, certainly. And Cleveland is really good already, but they fell short in the playoffs. They can't get out of the second round. So, I mean, the Eastern Conference is wide open. I feel like there are a few teams that he could definitely take to the next level if he went east.
I did want to ask you just quickly while we have you, kind of where are you on the RFK Stadium stuff?
I thought it was pretty likely to happen, and now I keep seeing these interviews and comments from people like you know much more than me about maybe there being some doubts. So I feel like it'll still get done. It seems like there's a lot of momentum pointing towards the deal, and sometimes leverage. You can never really tell who's telling the truth. So I'm hopeful that it will get done because, I go to FedEx once a year. And I usually have fun when I go, but as I understand, it gets a lot better than that if you travel around the country to different NFL stadiums as you guys have.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. Damn, more from Shams here, Chase. He's saying the Bucks are waiving Dame.
Wow.
And that's how they're making space for the Miles Turner deal. Damn.
Oof.
Yeah,
they traded for Dame thinking that was the move to get him to the, you know what I mean?
He tore the Achilles.
Oh, yeah. And I thought it was a perfect fit when they did it. Hopefully Dame can get back to 100%, man. I love watching that guy play. Hopefully this is not the final chapter for him.
This Achilles thing, is that something they're not focusing on? Because there's been a lot of Achilles tears in the last couple of years, 3-4 years with the NBA.
No, it's definitely something they're focusing on. Adam Silver, the commissioner, said that the other day. He was interviewed during the draft by ESPN. And he said they're taking a close look at it. They've got a team of experts. Obviously, you got to try to prevent these injuries. Thankfully, some players have come back from it successfully. I mean, Kevin Durant is a great example, Breonna Stewart in the WNBA, but it's still such a catastrophic injury. It doesn't offer any guarantees. And now you've got Tyrese Halliburton, Jason Tatum, Damian Lillard, a good collection of star players that move the needle in terms of ratings. So I think it's pretty clear they got to figure something out. I don't know what the answer is, but they're hopeful to find it.
I tell you what, some of these damn shoes that are coming out, the shoes look good, but you better make sure they can deal with the different cuts and all and the surface that they're on.
Dude, I heard this on Van Pelt's podcast. This was crazy to me. 3 dudes that wear 0 blew out their Achilles.
Yeah.
Halliburton, Tatum, and Dame. That's just bizarre.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's just become a much more popular number nowadays because of Gilbert Arenas.
Damn right. All right, Chase, we're going to actually open the phones. We're all going to give our answer to this when we return, but I want to ask you a question here. Obviously, it's not imminent, right? But if you had to guess, who is the next Wizard to get a Supermax contract?
If I had to guess, I would say Bub Carrington. I think of the young guys, he's shown the most, particularly in the offensive end. He's the most skilled young guy they have. And I think the ceiling's pretty high. People kind of discount it because of the athleticism. Maybe he's not an explosive above the rim athlete, but I would point to the NBA Finals and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Tyrese Halliburton and say that is the modern NBA guard who can score at all 3 levels, not necessarily dunk on somebody. So I think he fits that mold. Obviously, Supermax, he's got a long way to go, but that would be my guess.
Wow. All right. One vote, Bub. Chase, thank you for making time,
All
bro.
right, Chase,
Really appreciate
you,
it.
brother.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
All right, man.
That's our boy Chase Hughes from Monumental Sports Network. You can give him a follow at Chase DC Sports. When we come back, we'll give you our answer. The next Wizard to get a Supermax contract. Is he even on the roster? Plus, we're going to take some calls. 800-636-1067. NBA offseason going nuts already. Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're powered by JTF Gov, the #1 HP Federal Power MPS partner. So NBA free agency is underway with some big signings today. League MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander gets 4 years, $285 Supermax extension with the world champion Oklahoma City Thunder, $71.25 million per season, biggest average salary in NBA history. JP just told you about the latest news. Center Miles Turner signing in Milwaukee, 4 years, $107 million. Shams Charania says the Bucks are waiving Damian Lillard as well. Tennis year's third Grand Slam underway at Wimbledon. Hyattsville's Frances Tiafoe won Monday in straight sets. Upset today, number 3 seed Jessica Pegula, beaten in straight sets. French Open champ Coco Gauff plays her match this afternoon. And hockey, Capitals today reportedly are re-signing Martin Farivari to a 7-year deal worth $42 million, $6 million per season. Mission Critical, that's JTF's specialty. We're a top-ranked HP MPS power partner. For a reason, we just don't ship products. We deploy fully integrated, mission-ready solutions from DC to Europe. Powered by HP, delivered by JTF. Check us out at jtfgov.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Skirt. I just heard this on XM the other day. I was bumping it in the car. What is the XM station I like with old beats, Jeff? XL, maybe? Regardless.
I don't know what you listen to on XM, man.
There's like 4 different
What was it,
hip-hop
Shade
stations.
45?
Yeah, maybe that one. All right. It's B. Mitchell Finley. B's holding it down in the Navy Yard. I'm in Richmond, Virginia. I very much look forward to being home tonight. Really interesting question from Jeff. There's a lot of RFK stuff, some Terry McLaurin stuff. There's a lot I want to get to, but as NBA free agency is going nuts right now, the Bucks are really trying to get back in this thing to keep Giannis. They signed Miles Turner and they've waived Dame Lillard. Obviously, a huge change with Durant going to Houston, a pretty good Rockets team. A lot of moving parts, but here in Washington, our Wizards are probably not that close to competing. Let's be honest. So Jeff had an interesting idea as Shai Gilgeous-Alexander this morning got the richest deal in NBA history. He got a Supermax contract. It's going to make more than $70 million per season for 4 years. 4 years, $285. Good God. Jeff asked, who's the next Wizard to get a Supermax? And the only thing I'll say is they don't necessarily have to be on the roster right now. The last Wizard to get a Supermax was Brad Beal, and it was a bad deal for Washington, clearly. B, you could start. You got Trey? All right, I'll start.
I said I went with Trey.
Okay, I didn't hear you. You're going with Trey.
I mean, Jeff, just don't turn me on my mic on sometimes.
So you're going with Trey Johnson.
Yep.
I think I am too, man. And it's kind of crazy that we're both saying that, in that they took a kid number 2 overall last year, and neither of us are saying Alex Sarr.
Because this league, I mean, yes, you got big men in this league, but this league is about guys who can just do multiple things and can fill it up. If you can shoot like he shoots, you're going to get a Supermax very soon.
So Trey Johnson hasn't had an NBA shot yet. He was just drafted last week at the University of Texas. He can really shoot, though, and it's a make or miss league, and that kid makes them. To get a Supermax deal, you got to have an all-NBA season. Chase Hughes just joined us from Monumental Sports Network, covers the Wizards day in, day out. He said he thinks Bub could get there.
I like Bub, man.
I do, too. But does he seem like an all-NBA player to you?
Bub does multiple things, dog. And I know Chase said about the athleticism, but the game I went to, he flushed it on somebody. So he got that too. He's just he does everything else, but he has some explosiveness. And then I think if Bub knows he can get extra money if he gets it, he's going to start flushing on some other people.
Bub's only 19.
Hey.
And what's crazy is Bub on an NBA court seems like a shorter dude. He is 6'4".
Yeah. But when you look at the guys on the court, like Steph looked like he's about 5'10" when he's out there on the basketball court. Till you walk up next to him and you realize, oh, man, they do this tall.
Right. All right. So I'm voting Trey. B is voting Trey. Chase Hughes voted for Bub. Jeffrey, who you got? Wizard to get the next Supermax.
I'm stuck between two people. I want to say A.J. Johnson is going to get it together. He had some flashes last season that I liked. I think I'm going to have to go with Trey too. It's just, I only say Trey because I don't see no one on the team shooting the ball like him. So yeah, I'm gonna say AJ. I'm gonna say AJ gets it done. I like his style of play.
Who?
AJ Johnson.
You mean Trey Johnson?
No, AJ Johnson. He came over from Milwaukee, number 5.
I sure. Okay. That's
I'm like, who is this Trey's real name?
Trey's real name, I think, is Richard Earl.
Yeah, something like that.
You're saying AJ Johnson is a Supermax player, Jeff?
Yeah, he's all right. He was just young. He got to get some time. It's okay. Hey, Steph was in the league a long time before he broke out.
I like going somewhere else. Yeah, you know me, Jeff. I support zigging when the world is zagging. This seems like a hell of a zig, though, dog.
Yeah.
Bro, he just got on the team. He's 20 years old.
Right.
And he was what was he drafted?
He's a first rounder. He was a late first. He was 23rd overall pick. But here's my question. He was in the NBA for a year. He played like 30 games, I think, but he only shot like 25% from 3.
No, he's going to adjust. From what I seen last year, I wouldn't let that dictate what I think about him.
Okay.
Cool. 1 vote, AJ Johnson. Jeff definitely zigged right there. Let's go to our guy Strober, who's in today. Locked On Wizards podcast. Strober, let's start with, what do you think of Jeff's assertion that AJ Johnson could be an all-NBA player?
Well, AJ Johnson is an athletic freak, and we definitely saw the flashes of what he can do when he got his time on the court. I think he'll get a lot more of an opportunity this year. And if you think about this, Wizards team is going to have 5 first-round picks from a year ago on the roster this year with the addition of Dylan Jones over the weekend. AJ Johnson, he's a player. He can definitely ball, and he can jump out the gym maybe better than anyone on this team other than Bilal Coulibaly. So to answer your question about that, I think he's going to be a really talented player. I don't know what his role is going to look like here in Washington long term. It's a bold pick from Jeff, but
Jeff's a bold fella.
But he's got this guy's got potential to be a star player for sure. So I can live with that pick. Jeff, I like it actually.
Hey,
I like
Jeff,
it.
I got a text that somebody told me to tell you stop getting high before work.
Bro, we watched this dude. We watched this dude give moves on the wing, attack the basket, and put that on somebody's head. We watched him shoot the ball. He's 20 years old. He just got traded to the team. He's going to come into his role more, and he probably will. Hey, look.
Bub is younger and scored more.
Y'all said the same thing, but he's also been with the team longer. Like he's known in the system. But look,
they were both rookies.
They came in together.
Yeah, but he was in Milwaukee.
AJ was traded.
No, I'm saying, but still, first rounder.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if I drafted someone, he's been with the team since the offseason. He's going to get more playing time. He's more in that role. But all I'm saying is, hey, we just gotta watch and see how it played out. It happened the same thing when I called the Texans and y'all said I was crazy. So we gonna leave it. We're gonna let it play out.
He's got to bulk up. He's got
Jeff
the
very
Emmanuel
good
Forbes
at
build
remembering
right now.
the few things that are correct.
Yeah.
You called the Texans. Was that 3 years ago, Jeff?
I called the Texans and I called the Commanders this year. Yeah, and y'all was saying I had Ashburn syndrome.
But you've been calling the Commanders every year since.
So all the time you were wrong.
That's like Barstool Nate talking about, he was right about Jaden. Well, he also said the same stuff about Wentz.
I never agree with Wentz, so I can't laugh at that.
All right, Strober. Who's the Supermax?
To go against what you guys picked, I actually do have the former number 2 overall pick, Alex Sarr, coming into his own and becoming a Supermax player. I think at his size and his skill set, he just scratched the surface in the second half of the year last year. And overall, he shot at 30% from 3. I think he can get a lot better around the perimeter. His touch around the rim is what intrigued me the most because he got better and better at that as the season went on. And he's an A-plus defender, and he's going to continue to be a force around the rim for this Wizards team. A block and a half per game last year, that's something he can get up as well. And because he can contribute so well on both sides of the ball, that's why I could see a guy that becomes an all-NBA type player and gets a Supermax.
Doesn't Strober sound like he's doing a broadcast every time he talks?
Yeah, dog. Strober's good on this stuff. I think I think the answer should be Sarr, right? Like if we have to predict who's going to get the Supermax, it should be the 7-footer number 2 overall pick.
Right.
Like that should be who it is.
Should be.
Who led them in plus minus last year? I know Sarr was pretty good. Wasn't he like a +3 or something?
I'd have to double check on that.
It's hard to quantify the defensive impact outside of like blocks, but I think plus minus does a good job of that. Nobody said Bilal. Kind of interesting. Like if we're talking athletic freaks that can jump out of, you know what I mean? Like he has all those tools. He's super long.
I love Bilal. It's just
you love AJ Johnson more.
And Bilal has to finish the season for us, man.
I think Bilal seems to be like when he wasn't that Wemby's boy. I think he seemed to be like the guy who was drafted was just Wemby's sidekick.
I think last year they shut him down to keep the tank going. Like I think, if this was 2 years from now when they're not in full tank mode, Bilal keeps playing or at least comes back from the injury.
We will see.
I think, dude, if you had to pick within the next 5 years, the Wizards will have a Supermax player, and your options are that player is currently on the roster or that player exists elsewhere. Which one would you take of those?
I'm going to probably go with the player being on the roster right now.
I'm just saying, OKC traded for SGA, Indy traded for Halliburton.
Yeah,
like I think I go off the roster.
I'm gonna stick on the roster. I think they got a lot of faith in the people they chosen.
B is sticking to the roster. Jeff is sticking to the Johnson. We're talking TJ Watt, Terry McLaurin, RFK State.
No, I'm not.
We got to go to break. Jeff, you're always telling me break on time, man.
Stop that.
Why you interrupting?
I will stop the break for that one. I'm not on no Johnson, okay? Thank you.
Did you or did you not just take Johnson?
Hey, go to break, JP.
Please go to break.
We'll be right back.
B. Mitch here. Thanks to the Law Tigers, I'm now a licensed rider. This summer, every journey is going to be an adventure, and I feel great knowing the Law Tigers have my back. They're more than lawyers. They're riders, too, always knowing what injured riders and their families are going through. So be sure to mark your calendars for Saturday, July 12th. On a hot day, the coolest place to be will be at Harley-Davidson of D.C. for their Grill and Chill event. The Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers. Visit them at lawtigers.com. Calverson Knockman, Olivia Donahue.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. More updates coming out of Milwaukee. So the Bucks just signed Miles Turner with Halliburton down and Tatum down. You kind of think, okay, you get Giannis healthy. The Bucks are a real contender in the East. Then the Bucks waived Dame Lillard. Now, granted, he's hurt and probably going to miss a year. But now there's a report from Chris Haynes from ESPN. Says, breaking news, Milwaukee Bucks star Giannis Antetokounmpo. I'm terrible at pronouncing this.
Antetokounmpo.
Yeah, there you go. Giannis is not pleased with the team's decision to waive Damian Lillard.
Well, he already got his brother on the team. God, no.
You didn't mention this to Giannis, that you were going to cut him? I don't know.
Could be a problem.
Could be a problem. Dude, if my Supermax player is on the Wizards roster or is somewhere else, I'm taking somewhere else all day. If I get the field or the current roster, give me the field. We're asking.
You think Giannis coming?
We got Greek food, B.
Yeah.
We got Greek food. We'll try to sneak a couple calls in on this 800-636-1067. Strober, I don't know if you had somebody on there or not. If you do, pot them up. If not, I think as they are like making all these moves and everybody talks about the OKC model, like they traded for their superstar, you know?
Yeah.
That's why there's a reason they want all these 6'8"
they traded for their
dudes.
superstar, didn't have one on the roster. So maybe they feel that one of these guys on the roster could be that already.
Let's go to Greg in Springfield. Greg, who's going to be the Wiz next Supermax player?
I mean, to me, it's Sarr all day long. He shot a lot of threes. He didn't make as many as you'd like, but NBA players just get better and better. He's still young. He's a 7-foot power forward that's going to be shooting threes and play defense and block shots. I think his potential is off the hook compared to everybody else. And there's good players. I like Bub a lot, and I think the new kid can play. But Sarr could be the all-star they're looking for, I think. I think he just has that kind of potential.
All right.
That's a good call, dude. I mean, ideally, you're right, Greg. He's 7 foot. He was a number 2 overall pick, and he's only 20 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And he does do it on both ends. Like, he plays pretty good defense. What did he shoot from 3 last year? I'm pulling it up. What do you think he shot from 3 last year, B?
I don't know. Probably in a 30%, 37.
No, lower than that. But honestly,
31.
Exactly. 30.8. It's better than I would have thought for a guy that's like as raw as he is. And I don't know. Sarr is a hell of an interesting player. And I think there's good reason. I mean, last year he averaged 13-6, 40% from the field, 30% from 3. Like, if that continues and he improves to even like 35% from 3 with his size, Sarr could be a real baller, man. That's an interesting one. Alex is in Silver Spring. Alex, who you got as the Wiz next Supermax?
Nobody. What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
Nobody. Let's be real. Not every team is good at drafting. You know what I mean? Let's be real. This is just one of those teams. And the other thing is the human nature. You know, a lot of these guys, I'm not saying the ones that are on the Wizards, this is just human nature of NBA, football. You can tell, you can speak on this. A lot of them just settle on just coming in the NFL, the NBA. All right, I made it. That's just half of the battle.
Yeah.
That's why JD5 is so impressive, because he's hungry. In my opinion, human nature, SGA, he got cut or whatever, traded or whatever. He was already a backup in college. So that made him even more hungrier and gave him a wake-up call that he didn't even have to stop by Starbucks. You know what I mean? Hey, you're going to be out of this league real soon.
Mm-hmm.
And it puts that hungriness on human nature.
Like for me, people doubt me on whatever I do, but they don't know is they make me hungrier. Or they said I can't do this or I can't do that. No problem. I'll stay humble and then show them with facts. Now here's the other thing. You could say, all right, Alex, a bad team, don't know how to draft or whatever. I got news for you. Remember the Patriots? The Patriots weren't good at drafting either. They just got lucky. They got lucky with Tom Brady. And then when Wes Walker was playing with a bad team like the Dolphins, he seen Wes burning them. And then they picked him up. And they would pick up other guys from other teams that were bad on bad teams. But once they
Alex,
came
we got a boogie here, bro. Thank you for the call.
Appreciate it, brother.
Yep.
Alex is very hungry. Go get some lunch, dog. It seems to me in the NBA, much like kind of most sports are getting this way, maybe not baseball, but like fewer and fewer real stars get to free agency because there's more money for them on the Supermax if they sign with their team.
Yeah.
And maybe they then get traded. I think you do see that. I think guys force trades in the NBA more than any other sport. But I would love if Sarr ends up being the guy. I don't know that he will, but I would love that. I would love if the Wiz end up with one of the guys they drafted and developed to be the guy. I liked Wall. I liked Beal. I don't want to downplay how good they were. But the last dude Washington had that was the guy they acquired in free agency, and it was Gilbert Arenas, and he was a little crazy.
Him and Tough Juice.
Yeah. You know why Gil decided to come to D.C.? He said he flipped a coin 50 times between staying in Golden State or coming to D.C., and that Golden State actually won the last flip, and that's what made him decide to go to D.C. If that ain't Gilbert Arenas, I don't know what is. Yeah. I want to switch to football. I want to switch to TJ Watt. I want to switch to Terry McLaurin. We will do that next right here on The Fan. Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. NBA free agency is underway. The NHL free agents period has just begun here at noon Eastern. Start with the NBA. The big deal today, league MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander gets 4 years, $285 million, Supermax extension with the world champion Oklahoma City Thunder, $71.25 million per season, the largest average salary in NBA history. Also happening today, center Miles Turner signing in Milwaukee, 4 years, $107 for him. And with that, the Bucks are also waiving Damian Lillard. Now, the Caps got a jump on free agency. They've re-signed one of their own today, Martin Farivari, 7 years, $42 million, so he gets $6 million a season to stay long-term in D.C. Members of the D.C. City Council had a dinner meeting last night with Commanders officials in Georgetown to discuss the RFK Stadium deal, which needs budget approval by July 15th. That's when the council recesses for the summer. Today on the Team 980, Kevin Sheehan asked Mayor Bowser if she's worried that the deal won't go through.
Listen, I think the team wants to be at RFK. We want them to be at RFK, but they do business. They don't do politics. I know how this can go. And so I think we all need to treat that period of exclusivity with the seriousness that it deserves.
So that exclusive period ends on July 15th when the council is scheduled to recess. By law, the D.C. City Council actually has 70 days to finalize the budget. That date would be August 4th. Main Street Bank's a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west, such as Richmond, Virginia, and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. There is a hell of a lot going on with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Helping us trying to make sense of all of it is our friend Alan Saunders. Pittsburgh Sports Now. You can give him a follow at @Saunders_PGH. Alan joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Alan, you and I talked at NFL owners meetings back in March or April, whenever the hell that was. And you said back then, we were having a cocktail just talking, that you expected it to be a kind of a weird, wild offseason for the Steelers. We've arrived, dude. Aaron Rodgers is in town. They trade Jalen Ramsey. They trade away Minka Fitzpatrick. Get us up to speed on everything going on up there.
Yeah, I'm not sure I had this wild in mind. God, like March, that was March, right? I feel like that was 5 years ago at this point. It's been interesting because on some levels, it's been very un-Steelers-like in the way they've approached a lot of their business. We haven't seen them be a team that generally kind of dabbles in blockbuster trades, and they've made a pair of them this offseason, trading for DK Metcalf for a second-round pick and then signing him to the biggest contract for an external player in team history. And then this one yesterday, sending out Minka Fitzpatrick for Jalen Ramsey, Johnny Smith. They also had their long and unnecessarily drawn-out free agency process with Aaron Rodgers. But I think at the end of the day, it's a lot of still the Steelers being who they are, and that they're not ever a team that's going to back down from that line an inch. They're doing everything they can to put a winner on the field every year. And I think, there was some real frustration about the way the end of last season went. And so I don't think there was a lot of sentimentality in the way they went about business this offseason. They're just trying to find different results. But at the same time, I think still keeping an eye on the future. They haven't touched any of their 26 draft picks. In fact, they've added several.
and they haven't been very aggressive in terms of future spending so far. So I think they're trying to walk that line between now and later.
All right, so they trade for DK. They get Rodgers. This big trade yesterday. How much better is Pittsburgh now after really a lot of big moves?
I mean, I don't think they're like closer to the Super Bowl. When you look at the AFC, it's hard to imagine them as a contender over, I mean, teams with Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow and Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. Are they, a little bit better equipped to maybe beat one of those teams? You think you could make that argument. I like where they're headed compared to some of the other sort of lesser AFC contenders, like the Chargers and the Texans and the Dolphins, who there are questions about how this trade works for the Steelers. I don't understand at all what Miami's thought process here was. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't know that they're dramatically better. I think Aaron Rodgers will play better than either their quarterbacks did last year. I think DK Metcalf, I don't know if he's going to be better than George Pickens, but he's certainly going to make people less angry around him than George Pickens did, and they'll take that as a win. I think Jalen Ramsey is a really good player still. Minka Fitzpatrick's not been great the last 2 years. That feels more like a lateral move, but you get Jonnu Smith and focus a little bit on the more important position in corner compared to safety.
But you said this wasn't Steelers like. Who you think made all this stuff with Aaron Rodgers, just sitting around all offseason, and finally he comes in this late?
Well, I mean, I think they were pretty sure he was coming. It was just a thing that he had sort of communicated that he had some stuff going on, that he probably wasn't going to be around or wasn't going to be able to commit to being around. That's a better way to say it. And I think both parties decided they were okay with the idea that it's less of a distraction if he's not there and not on the team than if he is not there and is on the team. And so you just wait until he was ready to fully commit and show up, and that's what they did.
Talking with Alan Saunders here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Alan at @Saunders_PGH, SAUNDERS. One thing B and I were kind of kicking around while they let Aaron Rodgers just kind of dangle out there, right? Who is like calling the shots for the Steelers? Is Tomlin in charge? Is it Khan in charge? Like, I mean, is ownership getting involved? Like, it does seem like a very different Pittsburgh offseason.
I mean, I don't think there's one person that's calling all the shots in Pittsburgh. It's not really how they do it. I think, Mike Tomlin, Omar Khan, and Art Rooney all have a significant say in certain and different aspects of the way things are going to go. Probably each of them have, and really Andy Weidel, who came over from the Eagles and was assistant general manager, he's been instrumental in their draft process as well. So you can kind of throw him in that boat too. I think they all kind of have their areas of expertise. And obviously, the buck stops at Art Rooney, but he's not the kind of owner that puts his finger on the scale very often. When he does, certainly people listen, but he's not Jerry Jones in there, negotiating contracts and things like that. I think it mostly comes down to the counterplay between Tomlin and Khan, and I think you've seen the influence of Omar Khan, a younger general manager, very in tune with the league. He negotiated the team's contracts for a long time, has a lot of good relationships with agents. And I think you're seeing a little bit of a different approach from the Steelers because of his influence.
All right. So I wanted to switch gears here because a lot of folks in Washington are very interested in TJ Watt. Schefter comes out and says a bunch of teams are calling about Watt. What have you heard? What is the latest? I mean, could Watt actually be moved? I mean, this is an all-time great player, but it seems like this contract thing's really at an impasse.
I don't think the Steelers have any interest in trading TJ Watt. I would assume that it would have to be a hilariously bad deal for the other team for them to even consider picking up the phone. Everything I've been told is that the Steelers have every intention to get a deal done. They're not far apart in terms of the total. There may be some arguments to be had about the length of the contract and how deep into the contract the guarantees go. I'm actually pretty sure that one is going to be a sticking point. But when the Steelers want to sign him, he wants to stay in Pittsburgh, and they're not that far apart on the money, in terms of like average per year. And it's July 1st. You figure they're going to get there between now and the start of the season.
Yeah.
So what is the money looking like? Like, is he wanting Garrett money? Like what? He's 30, right? But hasn't really shown much signs of, slowing down. What do you think the holdup is there?
Yeah, I would assume he wants Garrett money, and I don't think they're going to shy away from at least the average per year that Garrett got. Now, his guarantees go into the third season of his deal. That's something I don't think the Steelers have ever done before. I think they may have some hesitation about that aspect of, say, just like matching that contract. But I don't think $40 million a year is a problem for them. I asked Omar Khan that question right after Garrett signed, actually back at those owners' meetings right after Garrett signed. And I said, what do you make of a $40 million edge rusher? And he said, I was pretty sure the prices weren't ever going down. He was just very nonplussed by the idea of that being the market they were going to play in. So, I don't think that'll be a problem. The guarantees could be a sticking point, but I don't see it as being an obstacle they won't be able to overcome.
And then I'm curious if at all you've heard, like, I wonder if you try to delineate this too, the difference in like content engagement versus actual reporting. Have you heard Terry McLaurin rumors up there at all?
I mean, we have a large overlap between the Steelers and the Ohio State fan base.
Okay.
So, I mean, we hear a lot about Terry McLaurin. I don't know that I'm hearing it from – I don't think I've heard it from anyone in Pittsburgh with an NFL.com email address that thinks it's likely to happen. It's certainly something that a lot of the fan base would be clamoring for. Look, I'm not well versed in the negotiations there or what the holdup is, but that seems like it would be pretty crazy for Washington to want to move on from him. I don't personally think it's particularly likely. The Steelers definitely need a wide receiver, and they have been kicking the tires all around the league. It wouldn't surprise me if there's been at least a conversation, but I'm not. I don't have the story pre-written or anything like that.
I don't think you need to.
I don't think that's happening.
What happened there with Minka? Wasn't there some was Minka one of the dudes that didn't get along with Russ? Was there some discord there with Minka late last season?
I don't know that there was anything between Minka and Russ. I mean, they had some big problems with communication in the secondary last year. A lot of just guys freelancing, missed assignments, busted coverages. And I think there was just some mutual frustration from player to player and from the coaching staff to the players and back and forth, players to the coaching staff about why are we in this defense? Well, why are you doing it that way? Well, and I think I don't think it was anything other than just frustration. I don't think it ever boiled over to anything, but that was definitely a thing that happened over the course of last season that Fitzpatrick was a part of. And, I think you as a team would be a lot more willing to overlook that stuff if the end of the season doesn't go the way it does. But when you lose 5 straight games to end the season, you lose twice at your division rival, including one where you give up almost 300 yards on the ground, you don't feel bad about sending guys who've been good players for you and being cutthroat about it. I mean, Minka Fitzpatrick has 1 interception over the last 2 seasons. He's not living up to the contract that he had in Pittsburgh, even though he was a great player for the Steelers. So instead of kind of being the get-along gang, I think they were okay with saying, okay, this makes our team better, even if it hurts a little bit personally.
I cannot wait to watch Jalen Ramsey and Aaron Rodgers interact. That is two confident men right there. That's going to be very interesting.
Metcalf.
Yeah, jeez.
Training camp can have some fireworks.
I mean, Tomlin has juggled some serious crazies over the years. Is Tomlin the right guy to juggle all these egos that have now landed in Western Pennsylvania?
I can't really think of a coach better suited to deal with them. That doesn't mean that he's going to have nothing but successes, but he is very good at that. And I think one of his sayings that gets overlooked sometimes is I treat people fairly, not equally.
Yep.
And I think that's like in the NFL, that's one of the most important distinctions for a coach to make. Is that like if you're just talking about stuff and then you're expecting it to apply to your star quarterback the same way it applies to your practice squad special teams linebacker, like that's just not real life. And I think he's really good about putting real life first and saying, hey, this guy did this before he got here, made this, makes this. We're committed to him for the future for this. So, yeah, things are a little bit different for him than they are for you. You got to figure that out. And I think coaches that kind of refuse to acknowledge that are stuck in some ways. And I think he's really good at that.
All right.
Yeah, I agree with that one for sure. Talking with our friend Alan Saunders here. You can give him a follow at @Saunders_PGH. Covers the Steelers via the Rude Guest Hotline. So knowing what that division is like with the Ravens and the Bengals, Lord knows what the Browns are, but how do you think the Steelers stack up in trying to just get back to winning the AFC North?
Well, they got to find an answer at quarterback that stacks up with what the Bengals and the Ravens have, and I think that starts with next year's draft. It's in Pittsburgh. They've got 5 extra picks already, and I don't think it's crazy to think they could find their way into a couple more. So I expect a big trade up, big move at the quarterback position that looks like a deep class. And really, like it's just this team, the one was put together. You add Ramsey, you add Metcalf, you add Rodgers. Like in a different scenario, I think there could be some more optimism. You put this team in the NFC South,
sure,
and I think, they could do something. But I mean, they did all this to have the third best team in the AFC North on paper. The only way to catch up to the other two teams is to be operating the same circle of quarterback, and that starts taking a big swing in the draft.
Last one from me, B. I don't know if you got anything else for Alan. How do we think Arthur Smith, the Steelers offense coordinator, and Aaron Rodgers are gonna coexist and get along?
Well, I don't really think Arthur Smith has much choice but to make this work. I think the relationship between him and Russell Wilson deteriorating, I think, is a big reason that Russell Wilson didn't come back. So if you say, I don't want that one, you better find a way to coach the one you get, the GM gets you instead. Arthur Smith is a good offensive coordinator. He's not so good or so irreplaceable that he can just sit there and say, no, I don't want this one either until you find me the one I want. Aaron Rodgers physically looks like he can still do the job. So we'll see if Arthur Smith is able to make the most out of him. I think the relationship is definitely going to have some heated moments, but I also think Aaron Rodgers is one of those people that is okay being coached hard too. I think there are some people that let those things like fester and become personal. And certainly he has some of that in his history, but also he comes from like Mike McCarthy, who's just like a no nonsense guy who's going to tell you like it is. And I see a lot of parallels between him and Arthur Smith. So I don't see why they can't get along. And I think there's a lot of pressure on Arthur Smith to make it work.
I think there's a lot of pressure on Arthur Smith to make it work.
The thing I'm concerned about right here, Aaron Rodgers basically saying this is his last year. You can't give him too much power for just 1 year, man. That could screw up a whole franchise for a long time.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he came to Pittsburgh looking for that. In fact, I kind of think he came to Pittsburgh specifically not looking for that. You know, he went to the Jets as the savior, the guy who was going to turn it all around and getting them back to the glory days. And they treated him as such. And now he comes to Pittsburgh, a team that's been pretty good with not a whole lot at the quarterback position. He doesn't have to be great. He doesn't have to be an MVP player again for the Steelers to have a pretty good season. He can just come be himself and fit within a team concept. I think that's the thing. When he talked about in his first press conference in Pittsburgh, this was a decision I made from my soul. I think that's the thing that he feels like he was missing. In Green Bay, he was MVP. He was one of the best players in the NFL, but he was also part of a bigger thing that he was happy to be a part of that was bigger than him. And I feel like he was missing that. And so I don't think he's coming to Pittsburgh looking to have the influence he had with the Jets. I think he's very happy to come to Pittsburgh and be a soldier.
Well, I think the Jets are also a terrible franchise, and Pittsburgh's a really good one, and those things will make an impact too. Alan, thank you for the time, brother. I know you're busy up there. Keep killing it. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you, man.
All right, that's our boy Alan Saunders from Pittsburgh, covers the Steelers. Been busy up there, man.
We're going to see, bro.
Yeah, dude. Apparently, it's not busy for the DC Council. They just need more time. Let's hear from the mayor and kind of get up to speed on RFK Stadium when we return.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. NBA free agency news today. Center Miles Turner leaving Indiana, signing with Milwaukee, 4 years, 107 for him. The Bucks are waiving Damian Lillard as well. And the big deal getting done, league MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander gets 4 years, $285 million bucks. Supermax extension with the world champion Oklahoma City Thunder, $71.25 million per season, the largest average salary in NBA history. Hockey, the Caps got a jump on free agency earlier today. They re-signed Martin Farivari, 7-year deal worth $6 million per season. Nats are back home this week after the West Coast swing. They had Monday off and will welcome the AL Central leading Detroit Tigers in town tonight, 6:45. First pitch for the Nats here on 106.7 The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
That's a tough edit right there. They don't play my hit. I don't give up. We got problems, B.
Uh-huh.
You and I have been vocal advocates to rebuild RFK Stadium.
Yep.
I think you and I view it through a similar prism in that it's an opportunity to completely change a part of the city and restore something that was incredible and make it big and awesome and a real benefit to all parties from Laurel to Fredericksburg, honestly. Suppose not everybody sees it that way. And, folks are entitled to their opinion. Throughout this process, I think you and I have tried to maintain a calm confidence. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
So Mayor Bowser was on with Sheehan, and I don't know how calm or confident she is at this point. Jeff, you want to play this and we can kind of come back and see what the hell's going on here?
All right, last one, and this is sort of, the way I do things on radio. Level of concern. 5, you're really concerned about this deal getting done. 0, you've got 0 concern. Our football team's going to be playing in a brand new stadium on the RFK site by the year 2030. Where are you today?
That's a good question. Listen, I'm concerned right now that everybody buckle down and get to work. I believe I'm not concerned about our deal. Our deal is solid. It pays off for DC. And at the end of the day, I think everybody wants the same thing. So I would put my level of concern because, when you're a big city mayor, you're concerned about everything. I'll put it at a 4.
Okay. Well, that's one away from very concerned, but we'll leave it at that.
All right. She said 4 out of 5.
Yeah.
But the commentary surrounding it didn't sound that concerned. Is that?
Yeah, the giggle at the end doesn't tell me that she's really concerned. Maybe not happening on the time limit that they have put out there, July 15th. But I think overall she thinks it's going to happen.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think she might also want to seem more concerned to maybe turn the pressure up because, Mayor Bowser faces a ton of scrutiny on all this stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
The council gets to duck a lot of it. Like the mayor's the forward-facing person. Like when average people talk about this, they're not bringing up Chairman Mendelson all that often. And he seems to be the real the guy pulling all the levers and like the actual machinations of government appears to me that he controls them when we take up this bill, when we take up this discussion. And honestly, my read when we had Seagraves on last week, what he pointed out is that Mendelson is keeping the financial policy in place. Like the DC Council is going to vote on the actual like bond structure to get the money to build RFK. They just want more time to examine the deal.
Yeah.
And for me, just as a outside observer that, knows some things about what's going on, but I'm not a lawyer or a councilman member. I don't know how it's been a long time since civics class, I'll say. Yeah. But if you're going to leave the money structure in there, but you want to create more time so everybody can presumably read the bill, or you can grandstand, perhaps if you wanted to look at this with a cynical eye, you could grandstand a little bit and say, I don't know. And you could hold rallies and more hearings and allow, there is opposition. I understand there's opposition to this, and you can allow the opposition to feel more heard. But like, if the money part of this gets passed, the rest of it is kind of just window dressing.
Yeah. And so I've seen it like that too. And I just, it's hard for me to really be concerned when I see the game being played. To say he never came out and said no. He said, I just need more time. Okay. And there are other people who probably are hiding behind him. But there are others who also don't want to offend him. And I think in the long run, the stuff we talked about with Seagraves, I still think that's a hell of a play. And I think that based off of how that thing came out, they understand that. They know in the long run, in the end, it's going to happen. But you can always go down saying, well, I tried to stop it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, dude, I think there's so much of that. So I want to give credit. Obviously, the mayor has the mayor's all in. She has put her money on the table and said, I want this done. And then council members McDuffie, Bonds, Pinto, and Felder have said, yes, I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll even give credit to Councilwoman Nadeau. I hope I'm saying that right. She at least has been clear. I'm a no. I'm not doing this.
Mm-hmm.
She's not politicking. She took a stance, and while I disagree, I applaud her for taking her stance, right? She feels like she's doing what's best for her constituents. Everybody else, you got 7 people. And the Washington Post put them into 4 columns. There's the 4 yeses and the 1 no, and everybody else is in the middle, somewhere between undecided and no unless. Undecided means, hey, I'm gonna stand here and get some airtime on this topic, to me.
Mm-hmm.
And no unless means I'm going to horse trade a little bit. I'm going to try to get a little bit more stuff from my ward, and then I'm going to vote yes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the people in the middle. What they're doing is politics. I understand that. Like, I'm not knocking the hustle here, but like, all they want to be able to do is say, oh, we fought harder to get this in. Or if this thing goes sideways, they don't want to be out in front saying I supported it or I didn't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's the man in the arena. To council members McDuffie, Bonds, Pinto, and Felder, I applaud you for taking a stance. For even the councilwoman Nadeau, I don't agree with you, but I applaud you for taking a real stance.
Yeah.
Do you think all the undecideds are really that undecided and really just need more time? Or do you think they're just mucking this thing up?
I think mucking. I think they're mucking it up. That's what they do, man. It's amazing how you can get all these different people from all these different backgrounds, but when you get into these type of situations, they all do the same crap. They play games.
Totally. Like, is this to make your future mayoral campaign look better, or have you really not had the time to read the bill? There's also, I mean, to the council's side of this, the mayor was also very late in getting the proposal to them. Apparently, I feel like all these deadlines are just arbitrary, but apparently there was a deadline to get the budget sent over that she went way past. And so a lot of this, I think, is just tit for tat, pound of flesh. You took too long, so we're going to delay this. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't let the mayor off the hook for taking too long. But if I had to guess, the mayor and the Commanders were working through a $4 billion deal. Might take some time.
Uh-huh.
I'm hard pressed to think they're going to get a better deal with more money coming in.
I don't think so.
Like, I just, dude.
See, this is the thing where I get to this point. So you have someone who's here who's willing to do some work, but everybody else start talking about what's going to happen. But guess what? There's nobody else trying to do the damn work there. Nobody else is trying to build there. It's been sitting there forever, been an eyesore, and nobody's doing anything. But when you got somebody that want to do it, oh, we don't want to do that, but you don't have nobody else to do it. So you don't have an answer, and you don't have a solution, then I damn sure don't want to hear what you have to say at this point.
Correct. If one of the council members that was in the middle, Mr. Fruman, okay, if Mr. Fruman's like, yeah, I'm not sure because I'm working on this deal with American University to build a new hospital, and there's going to be AU Hospital and AU Med School on the RFK campus. Like, all right, you got something else that you're trying to do. And that would bring money and jobs and all sorts of stuff. It wouldn't be what I'd advocate for, but at least that's a real idea, not just like, we got to wait a little bit. I wanted to point this out. Mark Seagraves tweeted this out yesterday. So when all of a sudden it seemed like the green light was on for RFK, at least getting the land back from the feds. If you remember, it was Congressman James Comer that was a very unlikely supporter, right? I think he's from Kentucky. He's a Republican from Kentucky, if I have that right. Yeah. Republican from Kentucky. But apparently, and to her credit, he and Mayor Bowser struck up a friendship because I believe they both believe on some level in a bipartisan, like, we do have to be tough on crime. I think that's how they started a friendship, right? Congressman Comer was one of the huge forces in getting the land back to the city to ideally develop RFK Stadium. Mark Seagraves said there was a statement. Congressman Comer is the chairman of the Oversight Committee. The statement reads, Chairman Comer remains a strong supporter of the RFK Stadium legislation, which will unlock the district's full economic potential, create meaningful new jobs, and enhance the beauty of our nation's capital. He looks forward to having a conversation with D.C. Council Chairman Mendelson regarding this once-in-a-generation opportunity in the near future. What do you hear, B?
I hear what I've been saying the whole time. When 100 people decide to all agree upon something, they're not telling you what they think should happen. They're telling you what they want to happen. Final. That's all I have to say.
I think
it's going to take, listen, I just hope that, and Josh he has the right to say one finger salute to all of them if they don't come around quick enough for him based off what he has his mind set for. But ultimately, if he were to walk away, cool. But I believe this thing is going to get done, and it's going to get done a lot quicker than what they're trying to tell us.
Here's what's going to get done real quick. We're giving away Adam Sandler tickets next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here, Commanders fan. I'm ready to take the excitement global. So join me and True Fan Travel this November for the ultimate fan getaway as Washington takes over Spain. Complete with game tickets, all-inclusive tailgate parties, 5 nights at the Westin Madrid Cusco, and curated local events across Madrid. Spots are limited, so head to truefantravel.com and lock in your seat. True Fan Travel, they handle everything and you make the memories. Be part of history for the first NFL game in Madrid. That's truefantravel.com. I hope to see you there in Spain.
106.7 The Fan. The music cut out very suddenly there. Jeff, you all right? I thought my connect went down.
My whole thing is, Jeff sometimes loses his mind and he can't keep what he's supposed to be doing under control. He just started hitting buttons and cut off the whole damn show.
Now, I moved my hand and it hit the button when I.
As I said, he was doing the thing and he just cut off the whole show.
We on air though.
So we have Adam Sandler tickets. We're going to give them away at some point. Should be fun. Should be cool. Is there a read, Jeff?
You don't know.
You know they didn't send it to me. They sent it to Mullen, so I'm trying to get it right now.
All right, so
we're been on the show for 2 hours and 50 minutes now.
We're gonna give these tickets away at some point.
Yet.
Actually, I got it. Caller number 9 right now. Congratulations, you win a pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler. You're My Best Friend tour, Saturday, September 27th at Capital One Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. That'd be fun. I like Adam Sandler. You like Adam Sandler, B?
Yeah.
What's your favorite? Have you stayed awake for an entire Adam Sandler movie?
No.
Waterboy?
I did see I did see the whole Waterboy.
Vicky Valancourt.
Yeah, I saw the whole Waterboy.
All right, great.
Yeah.
We are not in town Saturday, September 27th, so I will not be
going. I will not be going to check out Adam Sandler.
Would you go if you were in town?
No.
Why not?
Because I probably use my time for some other stuff. If I really want to do this, go sit down and watch a guy who I've seen in enough movies already.
I did want to share awesome news that I just saw. This is via The Athletic. After being forced to miss the final 2 months of last year due to a cancer diagnosis, ESPN expects Hall of Fame wide receiver Randy Moss to return to a full-time role on Sunday NFL.
All right, my dog.
I love that. I love Randy. Them cats be running like Randy Moss. I did, B and I just talked about Mayor Bowser's comments with Kevin about her concern over the deal getting done and maybe it gets delayed. At a certain point, I do think at what point do you think fans won't be mad at Harris if he starts talking to Wes Moore again?
Well, I think, listen, at this point now, the fans there are going to be some fans going to be mad no matter what happens, okay? Some people are going to be mad if they put it there. Some people are going to be mad if he were to go somewhere else. Those people are going to be how they are. But they have to understand, when you're not spending money, you don't really have a right. So I don't think Adam is concerned about if they're going to be mad or not, because a businessman going to go do what he needs to do and move forward with the mindset he has. And I think until he decides to say, okay, well, you all don't want to do it, I'll start talking about now back out. Those people that's playing these games right now still will have the opportunity to play the games. But when that thing changes a little bit, then they all of a sudden want to figure some stuff out.
I'm an apolitical person. I'm not getting political here, but I do not think the D.C. Council wants the White House to get involved on this.
They don't.
I think they would rather avoid that. And I think that, I don't want to say threat, but at least the specter of that becoming a factor is real.
Mm-hmm.
Seagraves mentioned it. Mendelson said he's aware of it. Like that's real. Yeah. Now you've got Chairman Comer, who is a congressman, a long-standing congressman, chairman of the House Oversight Committee. You got him saying he wants to talk to Mendelson. I feel like that's, like in olden days when the armies would go to battle, they would fire like a warning shot to like announce that battle's about to start.
Yeah.
That feels like a little bit of a warning shot.
Basically, listen, man. Here we go. Did you all not read the paper that we gave y'all? I just pull it up. Read what's behind number 1. And you really think that we gave you that and putting that as number 1 if we don't want that to be there?
Right.
That's basically how it goes. But we think, well, you don't have to write the thing. We'll just we'll resend everything we said. And they have the right to do that. Changing your mind is something that you could do, and it happens a lot in politics, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did real quick, Jeff. You said you had Coach Prime on the line. I was curious, what Coach Prime makes of the current situation with RFK Stadium and the DC Council and Mayor Bowser. If you could pot him up.
Coach Prime said the Commander's going to be playing in D.C. See, I had a lot of times playing in D.C., and that arena was like nothing else. So the Commanders, they got to go back because they was the Redskins in my time. They got to go back to D.C.
Jeff, do we also have Mike Tyson on the line weighing in on the RFK situation?
Man, Mike Tyson said, we going to go back to RFK, and if he got to come and fight any of them council members, he will. They don't want to get in the ring with Tyson. I'm the champ.
And lastly, I
What
know
he gonna do is come back and fight Jeff.
I believe he was on the show yesterday. I don't know if you guys asked Fred Smoot about.
Yeah, the mouth of the South is here, boy. We going back to RFK. Now my time in Washington, we was at FedEx, but we definitely going back to RFK.
There you have it, folks. Coach Prime, Mike Tyson, and the Mouth of the South, Fred Smoot, all say RFK is a go. Nothing to worry about. Checking in on the Nats. They've got the best team in the American League coming to town tonight. 3 games against the Detroit Tigers, man. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. You heard B mention JP talk about the still pending RFK Stadium deal. Members of the city council had dinner last night, a meeting with Commanders officials in Georgetown to discuss that new RFK Stadium deal. Still needs budget approval, needs to be done before the council recess on July 15th. Mayor Bowser told Kevin Sheehan today in the Team 980 she hopes they don't let this deal get away.
Sometimes in life, windows of opportunity open. And those people and those organizations who are successful figure out a way to get through the window, because you never know when it's going to close. You never know how fast it's going to close.
Certainly lots of deals getting done in other sports. NBA free agency, big contract signed today. League MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander gets 4 years, $285 million supermax extension with the world champion Oklahoma City Thunder, $71.25 million per season, the largest average salary in NBA history. Hockey free agency is underway. Caps earlier today re-signed one of their own, Martin Farivari, gets 7 years, $6 million per season. Baseball, the Nats are back at it tonight, home against the AL Central leading Tigers. 6:45 first pitch for the Nats tonight here on 106.7 The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Yeah. Feeling this MJ. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Nats had a day off yesterday, getting back out there tonight, back at home, welcoming in one of the best teams in baseball in the Detroit Tigers. Helping us break it all down is our friend Bobby Blanco from Masson Sports. Bobby joins us via the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Bobby at Bobby_Blanco. Roberto, what up, man? How you doing?
What's going on, guys? How you guys doing?
We're good, dude. Detroit's no joke. This is a tough homestand coming up. The Nats will not face Skubal, right?
Right. That does not seem he'll be lined up to pitch. I believe he pitched Sunday, so he's not lined up to face them in DC. So they dodged the bullet there for sure.
I don't know. Detroit is 21 games over 500. The Tigers are 53-32. The Nats, unfortunately, are 35-49. Dude, the Nats are now in last place in the NL East. They've moved behind the Marlins. Where are we at, dude? Get us up to speed in Natstown.
Yeah, I mean, obviously things took a turn for the worse during that 11-game losing streak. In June they had a really bad June. I think they've only won like 7 or 8 total games in the month. That losing streak doesn't help. Obviously, they salvaged somewhat of this West Coast road trip by taking 2 of 3 from the Angels. So they end up going 4-5 against the Dodgers, Padres, and Angels, which, like, on the face of it, like, you wouldn't think is that bad, but there were a couple of those Dodgers games you feel like they were in. They could have won. Definitely those Padres game. That last game, they only won 1-0 with Mackenzie Gore on the mound, and he was pitching really well. Couldn't get any run support. So some missed opportunities there for sure. You would have liked – they had a chance to come out of that road trip, a couple games above 500 over those 9 games, and that could have helped that overall record. But weren't able to pull it off. But like I said, they are coming off a little bit of a high. They won 2 of 3 in Anaheim. They had a really good comeback on Sunday and won an extra inning. James Wood getting intentionally walked 4 times was crazy, but they got the W. And after a day off, resting up, hopefully they can put up their best stuff against the Tigers, who are one of the best teams in the majors, if not the best. I feel like the Nats have been able to at times,
step up their game when they do play tough opponents. They did so against the Dodgers earlier in the year at Nats Park. So let's see if they can do it again against the Tigers this week, and then also the Red Sox over the weekend.
Is it like the stuff that went down with the manager? Is that all behind them now? Or are people still affected by it?
Talking about Davey, asking for people calling for his job?
No, when Davey said it's never on the coaches.
Oh, yeah. I think that's kind of blown over. I mean, the losing streak ending obviously helped there. I didn't really get a sense that was a major issue in the clubhouse. I know some players weren't thrilled about what he said, but I think that the Nationals, Davey included, and Mike Rizzo, clarified what he meant. It was a moment of frustration for him. He didn't mean it, which was rare. We never really see that from Davey, but when you're losing as much as you have, it can be frustrating. But I get a sense that that's well in the past right now. No one in the clubhouse is really thinking about it or talking about it too much, so they may have put that behind them.
Dude, what is going on? So Gore pitches Wednesday afternoon in San Diego and throws a gem, and they can't get a single hit. And then Friday night, they drop 15 on the Angels. Like, what is it? It seems like specifically the bats go cold every time Gore's on the bump.
Yeah, it's just one of those weird things, and that's why you can't put a lot of stock into pitcher records. I mean, I think he's only like 3-9 this year, but he leads the majors in strikeouts. He's got one of the best ERAs for a starting pitcher in the National League. Should be an all-star, and he pitched really well against a really tough lineup, and came out as a loser, which is not necessarily fair. And I think back to those years. I think there was one year when Max was here, and I think it was one of his Cy Young years. He only won like 11 games. And you're thinking, how are you winning a Cy Young when you only won 11 games? Well, he had an ERA under 3. He had a WHIP under barely around 1,000. He struck out, almost 250. So Jacob deGrom did the same thing with the Mets. I think the 1 year he won a Cy Young, he only won like 7 games. But his other metrics were just unbelievable. And so you can't put too much stock in starting pitching. I know it's frustrating for McKenzie. But I think for the rest of the team, too, I think the bats know that they can't put up that kind of effort when their best pitcher's on the mound because he gives them a chance to win every 5 days.
I did want to ask a little All-Star game talk. I saw, is today 1 year since they called up James Wood?
Yes, yesterday, 1 year ago, he made his debut on July 1st last year at Nationals Park.
That's crazy.
Right.
I mean,
against the Mets.
What do you think is like the most impressive part of covering James Wood now for a year?
That's a great question. I think for me, just being around him on a daily basis is that, and I've said this to a couple people too, like I don't get, his stardom is just on an unreal trajectory right now. Like it's just shooting up. Like even if he's not elected to this All-Star game, the league is going to find a way to put him there. Like they just have to. He is one of their budding stars. But for James, he's just the same dude every single day. And like, I know that's cliche to say, but JP and B-Mitch, I feel like you probably feel the same way about like Jaden Daniels when you cover the Commanders.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's just like, he's this guy that is now becoming the face of this franchise, this league, but he is just the same laid back dude every single day. I mean, I know it's tough for him on the road because especially like places like LA, New York, you get a lot of that market media coming to talk to you. Of course, a lot of people in San Diego wanted to talk to him and CJ coming over from the trade. But he's just like that same kind of laid back dude, just chilling, going about his business, hanging out with his teammates. You know, he's chilling at his locker. You don't have to go up and talk to him for an interview. You can just go chat about whatever's going on. And him and I being local dudes is kind of fun to talk about what's going on locally. He obviously started his high school career at St. John's. I went to Gonzaga, so he's got that little rivalry back and forth. But wow. I think it's been like just very impressive how the stardom has not really faced him at all, and he continues to just do his thing, getting intentionally walked 4 times on Sunday. The first player to do that since Barry Bonds in 2004. And he's just like shrugging it off and like, all right, I'm just gonna go run the bases and score and help my team win. So he's the same man. He's the same guy every single day, which is really impressive.
Have you allowed yourself any time to look at him and what he's doing and look at some guys who come before him and say, you know what, he's on this trajectory?
Yeah, because so I think over the weekend, it might have been Sunday exactly, but he
played his 162nd game. So that's the equivalent of a full major league season. And he hit the exact same amount of home runs that Bryce Harper and Juan Soto did over their first 162 Internationals uniform. And those two guys are superstars. And those two guys are MVP caliber players. Bryce has won 2 MVPs. Those two guys, Juan has a World Series ring, and look at the money that they command. Like, those guys are faces of this sport, and James Wood has done just as well as them, and in some cases better than them, over his first 162 games in a Nationals uniform. So it's very easy to make those side-by-side comparisons to some of the 2 best Nationals players we've ever seen, while he's still, 22 years old and only in his not even second full season, because he only made his debut a year ago. So this is really his first full year in the majors, which is just crazy.
Definitely crazy. Talking with our friend Bobby Blanco here from Masson Sports via the Rude Guest Hotline. Bobby, I saw there's some minor league news for Nats minor leaguers getting into the futures game. Get us up to speed on the 2 guys that got named there and kind of what their future is.
Yeah, so the main guy is Travis Sikora, who I actually just interviewed for our podcast at Masson District Chat. You can catch that wherever you get your pods. He was great, but he's their top prospect. He's a top prospect in all of baseball. He's been one of the fastest rising prospects over the past year plus that we've seen in the sport. He just got promoted last week to AA Harrisburg. He's only 20. He just turned 21 years old. He was drafted in the 3rd round the same year of Dylan Cruz out of high school, and he was one of the top prep arms in that draft. Definitely out of the state of Texas. They signed him away from his commitment to Texas, and he has just been completely dominant. So he was one that got elected to the futures game. He had a so-so debut at AA on Sunday, but some of the underlying numbers look better. He struck out 6. He walked 5, which he was not happy about. He definitely has some Max Scherzer vibes on his start days. He's just a very intense guy and laser focused, but he's very cool and easy to talk to, when he's not focusing in on his starts. And then Marquise Grissom Jr. is the other pitcher. He's a reliever at Rochester. He split time between Harrisburg and Rochester this year. He's just a good story for this franchise because, looking back, like the futures game, everyone gets a couple of prospects in, and for the longest time now, the Nationals have been a lot of outfielders, infielders. Brady House last year. This team used to be stacked with pitching prospects, and they haven't been in recent years. So these are the 2 pitchers that are going to pitch in this game, hopefully, since Kate Cavalli did in 21. So that's a good sign for this farm system that they're getting some good pitcher recognition across the country.
I assume, is that Marquise Grissom that used to play for the Braves? Is that his son?
Yes, and I think his dad is actually going to be coaching the other team that he's going to be pitching against, which is pretty cool.
That's crazy. What is the timeline for those guys, like big leagues wise?
So Grissom he's like I said, he's already at AAA. He's been pitching mostly as a reliever. So that TBD, his numbers aren't great. 4.70 ERA, whip over 1,500. Doesn't strike out a whole bunch, but he's extra. I guess arms you have, depth you have at the minor league level at AAA if you absolutely need it. But Sikora, I know they're promoting this guy quickly. He only made 6 starts at high A before getting bumped up to AA this year. So they're not afraid to promote him, but this guy is going to be like the next, big piece of this rotation. They are looking forward to him being like the number 2 starter behind Mackenzie Gore for years to come. I mean, he's that good. So you're probably not going to see him at the major leagues this year. He'll maybe get up to AAA, but
coming out of spring next year.
Probably, I would imagine he would at least get a spring invite next year. And depending on how he does, if he gets promoted to Rochester, the thing is, he's not one of those guys that they're going to bring up in September as a call-up to pitch out of the bullpen just to see what he's got. They're going to keep him as a starter. Very unlike Yaron Susana and Brad Lord, where they've been starters, but they could project better as relievers. No, Travis Sikora is going to be a starter. He's going to be a part of this rotation. So, yeah, I would look forward to hopefully seeing him at AAA by the end of this season, and come next spring, he'll get an invitation to big league camp and see what he can do and maybe crack the opening day roster. That would be a stretch, I think, because he's still very young. But he has that good stuff that he could force the issue if he gets gets there.
What's the issue, brother?
So we're talking about, two prospects for the Nats in the futures game, but there's also so much talk about drafting and developing being subpar for the Nats for some time. And obviously they killed the Soto trade. I don't know who I was talking to last night, but last night somebody was yelling at me about the Scherzer trade and the Turner trade. They didn't get enough for those guys. What do you make of where the system is for the Nats?
It's a great question. It's a question that, I probably wish we had more time to delve deeper into, but, I think they've done really well with trades. The Soto trade obviously being the big one. Having CJ, McKenzie, James, and at one point Robert Hassel all in the same major league field at one time is a huge win. And no matter what happens with Hassel or Susana at this point, that trade was a win for this team. So they knocked that out of the park right there. The Scherzer deal you can nitpick, but at the time I think everyone agreed that it was a pretty solid deal for the Nationals. They have had some good draft stories, like Dalen Lyle, now still at the major league level, was I think a second round pick that he's now playing at the major leagues. They've turned Cole Henry and Jackson Rutledge into reliable relief pitchers, even though they were second round and first round pick respectively. But I know a lot's been made of the development. They've got the opportunity to add more to this farm system. They have the number one pick in a couple, not this weekend, but next weekend in the draft. They can add a top prospect right there. Brady House was a former first round pick. He's at the major league level playing well. So, I think you can nitpick pretty much any farm system except for a few handfuls who are either really good or really bad. But I do think that the Nationals do have some good stories on their farm right now that are making progress. Travis Sakura, we just talked about being one of them. I know he's not at the major league level yet, but he, like I said, he is one of the top and fastest rising prospects in all of the sports. So that's a good sign for this team right now. They really have to nail that pick, the number one overall pick in the coming weeks, coming days, to add another top prospect. But we'll see. So I don't necessarily see it as bad as everybody else does. But that's in large part because a lot of their top guys have graduated. James Woods at the major league level, Mackenzie Gorge, C.J. Abrams, Dylan Cruz when he's healthy will be back up there. So I think that's not a bad thing when you have a lot of your top young prospects already at the majors.
What is the Cruz injury timeline? When's he back?
So he was able to travel with the team on that West Coast trip, start taking some light swings. That's a good sign. I'm sure we'll get an update tonight from Davey after the off day now that they're back at home. The next step for him will be taking full swings and do full baseball activity and then probably ramp up towards a couple of rehab games before getting back in the lineup at the major league level. So, obliques are tough. It's unfortunate, but the good news was that he was able to take some light swings over this road trip. So the next step will be full swings and then more baseball activity. Hopefully, right after the All-Star break, I think will be an ideal situation for him to come back.
Let's hope when he comes back, he's hitting well.
Hitting well would be great.
Last thing, the number one pick's coming, right? Who do you think it's going to be?
For a long time, I thought it was going to be Ethan Holiday. I thought he was pretty much, no one's really a sure thing, but pretty much as close to a sure thing. You don't really draft to fill a hole in baseball draft or down the line, but he would fill a hole at either corner outfield spot, particularly first base if they decide to move over there. He's a more natural power hitter like his dad, unlike his brother Jackson with the Orioles. But, some of those college pitchers, man, had really good showings in the College World Series. Kid Anderson being one of them, the lefty from LSU. The question's going to be for Mike Rizzo and his scouting department is, what do they value more? A guy with, sure potential and a high ceiling that may take a longer time to get to the majors, or a guy that can get to the majors quickly and kind of line up with their timeline of hoping to compete within the next year or two?
It's going to be interesting. I think you take the pitcher, dude, but I don't know. We'll find out. Power hitter would be great. They could use one to protect Wood and get a lot better.
Yep.
Bobby, thank you for the time, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, guys, anytime. Appreciate it. Have a good 4th of July weekend.
You do the same,
You do the same, man. You do the same. That's our boy Bobby Blanco, Nats insider for Masson Sports. You can read his work, massonsports.com. Check out his podcast. Give him a follow at Bobby_Blanco. Of course, joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. If it ain't rude, it ain't right. When we return, let's talk about Terry McLaurin.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Start with NBA free agency. The big deal that gets done today. League MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander gets paid 4 years, $285 million, supermax extension for him in Oklahoma City, $71.25 million per season, the largest average in NBA history. Also today, center Miles Turner leaving Indiana, signs in Milwaukee, 4 years, $107 million. The Bucks are also waiving Damian Lillard. Hockey free agency underway. Caps earlier today re-signed Martin Farivari, 7 years, $42 million for him. Baseball, the Nats are back home this week. The AL Central leading Tigers in town tonight. First of that series gets underway at 6:45 p.m. That's the first pitch here on the Fan. Tennis, Grand Slam action at Wimbledon. Upset already today. American number 3 seed Jessica Pegula beaten in straight sets. Her earliest exit in a major since 2020. Men's top seed Jannik Sinner won easily today. French Open champ Coco Gauff about to get her opening round match underway. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch at Finley, 1067 The Fan. All right. Brian and I have talked about this. There's a big difference between content and reports, right?
Yeah.
And we've said, kind of repeatedly that, when Schefter says something or we hear something with some definition to it,
yeah,
regarding the Terry McLaurin contract, that we're here to listen. And so Schefter spoke yesterday, I believe, on Pat McAfee's show. So let's hear from Shefty on kind of what this situation is and maybe what it isn't.
That's a tough one. I know there's no update, which is the update. And that's the problem. The problem is with this particular situation, I think Terry McLaurin is going to argue that we've seen other wide receivers who his numbers are comparable to, like Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and DK Metcalf, get paid over $30 million a year this offseason. And I think the Commanders then can say yes, but Mike Evans, who also has had comparable numbers, is at $24 million. So there really is quite a difference and a gap between what both sides would want. They have not made any progress. I would think that we'll see if there are any teams that decide to come snooping around Terry McLaurin to see if they could try to pry loose Terry McLaurin, who, by the way, I cannot envision the Commanders moving on from, no matter how disgruntled he may be. Again, it's sort of like TJ Watt. You can't imagine that these two sides, as far apart as they are today, wouldn't be able to somehow find a way to bridge their differences and figure out a solution. But today, McLaurin and the Commanders are not close. Watt and the Steelers are not close. And those will be two of the storylines that we are tracking as we get ready for training camp.
Couple great players. We'd love to see them play for the Indianapolis Colts at quite a discounted rate. And welcome them to our city.
Pat, every team in the league would love to see Terry McLaurin or TJ Watt playing in their city.
All right, B.
Yeah.
You try to dissect what Schefter's saying. And to me,
I think there he's not saying much. I think he wanted to fill a segment and he didn't have much information, so he talked through it. Normally, he gives you points, people he's talked to, things that were said. Right there, it was all speculation.
I agree with that. One. The two things that stand out to me, They want to keep him. There's no way they let him go, just like Pittsburgh with Watt.
Mm-hmm.
And 2, they're kind of far apart on a deal.
Mm-hmm.
I believe both of those things. I think you could almost hear, I'm not speaking for anybody, right? But when you hear Schefter say, Terry believes this thing should be in the Jamar Chase T. Higgins category, that's obviously the agent talking. I love Terry McLaurin. I don't think we're making any comparisons to Jamar Chase, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's a reason that dude is paid at the level he's paid at and deserves
And
it.
remember, he's young as hell, too, so they got more
Right.
years. So.
I mean, that's a rookie deal.
Yeah.
I mean, that's his first extension. Terry's already gotten one. Now, when you hear Schefter then make the Mike Evans comp, if I had to guess, that's coming from the Commander's side of town. Now, Mike Evans is going to be 32 this fall. Terry's 29 right now. Terry doesn't turn 30 even until probably week 2. His birthday's after mine. Mike Evans has been really good for a long time, but it probably wouldn't get paid top dollar anymore because he's about to be 34. Specifically at the receiver positions, I think shocker, it's about money. Everything's about money, right? I think I thought it was pretty interesting. Schefter did not mention DK Metcalf there with all the comps he kind of threw out. But I circled back to him saying they don't want to move him. They want to get this done. I think that's the overriding message. I think doesn't mean there won't be some frustrations along the way in getting it done.
I thought he did mention Metcalf, though.
Can you play it one more time?
I think he mentioned 3 people.
I thought he said.
And then he mentioned Mike Evans.
Play it one more
That's
time.
a tough one. I know there is there's no update, which is the update. And that's the problem. The problem is with this particular situation, I think Terry McLaurin is going to argue that we've seen other wide receivers who his numbers are comparable to, like Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and DK Metcalf, get paid over $30 million a year this offseason. And I think the Commanders then can say yes, but Mike Evans, who also has had comparable numbers, is at $24 million.
Okay. Sorry, I was kind of blown away by the Chase part of that. Where do you think this thing is, B?
I don't think anybody has talked to him in a sense and said something. I think this is one that I can say, okay, I saw these new deals. So you would speculate that he had a 15 touchdown game season last year. So he was asked for the top stuff. But then this guy here who's been good for 10 straight years over 1,000 yards than Mike Evans, he's still sitting at 20-something, $24 million. I think those are things that you can just speculate. But I believe, like you had stated a few weeks ago, it's about what's going to happen in that third year of this deal. That's probably the holdup.
Yep.
How much of that money is going to be
guarantees.
guaranteed in that third year instead of just trying to have me hanging out like I'm hanging out right now to have to deal with the same situation again.
And I think it could be even more tertiary than that. Like it could be so granular that it's like, all right, what is guaranteed the day he signs this versus what is a guarantee on the third day of the new league year in 2027? Because technically both of those are fully guaranteed, but only one of them am I getting the money right now.
Yeah.
I did want to ask Jeff. So Jeff, we got a Schefter report, and you were a little nervous last week, and your stance is warranted. You're like, until it's done, I'm going to be a little nervous. Are you more nervous, less nervous, the same nervous? How you feeling?
I'm still the same nervous. The only reason why is for Schefter to say nobody knows, that's big. Because even though they ain't get them signed, they're doing a good job of keeping stuff in house. But it still makes me nervous. But what I want to know is, how come everybody came for my neck when we just talked about the speculation of the teams coming for him, like, the smoke and fire? And Schefter just said the same thing. Other teams probably are going to try to snoop around. We need to hurry up and get this done.
They don't drop him around, but the thing about it is, when Schefter said nobody knows, I feel better because nobody knows. If Terry and Adam Peters aren't saying anything to anybody, then all the stuff, this whole thing is content now. If somebody knew something, they would be speaking a little stronger than what he's speaking. When that dude knows stuff, he is very, very pointed in what he says. He knows what he's talking about. Right here, he's searching as much as anybody else.
We just need to get it done, bro. Like we have to get it done. We got to keep Terry here. We have to. I think if we don't get the contract extension done with Terry, this will probably be like one of the first moves that will upset the fan base with this regime.
It's possible, but
I got faith in them getting signed.
negotiations, anything can happen. That's the way I look at the whole deal.
So to that point about turning against the team, Jeff, if something happens with Terry, people will be correctly upset for sure. But if they start 3-0 and Jaden's throwing 2 touchdowns a game, like, people will also move on. And I think
yes, I agree.
My point there is, like, Peters and Quinn have to go through their exercises, and I think their exercises will land them in a contract extension with Terry. Like, I very much think Terry, the most value Terry has is here, and the team that needs Terry most is here. Like, it makes too much sense from all angles. But hell, as we're seeing with the DC Council, like, just because something makes the most sense from all angles doesn't mean it's going to get done, and it's going to get done expediently. Mm-hmm. But what Peters and Quinn can't do, what good managers and personnel people and coaches, and hell, even beyond sports, like whatever, you're running a radio station or an advertising agency, whatever it is you're running, you got to do what's best for the overall. So, and you can't let that be determined by perception or outside opinion. And I don't think AP or DQ are that type, but like, you can never let the fans' feelings dictate how something happens.
Mm-hmm.
I think the big, like, if you're looking for a takeaway, sure, he said other teams are going to come snooping around, and sure, he said they're far away on the money, but he also said there's no way they're going to go somewhere else. And that's Strober. What about you, dude? You freaking out? Or you good?
I'm good, man. I just have a feeling that this will get done, much like I think with the RFK thing in DC. It's just a matter of time and getting the money straightened out on both sides. They'll come to it.
Look at him.
Hey, Strobe.
Very calm.
Strobe sounds so calm and young.
That's how you can feel when you got Adam Peters in the building now, okay? My whole life was riddled with concern. I don't want to be concerned anymore, so I choose not to be, and I don't need to be.
Captain Todd in the chat said, man, Jeff's nervous 24/7. Jeff
is nervous about everything. I've gotten used to Jeff being nervous.
I'm not nervous about everything. The only thing I'm nervous about is like me losing my life and probably some other crazy stuff. But I'm not nervous all the time. It's just, the thing is, I understand business, and I understand that if a deal don't get done, we can see Terry McLaurin in another jersey. I understand that there's 2 sides to a coin. I have faith that we are going to sign him, but I do also understand that he can go somewhere else. I know it's more of a stretch for that, but I never disregard the other possibilities.
I don't disregard him, but I just say this here. If I know that 2 things can happen,
because my thing is,
I'm
what
not
if
really
he say
swayed by either one of them?
What if he say, because it's all speculation, what if he say, I want 38? Or what if he say, I want 37?
And then if he says he wants 38, then he'll be going to another team.
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
You know what?
But
that's what happens in the NFL. People get into negotiations. Sometimes you feel you want more than you're valued at, and they have to let you go. Or sometimes the other team feel we can't let him go, and they keep him. I'm good with any one of them. Do I want him here? Yes. But I also know in the NFL, some of the greatest of the greats have played for other teams.
And that's why I feel nervous. And
So
that's it.
That's
That's
why
it.
I don't get nervous.
That's it.
Because it can happen.
And it's not a nervousness. Like, I wouldn't say it's bad. It's just more of I want Terry on the team, but if they can't get it, I want it to get done, but it just don't feel right. That's what it is. Because if it was up to me, Terry would have been paid immediately.
I'll never forget back when the organization was being run well, and Gary Clark went to Phoenix. You know what I mean? Like, things can happen. Art Monk went to the Jets.
The Jets.
Joe Montana was traded. Like, things can happen in the NFL.
Yes.
You do have to allow for that. Still, I think they get the – I think the Terry deal gets done, period. 2, I think all parties understand this is the business.
I look at it like this. He has a year left on the deal he's under right now. He's still the commander. That's the way I look at it. Until that year's over, I can't worry about what's happening next.
So I have a real question, though.
Yeah.
Is it a possibility that this thing don't happen this year and they go into contract negotiations next year?
I don't think that's something
if it
he
gets
wants
to
to
next
deal
year,
with.
he's going to go to free agency.
Is it next year he'll be in free agency? And
that
then
they
I think
could
at
tag
that point,
him.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to want to tag him. If they didn't want to do a deal this year, I don't think they're going to tag him next year.
I mean, if we're looking at all possible options, if they don't get a deal done before training camp starts, this thing will get very, very different.
Yeah.
Because then he's playing on a deal without guaranteed money, like with very little guaranteed money, I should say. Like, there is a deadline here because the reality of life in the NFL is a player of McLaurin's caliber. It's hard to juxtapose it with McLaurin's character and the type of dude he is. He doesn't strike me as a guy that would actually hold out into the regular season. But that, if they don't get a deal done, maybe not by the beginning of camp, but once they get into camp, that is at least the track this becomes on. I don't think it's going to get there. But, like, to your question, Jeff, could it get a lot more complicated? Sure. Again, I think they're going to get a deal done, and I think we're going to make some bets. Nobody go anywhere. This is White Brian's theme song.
Na na na.
Here comes the hot stepper.
Murderer. Murderer.
Murderer.
Murderer. Murderer. No, we don't die.
Don't die.
Yes, we multiply.
Multiply. Fat lady sang.
I don't they go.
Don't know. Uh-oh.
Murderer.
Murderer. B. Mitchell Finley. Show's about over. All right, B. I got to drive from here straight to Oarsman Fairfax Toyota.
Uh-huh.
My phone is saying 1 hour, 55 minutes.
You're doing about that.
Okay.
If your phone gives you 1 hour 55, it is giving it to you based off of the speed limit or what the speed is going now. If you're not going to be doing the speed limit, so you're going to be doing a little faster. You get there right on time or just a little bit before.
It also has me cutting off a portion of 95 because I'm going to Fairfax. It's got me going to like 50 or something.
How are you going to go to 50?
Like 123 to 50.
Oh,
I don't know.
123 will take you over because you don't have to go all the way down 95. You'll take 123 straight over and it'll bring you right through the back way where George Mason is.
Going in the back door.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm picking. So that gets me to pick up my car like 3:45. I'm supposed to be at the pool for the girls at 5:00.
Well, I don't think there's no guarantee about that because now you got to deal with the Beltway once you leave Fairfax, come across
Tyson's.
American Legion Bridge. So you need to call Mama and ask her to have a backup.
Yeah, I think so.
Just in case.
Cody just tweeted me about Terry McLaurin. Isn't Cody supposed to be on his damn honeymoon?
No,
Not
he's
tweeting
going
us
later.
about.
He said they're going later on the honeymoon.
Okay.
They're doing it in September, October, something like that.
Okay. Are we making bets today?
Yep, I'm already 2-0.
All right.
Gather around.
How are you 2-0?
Because I went against Toby yesterday, and Toby just can't pick.
Toby's bad, dog.
He's a baseball guy. He just don't know a damn thing about baseball.
I'm going baseball tonight. I think
that's all you got to go tonight.
There's a WNBA game. And
okay.
You know Jeff's going to find some darts.
Oh, yeah. I got something for you. I'm taking the Knicks over the Lakers in
Summer League?
E-basketball.
We're not going on we're not doing that.
Bro, it's a real team. We have a competitive video game team in DC.
Is there a spread? Is it televised?
Yes, bro. It's on the stream. The spread is for my game is -2.5. And the over-under is set at 94.5 points. Hey, I actually won some money on Call of Duty this weekend betting on the finals.
Okay.
Give me the raise, man.
Congrats. Skeen's on the bump for the Pirates. I think the last time he was out, Miz was the better pitcher. I think Skeen's bounces back tonight. I got the Pirates to win, which I don't really like to say because they're terrible, but I got the Pirates to win tonight. Strober, White Brian?
Brewers, the Mets stink.
I forgot Brian was here today. He hadn't talked all damn day. The Warren out from Vermont?
I got baseball. CJ Abrams over 1.5 total bases. I'll take that.
My man.
You got
Strober.
What do you say?
What did you pick?
CJ Abrams over 1.5 total bases. He hits 429 against Jack Flaherty in his career.
Strober got numbers. I'm also shocked how interested B-Mitch is in what Strober picked.
Thank
you to everybody.
What he said. I'm not.
Thank you to everybody. Thank you to Chase Hughes. Thank you to Alan Saunders. Thank you to Bobby Blanco. Thank you to the boys in the aquarium and to Brian Mitchell. Great and Danny coming your way next. Fun show today. A lot going on. Don't believe the hype. Let's wait for the results, both with Terry and with the stadium. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
Home team Keller Williams Realty. So members of the D.C. City Council reportedly had a dinner meeting with Commanders officials last night in Georgetown, of course, to discuss the possible RFK Stadium deal. We need some budget approval before the council recesses on July 15th. Earlier today in the Team 980, Kevin Sheehan asked Mayor Bowser, what's the big holdup?
Well, they won't tell me. I mean, literally, they won't tell me. So I think they gave more to the Washington Post last week than they told me or the team. And so that's what I'm talking about when I say let's all get in a room, hammer it out, and come up with if there are terms that make sense.
And again, the terms of the deal that Mayor Bowser struck with the Commanders is exclusivity until that July 15th deadline. By law, the city council does have a 70-day period to finalize the budget. That deadline there is August 4th. NBA free agency heating up today. MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander gets 4 years, $285 million. Supermax extension in Oklahoma City, $71.25 million per season, largest average in NBA history. Center Miles Turner signing in Milwaukee, 4 years, $107. Bucks are also waiving Damian Lillard, and hockey free agency is underway. The Caps re-signed one of their own before the noon start of free agency. Capitals have re-upped Martin Farivari to a 7-year, $42 million contract. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
So I talked to GP this morning. Oh, that poor guy. He sounded terrible. It sounded like Zoolander after he was in the mine for a day. He's like, I don't think I'm doing the show today. I was like, I don't think you are either. You sound horrendous, dude. Rest up. Feel better, for goodness sakes. He's got all sorts of stuff going on. Most of it good. But please get healthy. And remember all those times you made fun of me for getting sick when my kids were the age of your kids. And to that part, but feel better. The other part. Danny Rouillet, Toby Altizer hanging out with you. Tobes, what's up, dude?
Yeah, speaking of guys that sound horrible, I'm here with you today.
You sound horrible?
No, I'm just saying my voice is annoying.
Yeah, I missed the joke.
It was just a joke on myself.
Damn it.
Self-deprecation, just trying to have some fun to start the show.
And I botched that one.
You're the comedian. You're supposed to pick up on this stuff.
You would think. Give me another chance. I'm kidding. We got a good program for you. We've got a chance for you guys to kvetch. This is a general vent clock. I feel like there's a lot of stuff. Little things that are annoying, little things that are bothering you and me and Toby. Ryan, certainly, right? Daryl's not so much. He's very nice because he retired from Madden. He's got no grievances in his life anymore.
He's got no complaints. Anthony's in a whole nother country. He's not even on this continent.
Yeah, he's feeling great. There's a little pep in his step today. You'll have to see his nemesis rolling around, cheesing the same plays and commentary over and over. We'll do that at 3 o'clock. I want you guys to get the chance to get whatever it is off your chest. You heard in Earl's update that the DC City Council got treated, sounds like, or I don't know what the rules are. I don't want to impugn anybody if they're not allowed to have someone pay for their dinner, if someone's allowed to pick up the tab at Cafe Milano, but it's where business gets done, baby. That's that Georgetown hotspot. There's a nice little private room, nice little area where prying eyes can't find you. That was like the political thing, right? If you wanted to be a who's who, you get yourself a table at Cafe Milano, and Obama insider, blah, 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 was seen dining with, that was like a constant source of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's still the thing. So you go to Cafe Milano, you get stuff done. Let's go. We'll talk about that in a little bit. We'll continue our spinning the wheel of the local 53. We'll do that in the 4 o'clock hour. And chance to win Adam Sandler tickets. You want to do that at 4? Is that when we're doing it? We're doing 4 p.m.? It's 4? It's at 4? Great. Yeah, who-be-de-doo. Chance at 4 to win Adam Sandler tickets. Want to wish everybody that celebrates a happy Bobby Bonilla Day, Tobes.
Yes.
Today's the day. He makes $1.1 million from the Mets. That'll be true until 2038. But also here locally,
It's Max Scherzer Day. That's 15 mil. That's 15 mil to Max Scherzer from these Washington Nationals.
Yeah, I would love for someday to be Toby Altizer Day where I just cash $1 million every July 1st. I don't really care what year. I'll just do that annually. I would gladly take that. But yeah, I mean, it's funny because we always look at these things as like stupid deals for the Mets and stupid deals for the Nationals. And in reality, they're not paying as much because of inflation. They're not getting as much. So I think in reality, it's not that bad of a deal when we look at it. But I mean, heck, can you wait till the Shohei deal is done? Because when the Shohei deal is done, it's going to be Shohei Ohtani Day, and he cashes a big fat 68 mil a year. 68.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
That's pretty good if you're scoring at home. But yeah, I mean, here's the thing. It's easy to joke, and you're right. It's smart for teams to do that. It's why the learners always put deferrals in every single deal they do, including $2 million for Joey Gallo, by the way, deferred over like a decade. Numbers approximate. But there's a reason this happens. And here's what I've argued. I haven't spoken to anybody directly about this. I don't have any, and it's no kind of sourced report, such as it is. But my view is that the org, aka whether it's the not the baseball people would look at your active payroll and they go, our active payroll is whatever, 60 some, 80, $70 million. Well, the adjusted tax payroll is well over $100+ million because Steven Strasburg still counts.
Mm-hmm.
So the players that are going on the field cost X. The way I think they think of it is, talking about the ownership group, is we have to write a check. They're not actually sitting there writing a check, but just bear with me. They're writing a check for money that's got to leave our account. There's money going to Steven Strasburg. There's money going to Max Scherzer. There's money going to Joey Gallo. There's money going to a couple other guys that are deferred here. We're spending. That's spending.
Yeah, that's not spending because your team still stinks. Now, I found an interesting thing that we were talking about this with the AARP thing yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where the Nationals finally agreed to that. When you look at their numbers for payroll, Danny, so with the Steven Strasburg, because that's still a part, like you said, of the payroll, according to SpotTrack, they're 23rd. But when you take out the Strasburg, which the Nationals have the most retained salary in Major League Baseball, around $40 million, a lot of that for Strasburg. When you take it out, they're at $82.7 million, which would make them 27th. The teams behind them are the Athletics, the White Sox, and Marlins, all teams that suck.
Yeah.
So they're not spending enough to win. And they can say whatever they want about Strauss, and I understand that. I don't know that anybody blames them for signing Strasburg. And then it just turned out horribly. That's kind of the nature of the sports sometimes. It doesn't go your way. But at the same point, they're not spending enough to be competitive. But, I mean, if they need to defer things, whatever. It is funny, though, when you get so many years down the line and you've got dudes, who else getting like 500,000 because I was going down this rabbit hole. Brett Saberhagen is still getting like 500 grand from someone. It's just weird seeing that down the line.
Yeah, those sorts of things are funny. And I get why it makes sense for some players, that makes sense for others. People that are, that want cash now, call JG Wentworth. But in addition to that, thank you for the two people that got that. 877 cash now. Those ads rock.
Fantastic.
You could pound all the sand if you don't love it. Just people on a bus breaking into chorus. But 877 cash now, call JG Wentworth. Anyway, the point is, some people want the full now so I can invest it, put it away, etc. Others kind of go the Iverson plan, right? Where Allen Iverson has this trust, basically, that he can't touch until a couple years from now, where regardless of what you do, you've got this payday around the corner, right? So however you want to spend and do it, you've got this sort of guaranteed thing. Some guys don't mind that, right? When it comes to, because you're talking about such ridiculous amounts of money anyway. Who cares if some of it's deferred? So I understand everybody's perspective on that. But the Nats supposedly in action tonight. I'm supposedly doing supposed game tonight. I keep saying supposedly because it's already thundering in Northern Virginia. I just got the text just now, popped up, notification. My kids are at the pool with their babysitter. They got to leave. Thundercats. Oh, you guys sleep. So I guess that's headed our way. You would think.
I need to chill out. I want to watch some baseball tonight.
That's what I would like, because you and I got some good seats tonight.
Yeah.
We're hanging out in the good seats. NBA moves, fast and furious. I love what your Bucks are doing. People sleep on Milwaukee, Toby, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I spent a couple of years there covering the team, and I was there for their finals run, so I have an affinity for the Milwaukee Bucks, and they've been busy. I mean, I really like the idea of going and getting Miles Turner. I think that's a reasonable deal to get him for around 26, 27 million a year. But the thing that kind of floored me is they needed to make space for him. And so they sign him, and then minutes later, you get a message that they're waiving Damian Lillard, which I think kind of makes sense, but I didn't expect that sort of shockwave where this dude's going to miss all of next year with the Achilles injury. And when he's been there, he hasn't been the same Damian Lillard that you fell in love with in Portland that was one of the best scorers in the league. So they move on from him. They're all about keeping Giannis happy, which all the reports are, oh, he's looking elsewhere.
You don't buy that, do you?
Never
He's
have
going
bought
elsewhere?
it. Never have bought it. We get this. When I was out there, we got the same report every single year, with the exception of the 2021 season when they actually won the finals. It was just, well, could Giannis ask out of Milwaukee? And every single year, it's the same thing. He ends up playing back for the Bucks. So I never bought any of that stuff, but I do kind of like some of the moves they're making. I think Miles Turner fits really nice there.
I have always been enamored with Miles Turner. And for a long time, that didn't make any sense to a lot of people. But you can see, and part of it is the idea of him is so good.
Mm-hmm.
A shot blocking extraordinaire that hits threes. I'll figure something out. You know what I mean? Like there is absolutely value there. Now, the modern center, everybody looks at, if he's not Nikola Jokic, I don't even care, bro. Or if he's not a defensive grinder like Isaiah Hartenstein or somebody else, then I'm not that, people don't get as excited. To me, I'll figure something out where my guy can stretch out your big, take him 25 feet away from the basket, and then block your shot on the other end. To me, he has always been a more valuable piece than he's gotten the chance to show. He's not the reason why the Pacers got to the finals. We know the story. Siakam was nails for so often. Halliburton, how good he was, of course, making some of those clutch, ridiculous shots where they defended and guarded on the perimeter with Nembhard and company. I'm aware of all the information. I just always liked Turner. I think that's a great fit in Milwaukee for him.
Well, and they lost Brook Lopez, and so you get a guy in
a better version
Miles
of that
Turner
now.
That's a better version, right? Because he's more athletic. They did a little of the same stuff, but Brook Lopez has never been super athletic, but turned himself into a really good defender, which wasn't something he did early in his career. And he evolved too, because remember when he was with the Brooklyn Nets, he was a traditional big playing out of the post, and he evolved his game to be able to knock down threes. And I think Miles Turner gives you a more upgraded version of that at his point in his career. So yeah, I really like that move.
So you can check us out via the YouTube page, 1067 The Fan. Howdy, everybody. At Funny Danny on Twitter, and it's Toby _Altizer.
It is _.
That underscore is so key. Because what happened to the regular guy?
The regular guy is suspended somehow. I don't know what he did.
He knows what he did.
I don't know. And it's not even Toki Altizer. It's Toby Altizer. I don't know what he did. So
this is going to annoy some people. Buckle up, Buttercup. Here we go. Here's where we're starting the show. I got Bernie in the chat. Okay. Bernie is as plugged in a hockey man as I'm aware of on this planet. Bernie knows his hockey. And he says, since Grant isn't around, news of the day, meaning like Danny wouldn't discuss it, right? Which I get, shot across the bow, but I'll take it like a love tap. I'll matrix this thing. I'll go full Neo on the rooftop. Trudity, help. Now I dodged the bullet. She goes, never seen anybody move that fast. Not fast enough, because he got hit a little bit in the leg. Anyway, the point is, since Grant isn't around, news of the day, Caps and left-handed defenseman Martin Ferravari come to terms on a new 7-year, $42 million deal, $6 million AAV to start in 26-27. We missed him on D big time in the playoffs. That is correct. That did happen. That's kind of the big focal point that I want to start on. You're going, Danny, are you really going to start the Grant and Danny radio program with Toby sitting in for GP because he's sick? With a Caps move about their defenseman? Kind of. Here's where I'm at. And again, prepare a lot of you to be annoyed. I just can't. I'm just not into it. What do you mean? I'll tell you. Here's what I want, and this is not reasonable. It's not fair, and no one's going to do this. But here's what I want to hear. Hi, Danny, lifelong Caps fan. Thanks for everything, by the way. Thanks for being there a lot. Thanks for supporting us. Thanks for going to US Air Arena, Capitol Center, and everywhere else beyond in Landover for all those years when nobody else cared. Thanks for coming to Rock the Red, and thanks for following, and thanks for all the heartbreak and living through everything that everyone's lived through, right? You're not special. There's a lot of you. Here's how it's going to be different. It's the only thing that I want to hear, and I know I'm not going to. I understand that. It's not part of the parlance. This is a sport where if a guy like has his head cut open, they go upper body injury, okay? They'll never tell you. They'll never share. It's a tight-lipped thing. I want to hear, here's how it's going to be different. It's never different. I want it to be different. Here's how we're going to make it different for you. I don't care about another regular season where they're playing better than expectations. I can't get excited when they're playing pretty good hockey because round the bend, CCR style, is a first or second round exit. How do I know? 92% of the seasons that they've played since 1982 have resulted in the thing that I'm saying right now. 92% have resulted in them not making the playoffs, making the playoffs and losing in the first round, making the playoffs and losing in the second round. There's a remarkable run in there where two separate entities that were the old school Caps that actually made the playoffs more than the newer Caps, although, it's a different league. There are more teams, a little bit more competitive maybe as the world pool opened up. But you're basically talking about a group that has been out of that second round 3 times in my life. That's the aberration. That's the abnormal one. That's the one that doesn't happen. One fleeting, ridiculous, weird 1998 Stanley Cup run where they got boat raced. Grateful for that. That was fun. And then 2018, which wasn't their best team by a long shot. I understand fluky stuff happens. I understand upsets happen, especially in this sport. 8 beat 1s, 7 beat 2s, 6 beat 3s, all the time. But over that long of a haul, we got a pretty established pattern here. I can't do another draft where they pick 27th, this kid's good, and then 3 years later, why is he still in Hershey? Why are they going to go replace him with a back six, a bottom six forward from somewhere else? Where's my first round pick from here, from there, from everywhere? Now, there's some guys that have come up and contributed. I'm aware of the information. But my point is, I can't do this cycle again. I'm just not excited about it. I can't do they'll find themselves a scoring forward. That'll make a difference. Will it? How do I get out of the second round? All I want to hear from Chris Patrick, who's very handsome. All I want to hear from Ryan McClellan, who's got an awesome deep voice. And they've done a really good job. I want someone to stand up there and go, here's what's missing. Here's why we haven't. Here's why we will. That's never going to happen. I know it's unrealistic. So because I'm not getting that, I just can't get into this. I just can't get excited about, finding a bargain and finding another Brett Connolly, finding another, Dylan Strome type player that was underappreciated his previous stop, or identifying another PLD. How do I get out of that second round? How do I get out of that second round for the 4th time in my life? For the 4th time in 43 years. 39 out of 42. That's the number. 39 times out of 42. I don't want the regular season mentioned. I understand you got to play well to get there. I get that. There's a prerequisite. Not everyone gets to make the postseason. I just, frankly, and I'll tag you in here, Tobes. I apologize if monopolize several minutes. I don't care. I can't get interested. I can't get excited. I'm beaten up in that regard, right? 2018 happened. I'm grateful for it. That was the group that released all the pressure. They took all my bile and all my anger and all my pissed off feelings that I'd pent up for decades in all the DC sports. They broke through. I will be grateful to that fountain diving group of drunkards my whole life. That was awesome. Yes, and thank you. Now that enough time has passed where I'm sort of back to the business of being a Capitals fan, right? Like the glow was worn off. I'll cherish those memories forever. But we're doing the regular thing again. And the regular thing leads to this one end of the maze where a team that I hate skates around and there's a handshake and they got more games and my season ends. How is it going to be different? I tag you in.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like you're running on the hamster wheel, but you're never getting the treat that you want, right? You're never getting that Stanley Cup. And I lean back on my Milwaukee experience because the guy I worked with out in Milwaukee had the same sort of thought about the Green Bay Packers, where the last time they won a Super Bowl was 2010. And he would talk about, you talk about how blessed I am to be a Packer fan and all this stuff. And they definitely are, right, to have the quarterbacks. But think about Aaron Rodgers winning a Super Bowl in 2010, and they never made another Super Bowl in his time there. And it's similar to what you're saying, Danny, where they've got the guy. They've had Alex Ovechkin for how long? They've had all these things, and we talk about puck luck and all this stuff. Wouldn't it go the Caps way one time, right? Like, if it's truly all about luck when you get into the postseason, wouldn't it go the Caps way just at least once outside of 2018, Wouldn't it go their way? I understand that sometimes there's things that are going to happen. There's injuries. There's weird deflections. It's an odd game in that way. But to just blame it all like, well, you get in and it's a total crapshoot. No, it's not. So it's something where I totally understand the feeling of saying the ultimate goal is winning a Stanley Cup. And so me getting excited for a random game in December, I just can't get on board with that anymore because I want to see that win. I don't necessarily feel the same way as you, but I fully understand someone that's looking at it like, we've had great seasons before. We've won President's Cup trophies before. This season was freaking awesome with how good the team was and then the OV chase, all those things. But you want to see that Stanley Cup raised at the end of it. And that's only happened once in this era, which feels a little bit disappointing, even though it's been a fun era.
If it's truly puck luck, which is the phrase that everybody loves to use, you're really only lucky 8% of the time in 43 years? 8%? I refuse to accept that. If it's, let's say the luck has been against you, 80-20, 75-25, that just means that a couple times you broke through. There is a systemic thing here, and I want someone to tell me what it is, and I want it to end. Tell me how it's going to be different. 800-636-1067. I don't have a great question with this. Full admission. Normally, we try to come up with a really good question, really good thought, and give you guys two sides. This is just me bitching about something. This is just me telling you, here's how I feel. Can you relate to that? Where are you at on the Caps? 800-636-1067. What I'm asking isn't fair. What I'm asking isn't reasonable. No one would ever do the thing that I'm saying to do. No one would ever stand up there and be like, yeah, we've failed for decades. Every coach, every person has had a really good regular season. I mean, look at the number of finishes. First to five, first. Lost in the first round, lost in the second round. Right? All these different times over the last couple of decades. Even some wild card teams have been bounced too. I just can't do the same cycle again. I'm going to watch the games. I'll have a good enough time watching OV add to the goal record and whatever. I just can't participate. It's the same way that I came to the realization after Malcolm Kelly stunk for the then Redskins. I can't do the offseason article about best shape of his life. I can't do the offseason article about he hired a yoga trainer and a personal chef.
Yeah.
And he's in the best shape of his life and have another guy stink. I just can't participate anymore. I cut to the end. Here's the end. First or second round loss. How is it going to be different? Just weigh in on that. 800-636-1067. Grant and Andy here on The Fan. Toby in for GP. Your call's next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by I-66 Express Lanes. Baseball tonight, Nationals taking on the Tigers at 6:45. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Trevor Williams takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 3-9 on the season with a 5.65 ERA. He'll take on Jack Flaherty, who is 5-9 on the season with a 4.80 ERA. Nats and Tigers 6:45 right here on The Fan. In hockey, the Capitals re-signed defenseman Martin Feravari to a 7-year deal worth $42 million. And in basketball, the Thunder signed Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to a Supermax extension, 4 years, $285 million. It's the highest AAV in league history. Also in the NFL, tight end Darren Waller is unretiring. He's being traded to the Dolphins. He retired after the 2023 season with the Giants. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. The 66 Express outside the Beltway is the answer you've been looking for. Get the inside track to Express Travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at Ride66Express.com. Guess less, no more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
We are G&D here on The Fan. We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Tobes in for GP, who is oot with the illness. Remember, he mocked me for years for getting sick all the time, and now he is sick all the time. It's almost like I told him this was coming. Wait, I'm just hearing now from my producer. Yes, I did tell him. Yes, I did. But wish him well. Hope he gets better ASAP. So Tobes is hanging. We've got a little ditty that we're going to do here at 2:45. Some very exclusive people at a very exclusive place got together last night in Georgetown. We'll tell you all about that and what it might mean for the progress on a stadium. But here, I don't have a great topic on this, Tobes. I don't have a great setup. Just my feeling. And I'm sharing that with you guys as we share our feelings. We put on our reflection trunks, take a swim in Lake U. I just can't do the cycle anymore of a Capitals offseason. They had this guy, they had that guy, and pretend that it's going to be different, right? I need to hear how it's going to be different. No one's going to tell me that, so I just can't get excited about it. I've been here before, by the way, with the then Redskins for so many years. Dan and Bruce in charge, or Dan and Vinny in charge. I stopped. I go, I cannot be sold on how look at this new thing, and look at this new thing, and here's this new savior. I did it so many times, and it really, for me, was Mike Shanahan. Not Mike Shanahan specifically, but it was not even that guy. Not even that guy, who was a borderline Hall of Famer at that point, whose legacy is now forever tarnished, by the way. Went through that reverse car wash and looks like he was on Survivor, going through some mud forever because of how he handled things. Not even that guy could fix it. That broke me as a fan, right? I just don't believe. I don't believe until these guys are gone. They're gone now, by the way, so I believe. It's great. Anyway, but I got there. I got to that point. And it's very different. This group, this organization, this Capitals team has done a lot right. I'm very aware of the information. I know it might sound spoiled to some. I'm just telling you. I can't go through the same crescendo, the same buildup, the same deal, the same, kind of off-season, regular season, games happen, games don't happen, and then smack against the wall and go home again without hearing how it's going to be different.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I think, I don't want to speak for you, but it sounds like you're more of usually a process over results guy.
Absolutely.
But at some point, if the results aren't what you want, maybe you need to take a look at the process, is what you're saying here. Is kind of what I think it boils down to, where not to say that they're doing anything wrong, but if you consistently go with the same process and the results aren't exactly what you like, you have to examine whether you're doing exactly what you should be doing throughout the process.
Let's go to Ben in Silver Spring. Ben, what's up, man? First word.
You are not going to like this answer. And maybe it's because I was beat down as a child in the 60s and with the Senators and the Redskins never going anywhere.
Yeah.
But my attitude is playoff is bonus games. I get to see my boys 3, 4, 5, 7 more times, 14 more times. It's great. It's bonus. If they're one and done, that's okay. I got 5 more times to see them.
I don't mind that. And that, by the way, I appreciate the phone call. I think it's close to how Grant is.
Yeah,
on this.
A simplistic joy about it, right?
I
and
have
there's nothing wrong with that.
I have no issue with that. Now, if you're telling me I have to be that way, then you and I could have a discussion about that. That sounded like very menacing. Like, you and I can have a discussion like I'm your dad. But you know what I mean? It's like I don't begrudge that. I don't begrudge someone that goes, dude, that's a gift. It's extra hockey. God bless you. Seriously, enjoy that. I know that sounds condescending, but I mean that. If you can enjoy it, do it. Elijah, DC, what's up, man?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, bud.
For me, I'm more into consistency. If I feel like if they were told, hey, if you give up Ovi, you'll get more championships. For an example, I feel like they would maybe, because of what he has meant to the organization and different things, even though we're supposed to be getting Stanley Cups, I just feel like they are cool with the business side of where they are. And I've noticed some of the decisions, and they have tried to do certain things, but you can say as a fan, we're going to be in a postseason. And sometimes that's worth more to a franchise than being like, I don't know what's going on. And then, hey, maybe I need to get some tickets. And hey, maybe look, I think that's a different ball game with these numbers going up and down. And I noticed when you have some sort of consistency of like, I can hang my hat on something. I think they're closer where they park their car at every day. It's closer to the Stanley Cup than other franchises. They're so much further. And I'm not willing to say I'm going to have to park my car so much further away in order to get so. I think even the cat like Will Smith, not to make it long, he said you can be at rock bottom or cliff top. And I don't think they have 1,000 Stanley Cups, so they're at cliff top, but they have occupied this space that a number of franchises seem to have occupied, and maybe the enclosed type rooms. Like, look, man, looking at our numbers, looking at the consistency, yeah, we need cups. Yeah, that's what puts butts in seats ultimately, and the glory and boom and all of that. But, man, it's good to know that when I'm at the beginning of the season and we're trying to see what we're going to – I know that my fans are going to say, man, you know what, when they chopping it up, we're going to be here. We're going to book. We're going to have an opportunity.
We'll be around. Elijah, great call, but I really appreciate you making it. Just on that, go ahead, Tobes.
Well, and I think the interesting part about the way that he lays that out is you guys were talking about the Steelers yesterday, and they remind me a little bit of the Capitals. The difference being Washington has a generational star, one of the all-time greats in hockey. And so say they had, with Pittsburgh, they still had Ben Roethlisberger for, the last 15 years. Then it's difficult to say, hey, we're just going to move on and we're going to try to rebuild and we're going to do all this stuff. Instead, from the outside looking in at Pittsburgh, I'm saying at some point you got to stop just doing this song and dance of being there and not being very good, but just kind of, we're going to finish above 500. We're going to sneak into the playoffs. We're going to get killed in the wild card round. It's a little bit like that with the Capitals, with the exception of years like this where they were good, but they just still weren't able to get over the top. But I don't know how you balance that, Danny, when you want to win because you've got a generational star like Alex Ovechkin, but at the same point, you also want to build a juggernaut where you're like the Florida Panthers. And I don't know that those two can really go hand in hand. They've done as good a job, I think, as they can do, but you have to be able to get over the top, and it's a tough spot to be in.
Every last place team has been to the conference finals more in the last 15 years than has the Washington Capitals. Every team that's in last place this year, Philadelphia, Chicago, San Jose, Boston, they've had more time in the conference finals than has Washington over this stretch. And that's my point. Washington does the Steelers bit where they're never rebuilding. They're kind of doing this thing on the fly. It's impressive, but it also, I think, holds you back. I'd rather have a couple of years where you're garbage if it means you break through sometimes. And I don't know that everybody feels that way. Let's go to Gary in Fairfax. Gary, what's up, buddy? You're on the fan.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, man.
Tell Grant, get back to work.
We certainly will. What's up, dude?
Look, check this out. I think that hockey, like the other three major sports that have a series of series to win your championship, is hard.
Yes.
You know what I mean? You have to. It's not a one and done like the Super Bowl, because usually in the Super Bowl, in the NFL, the best team usually wins. So a lot of times when you have those sports, basketball, hockey, and baseball, like the Nationals, I would submit to you, they weren't the best team the year they won the World Series. I'm sure they wasn't. And also in hockey, another big disadvantage, I think, is I think home field or home ice or whatever, I think it probably means less in hockey than any other sport also. So I think that has a lot to do with it. But I will say this, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
It is nice to know that every year, at least the Capitals, they come in with a feeling of at least we know we'll be in the mix. Because for many years here with the football team, we never even had there was never even feeling, okay, this is our year. We might say it, but we knew.
Totally right. Gary, I'm going to let you jump because your phone was breaking up there a little bit. It was tough to hear. You make an excellent point. You're right. And that's what I remember talking for years to Ryan Zimmerman about this before the Nats broke through, before the Caps broke through. And his point was, I've seen the alternative, man. Like you look at other cities who would who would kill for what you have.
Yeah.
And I understand that. So it's all relative. I mean, I'm trying to think of a like Columbus has never had any success, any real success in the NHL. They've never done anything important at all. I understand that they're looking up at us the same way we're looking up at Carolina, who's looking up at Florida. So there's always going to be a hierarchy there. My point is, when you are the 1 seed or the second best team in the league, and all you've done is put in the deposit, at some point, more should be expected instead of, oh, well, it's a tough one to win.
It's a good thing when you've raised that bar, right? When you've brought that up so that it's no longer, hey, man, we're just playing hockey. We get 82 times to watch our boys. When it's no longer about just, hey, we get to watch them. It's about, hey, let's actually win this thing. Let's get to that next level. It's a credit to what the team has built. And it's, it almost sounds spoiled, but in a sense it is. Like, congratulations. You've been to the summit plenty of times or been close to there. Can you get there again? And that's some of the frustration that you're feeling.
Yeah, Vegas has existed for 9 years. They've been to more conference finals in the last 30 than Washington has.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I'm going here. And there's a number of those when you start adding it up. 800-636-1067. Finish up your calls on this. Plus, we'll tell you who dined at a very exclusive DC spot last night. It's Grant Danny here on the Fan. Tobes in for an ill GP. Finishing up I don't even have a good name for the topic, Tobes. Do you know Ryan always will come in from his corporate office and be like, what would you call that? Like what we just did for his video purposes because he cares about engagement and clicks. He doesn't care about people anymore, man.
It's all about clickbait.
It's all about the clicks and the corporate office and satisfying his other corporate people, mission statements, circling back, putting a pin in things. I don't even know what the hell to call that. This is just Danny irritated about the Caps, even though they did nothing wrong.
Danny's a full hour vent clock ahead of the vent clock coming up at 3:00.
That's right. We're venting at 3:00, but I just did it early. I don't know. Whatever. But yeah, 800-636-1067. And again, I want to be very clear about two things. I'm going to enjoy watching the Caps when they play again. I'll be ready to do it. I'll watch Ovi. Every goal he scores is the new record. Here. It'll be fine. I just can't do any excitement. There's a difference to me. I can enjoy watching, and I will. I'm a Caps fan. I can't lift any spirit inside me looking forward to something without somebody directly saying, here's how it's going to be different. 39 out of 42 times they have gone to the postseason since 1982. It has ended in either not making the postseason, I misspoke there, either not making the postseason or losing in the first or second round. Once have they made the conference finals in this Rock the Red era. Once. Every team, with a couple exceptions, has done that more in that same time period. Come on.
Yeah, you just can't get the excitement up to be let down once again. And I understand that. I mean, you look at the results for other teams that have been in different situations that have gone up and down and rode the roller coaster, and they've found ways to win. And Washington, even though they've been consistent, hasn't necessarily gotten over the top.
Let's go to Caleb and Chantilly. Caleb, good afternoon, man. You're on the Fan.
How you guys doing? Long-time listener, first-time caller. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
I appreciate you, but there's somebody that wants to say something to you when you call in for the first time. And back to you, Caleb.
All right. Well, yeah, I think that Steelers comparison is pretty spot on. I think we've been just so consistent with making it the postseason, but all the first-round exits, losing the Rangers, losing the Penguins, it's very disappointing. I've been a Caps fan my whole life, raised on the Caps. A lot of heartbreak, obviously, there. But I think this year I will be excited for just about every single game, knowing that it's Ovi's last year.
Yeah.
So that's just my thoughts on the matter. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Appreciate you, dude. Thanks, Caleb. Yeah, listen, I could spin two plates, Topes, and that's a plate. Like this year to me was not about them being good. It was about the record. I think that's kind of what it was for the org too. I mean, I think they outkicked their coverage this season.
100% they did.
And they deserve credit for that. Good for Carbs, good for the players, good for the front office. I got no beef with anybody. If you've got a guy that's going to set one of the unbreakable records for you, I get that team success is 1A. Totally reasonable. I'm not complaining about any part of it. I guess that's kind of where it ends. I recognize that I'm watching the greatest athlete in DC sports history, and I'm going to have fun doing so. But it's hard for me to do they're going to sign this, this player or that player or trade for this person. I've done all the moves. Every move they do works pretty much. I mean, there are exceptions. I mean, Mangiapane didn't really click, but PLD was outstanding in his role. They smartly added Rasmus Sandin at various points. Like the guys they bring in are going to play well for them.
You want to break through again.
I need it. I need someone to tell me how. And what I'm asking is unfair and unreasonable.
Yeah, I mean, it's just simply wondering, hey, we can continue to do this, and maybe it is simple as, like everyone loves to lay out, it's a little bit of luck, and you just have to be hot at the right time, and all the things that we talk about all the time going into the postseason. Maybe it is that. Maybe it is you need to make a little tweak into what you're looking at. Maybe you need to make a little tweak into what kind of system you're running. But again, I think it's just so tough because if I were the Pittsburgh Steelers, like that comparison that we made, I think it's easy for me on the outside to say, let's tear down and let's try again. And let's build, let's get the quarterback. Versus here, you've had Alex Ovechkin. And part of the reason you've had Alex Ovechkin is you've said, hey, man, at no point in your career are we going to say, let's tear down and try again. We're going to make sure that we're competitive for your entire career. And I think in turn, that's where you end up where the Capitals are, where they've been right there, but they can never get to the top again just because of the way that they've had to go about doing business.
I think that's totally fair. Tease this, want to pay this off. So your local 53 representatives therein, Josh Harris and company, I don't know all the power brokers that were there. They invited the full D.C. council for a dinner at Georgetown's Cafe Milano last night, according to a number of sources. So we think that the whole council was invited. Don't know if everyone attended or not, or some of these salacious reports are everyone was there except for this person. I don't know about that. But here's the point. I'm not doing the what do you call that show? Why am I blanking on the name of the
TMZ?
stupid show? Yeah, thank you. I'm not doing the dumb TMZ where someone like figures out all this stuff. The point is,
we should have sent Ryan out there.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, he's always the Captain Milano, right? Him and his corporate buddies. But like the big deal is this is outreach. This is, hey, there's a lot of stuff being said and it's starting to escalate. We got guys doing viral TikToks with the belt involved and all sorts of weird stuff. And we're going down this one road and this is in public. Let's get together. Let's have some delicious food. The restaurant's outstanding. And let's figure this thing out. Let's break some bread and get down to the nitty gritty. That's good. That's smart. That's right. Instead of making it more adversarial, a la Snyder, you're making it more collegial, a la Harris. Building bridges instead of firing missiles at them and then insulting the bridge afterwards with a statement from attorneys. This is the right way to do it.
You're going to have to work with these guys, right? If you get this thing through, you're still going to have to work with them, and they're going to be a part of this. So why in the world would you try to burn bridges when you don't have to? You work with them. You try to get them on your side. You try to get them to understand what you're trying to do and sell them on your point, and hopefully they come around. But even if they don't, you look better in the end versus coming out and trying to cause issues through the media. I think this is the exact way to approach it.
100%. All right, here's how we're approaching the next couple of segmentations on the Grant and Andy radio program. Open forum, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. What's grinding your gears? What's bothering you? What's ticking you off? What's got you irritated? Is it Nationals related? How they got the second worst record in the National League? Is it the story that they're not spending on like a fancy pitching machine? Is it they're not spending at all? Is it the only spending they're doing is on Max Scherzer today? And he's 3 teams away from when he last played here? Maybe it's 4 now. Is it 4? Dodgers, Mets, Rangers, Blue Jays. 4.
Yeah,
4
crazy.
teams. 4. And they paid him $15 million today. Is it me because of the Caps discussion? Is it Grant because he made fun of me for years for getting sick and he's sick now? Whatever's pissing you off, whatever's got you mad, we'll do a vent clock. You'll get 30 American seconds. Not that North American, not that weird Canadian metric system. 30 American seconds to complain and kvetch. Put you on a clock, on a timer, get it off your chest. Vent clock next on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Tigers today at 6:45. First of a 3-game series at Nationals Park. And hear the game right here on The Fan. Trevor Williams takes the hill for the Nationals. He is 3-9 on the season with a 5.65 ERA. He'll take on Jack Flaherty, who is 5-9 with a 4.80 ERA. Also today for the Nationals, they reinstated infielder Paul DeJong from the injured list. He last played on April 15th when he was hit in the face by a pitch. He's now back with the big league club. Andres Chaparro has been optioned to AAA Rochester. NBA, some big moves today. The Thunder signed Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the league MVP, to a Supermax extension. 4 years, $285 million. It's the highest AAV in league history. Some moves for the Bucks today. They signed center Miles Turner to a 4-year deal worth $107 million. In turn, they waived guard Damian Lillard, who's coming off a torn Achilles in the playoffs. He'll miss most, if not all, of next season. He's going to stretch the remaining $113 million over the next 5 seasons. And in the NFL, tight end Darren Waller is unretiring and being traded to the Miami Dolphins. He retired after the 2023 season with the New York Giants. Looking to upgrade your office game? At PVI, we'll come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVIPVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Bienvenue and a special welcome to Grant and Danny. And a hello, a howdy to our folks down in Richmond. 910 The Fan down in the capital of the Commonwealth. Hi, guys. Okay, so no more talking bad about Richmond. I know you guys were doing that the first hour of the show. No more. They can hear us now. Welcome into the program. GP not in. Toby is. I'm Randy Douye or Fanny Mouye, a.k.a. Danny Rouye to the layperson. I've been very negative. The first hour, we're going to positive it up, if that's even a thing. A glorious and wonderful announcement awaits ye folk in the Commonwealth at 3:45. At 3:45, I'm going to give you a gift. If you don't know, you will know. You will be included in the circle. You're going to go, Danny, is it really that good? Yes.
It 100% is.
Is it really that good? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? Shh. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. I might just shoehorn a trip that has nothing to do with it just so I can experience it.
Interesting.
Again. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know what we should probably do is go to, and I'm going to name some faraway weird place that my kids will kvetch about, and it won't be any fun, except I'll get to go. I might do it. I'm that close to thinking about it. Anyway, that'll be 3:45. But now more negativity. 800-636-1067. We do this from time to time. Usually it's about a specific topic. Okay, so for example, I'm going to have Ryan jump on the mic here in a moment. He has been frothing at the mouth about the Nationals. He's been so irritated and sad and ticked off and upset, and he's hit kind of the wall when it comes to the Nats.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what kind of got me to thinking about this. His glorious non-corporate rant from yesterday, because normally he's very corporate, very buttoned up, wearing a shirt and tie with a little tie clip and a nice little lapel pin that shows, like some corporate buzzword like synergy on there, But he loosened his tie yesterday. It was part of the comment, man. He undid his cufflinks.
You knew it was getting serious.
And you knew it was serious. He was pissed off yesterday. He was just a regular guy talking about his baseball team. And it got me to think. It got this stuff on my mind. So I will start and give you a feel for the vent clock and how it goes. Toby will go. Ryan will go. Darius, you could pretend that you got something you're mad about. You could really just talk about Anthony if you want for 30 seconds. You'll have something like that. So I'm going to start with a vent clock. So you'll hear this music, right? You'll hear this little beat in the background. Oh, it's a clock. Oh, it's the clock. You're right. I messed up. I was thinking of the one where we did the beat from Bruno Mars. But the clock is good too. You want to do the clock or the Bruno? On-air show meeting. Clock or Bruno?
I like the Bruno.
Bruno? Ryan, Bruno or clock?
I say let's go with the Bruno.
Bruno. 2. Wesley? Bruno or clock? Thumbs up for Bruno. Thumbs up
Bruno.
for Bruno. Wesley's very thin. That's just a side item there. Darius, Wesley or Bruno?
Let's go Wesley. I like Wesley.
Bruno.
We'll
do Wesley.
We'll
okay,
do
so we'll
Bruno.
do Wesley. Okay. All right, here we go. Where were we? We'll do Bruno. So it'll be 30 seconds. When you hear the music, it's your time to start. All right, ready, set, go. I used to like tennis. Now, like, tennis is on. I don't know who anyone is. I don't know what they're doing. And you know what's weird about tennis to me? They warm each other up. Isn't that weird? The opponents, before the match starts, are just hitting back and forth. Like, that's like a pitcher. Imagine, like, tonight, Trevor Williams is going to throw 86 with some arm side run and some dog crap curveballs. And imagine him throwing BP to the opponent. That's the equivalent. Isn't that so weird? And no one ever talks about it. Why doesn't anyone talk about it? There's 30 seconds. That's how you do it. That's your vent clock, right? Now, that was pretty frivolous. That was an empty one. I've got more in the chamber in case you guys don't come through. But 800-636-1067, vent clock time. Toby, are you ready?
Let's do it.
And when the music plays, it's your time to shine.
I have a headache because I don't drink enough water, and I hate that water has no taste. It just drives me nuts. Everyone asks me, do you drink enough? Are you hydrated? The answer is always no, because water sucks. Why can't I hydrate myself with sweet tea? Why can't I hydrate myself with Coke? Why can't I hydrate myself with Mountain Dew? Let me use those as hydrating factors instead of water, which is tasteless and boring. I hate the taste of water.
It reminds me of Waterboy when he was being heckled. Water sucks. H2O. Water sucks. So I introduced your pal Grant Paulson to this. And I want to be very clear. I don't get paid a red cent for this. I buy this stuff every month. I've given it to Grant as Christmas presents. It might be that Tobes is on my list now, and you might be getting it too. DC area lacrosse god, Jesse Hubbard started this company, went to Princeton, set an Ivy League record for points that was recently superseded. He started a company called Motive Pure, which what you do is you take this little pump bottle and you spritz a little flavor into the water, and it gets you all the electrolytes, but you can make it taste like pink lemonade, as strong or weak as you want. Orange juice, whatever you want. I buy stuff every month, and that's what's in my giant thermos right here. See my giant thermos? YouTube chat right here. Giant thermos that I drink out of every time I finish talking. So right now I'm done talking. Thermos. I go through 2 per show at a minimum. I drink water all the time. I get it that it can be tiresome. It can be cumbersome. In fact, I did the thing that you just kvetched about earlier. You said you had a headache. You know what I did, Darius? Are you drinking enough water? I recognize that it's annoying.
It is.
I did that. And I'm sorry.
I just need to be able to hydrate through sweet tea, and I'd be perfectly fine.
I don't think you can.
I just need to be able to. I just need that to be something I can do. Please.
Like, I hear you, but I don't think you can do that.
Or Gatorade.
Gatorade. Now,
I'm down with that.
The new Gatorade, I drink a lot of Gatorade in my day. Bring back Citrus Cooler, Gatorade. Hello? If anyone knows anyone at Gatorade, Citrus Cooler Gatorade. That's orange. That's lemon lime. They went to a seedy motel. 45 minutes later, Citrus Cooler. 800-636-1067. Ryan, are you prepared?
Oh, I'm prepared.
All right. So as soon as Darius is done with his little thing right there, Ryan is going to go now.
I'm so sick and tired of people believing that this Nats rebuild is over. The rebuild has almost not even started. I need everything to be better from top to bottom. It starts with ownership, goes down to the front office, and then it's Davey Martinez, and then it's also the players. Something needs to change. I don't know what that change is, but I need to see better results. There is nothing worse on this planet than watching a bad baseball team every single night, and I was spoiled in the 2010s of a good team. I need that back.
Well, you're talking about major substantive change. Nationals reinstate Paul DeJong. So there's your change.
Moves the needle. Change.
Right in your mouth.
Right in my mouth.
Right in your eyepiece, Ryan Clary.
Yeah.
Paul DeJong is back. Andres Chaparro, fairly well. 800-636-1067. Now I got to talk about that, Darius, for a second. Darius goes, I don't have one. You see? It's all gone. All the angst from his life is gone.
I've seen Darius frustrated, but only about Madden. I think 99.9% of things I've seen Darius frustrated about are about Madden.
Because listen, and I know we're talking about him like he's not here. He is here very much. Nicest dude ever. You and him are like vying for the nicest dude ever championships. I mean that. But he's got stuff like everyone else does. Both of you guys.
Mm-hmm.
You're human beings. You encounter things. Like there are negative things in the world. They bounce off you like bullets on Superman. Both of you guys. Just so good-natured and just, traffic sucked today. Like you're happier people than me, certainly. Than Grant, too, I think. And you're just easily able just to swat aside the adversity. Except for that goddamn Madden. Except for that Madden football game. That torments that young man's soul.
It does.
It takes something from him. Running that league changed him. And it stole joy from our guy Darius. I don't think we're talking enough about how much of a new man he is. Like when he walks into a room, it's believe it or not, I'm walking on air. Like he's the greatest American hero right now. Shout out to the 80s. You guys don't know. None of you do. The joy's back. The pep and the step is back. So you're right. You don't have anything, buddy. You don't have anything today for the vent clock. 800-636-1067. Vent away. Rick in Germantown. Rick, are you prepared to take your 30 seconds of shine?
I'm ready. You know, these people in the news media.
Rick, holster it. You're going to hear the music, and then it's your time, Rick. 3, 2, 1, Rick.
Okay, so I was reading this headline. This guy who's 3 teams past playing for the Red Sox get cut by his new team, and the headline keeps talking about the Red Sox. Can you guys tell these people there's 29 other teams in the league? Thank you.
Rick yields the rest of his time. I love that. By the way, Rick stumbled onto something. Rick, you and me, if I'm ever in Germantown, something probably didn't go right in my day. But I'm just kidding. Come on, having fun with you. Listen, he's 100% right. I joke about this whole they go to commercial break before Washington picks in the different leagues. It's a thing, dude. Like ESPN, when they had like Sunday Night Baseball or whatever, where they were really in on baseball for a little while, was like, Red Sox Yankees, you guys. Red Sox Yankees. Did you know the Red Sox Yankees are playing? Red Sox Yankees are going to play. Red Sox Yankees. So many other teams. There are so many teams in Major League Baseball. There's at least 28 of them. Oftentimes, they play too. Oftentimes, they've won championships. Several times, in fact. It has nothing to do with Ryan Clary's Yankees. Other times, it has nothing to do with all you bandwagon pink hat wearing Red Sox fans. Rick, yes, man. Yes. There was a segment years ago in the Worldwide Leader I happened to be watching. Maybe one of the shoddy shows, maybe not. I don't know, Tobes. Where the Knicks didn't make the playoffs in a league where that's inexcusable, by the way. The other teams that did make the playoffs were literally not trying to make the playoffs.
Yeah, over half the teams make it.
Yeah, you competed with one or two other teams, and they couldn't make it. And because the back end of the playoff seeding, the 6, 7, and 8 seeds, weren't very good, the topic on the Shouty Show was, should the Knicks be kicking themselves for not making the postseason? And one of the panelists is like, what are we doing? Are we serious? Like, they haven't been worth a bleep since Patrick Ewing and company.
Yeah.
When Charles Smith was getting blocked 19 times in a row by Scottie Pippen. What are we talking about?
This drives me nuts with Dallas. This drives me nuts with the Lakers. This drives me nuts with, frankly, LeBron. Right? Why do we always have to talk about them? It's middle of nothing going on, or it's the NBA Finals, and we're talking, what's Dak Prescott's legacy? No one cares. No one cares. Move on. Enough.
800-636-1067. Drew in Largo. Drew, are you prepared to vent, sir?
Absolutely.
Drew, you'll hear the music, and then it's your time to go. In 3, 2, 1.
All right. I'm just going to start this off. I know it's the lowest hanging fruit, but it's a Terry contract situation. I'm a young fan, 21, first time calling all that. But listen, I understand the dance that they all got to go through. I understand the agents, owners, everyone's got to be there. He's got to approve everything like that. But the idiot to me says, sign my guy. Sign the freaking guy. That is the commander on the roster. That's the guy that's been through all 3 name changes. Get my guy the contract. I know he may be asking for X amount of money, but it's not my guy.
Drew, very impressive young
Nailed
man
it.
right there. 21-year-old Drew.
Nailed it.
You know what I'm doing? I'm doing that. That's for Drew. That's Drew and Largo's clap. That's no one else's clap. 21-year-old Drew. I don't know if 21-year-old Randy Duyer's making that phone call, doing that well, understanding that this is part of the process, but come on, sign my guy. He's been through all 3 name changes. Yeah, Drew.
Nailed it.
Kick the tail when you walk, dude. I love it. Jupe in West Virginia. Hey, buddy, how are you?
What's going on, Danny? Listen, man, I got my guns cocked and loaded, hand on the holster. I'm waiting for the music to be played.
Okay, now Jupe has left the chat on YouTube to make a phone call. You know this is a big deal. I am terrified of what this might be. It might be about me. It could be about Grant, hopefully. Whatever. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1, go.
All right, I'm so sick and tired of the disrespect on Kobe Bryant's name. D-Wade talking about he didn't deserve Finals MVP when he beat the Celtics. Like, come on, man. You forgot he was playing with a broken finger on his shooting hand and a bad knee, and he still performed great, led the team in scoring. And then LeBron being in that Lakers uniform, disrespecting Kobe Bryant's legacy of all his crybaby antics on the court, talking about, it shouldn't be about rings. And why you leave Cleveland and go to Miami talking about, we're not going to win not 5, not 6, not 7. Get that clown out of that Lakers uniform. I don't want to see him have a farewell tour in a Lakers uniform. That's all I got.
That was outstanding.
Nailed it.
Atta baby.
Nailed it.
Now, this gets into a touchy little subject here. This is a little touchy.
Mm-hmm.
There is no doubt that Kobe Bryant's an all-time great, and he was taken from us way too early. We share a birthday. Seriously, I think about it every year on my birthday that he's gone, and it's unbelievable. It's so tragic, as well as the other victims on that helicopter flight. I wonder where Jupe, and you can put this in the chat, Jupe, where do you have him all time? Where's Kobe all time? Because when I do my top lists, there's a little while before I get to, he's one of the greats. He's obviously
where are you talking?
This is a Hall of Famer. This is, the alpha elite super duper tier. But in my lifetime, guys that I've seen, so I saw the end of Kareem. I didn't see Kareem when he was full Kareem.
Okay.
So I don't put him as high as guys a little bit older than me who go, you don't understand what Abdul-Jabbar was doing to people, right? In the 70s and the early 80s. But I only remember him at the end when he was probably the third piece on some of those great Laker teams. Jordan, LeBron, 2 for me, right?
Yeah, I agree on that.
Magic, Bird, Olajuwon.
Okay.
Then I got to start deciding where I want to put some of the other guys. I don't go too far before I get to Kobe. I don't think I get out of 10.
I think that's fair.
But it's somewhere. But when you think about it, he's not the best Laker ever, in my view.
No, he's not.
Because that's either Magic or Kareem. Again, that's really touching. That's really hard. And it sounds like disrespect, but I don't know.
I'm a Kobe guy, and I think everything you're saying is fair. I think he is in that 5 to 10 range. I think if you want to sneak him into the top 5, he's 5, right? I think he is one of the greatest players I've ever seen. I didn't get to watch a lot of guys. Like, whenever LeBron retires, that's like my full generation gone, because that's when I started watching. He was drafted in 03.
Arc, dude.
Yeah, and I had family in Cleveland, so I was really connected to LeBron, but Kobe was my guy. And yeah, I think about him all the time. I see videos always popping up of montages of him and everything. And just every time a motivational quote from Kobe pops up, I'm definitely watching that video.
Yep.
So yeah, I think he's somewhere in that 5 to 10 range. But man, my favorite thing, and one of the things that I'm so glad that I did, was I was a kid. I was supposed to be in bed, Danny. I was supposed to be going to bed. It's the final night of I don't remember what season it was, but it was the Warriors going for 73-9, or it was Kobe's final game. And I said, screw the Warriors. I'm watching Kobe's final game.
We had that discussion on air, and I'm telling you, you're going to end up watching more of Kobe than you are of the. And Grant was like, no, there's no way. And he did.
I watched all of Kobe's final game, and I couldn't be more
happy. Did he go for 50?
60.
60. Come on, dude.
And those final 5 minutes, he looked like Kobe again.
Yeah. Well, the story for me is Redeem Team. The story is Redeem Team, where, and no one's doing anything wrong. I'm not ripping the other guys, but you've got the stars of the league, Hall of Famers like Wade, like LeBron, some of the greatest to ever do it on this team that are meant to change things for USA basketball. They're in Vegas at the same time, by the way, as my buddy John and his bachelor party. We were at the Win also, which was crazy. Anyway, we're all there, and most of the guys are Carmelo and even Chris Paul and I can't remember all the different players, but Bosch and company. They're doing the practices. They're going through and doing what they're supposed to do. But a couple times they're friends. They don't get to see each other very often. They're going out until the wee hours of the morning, right? They're prime athletes. They can do what they want, right? The first night that they did that, they're all coming back from one of these club nights. And in the lobby, they see Kobe Bryant with his weightlifting gloves on, sweating on his way to do something else. And they all jaw dropped. And they went, oh my God. By the end of those couple of weeks, every single player on that roster was getting up with him and going through workouts before they would then work out with Kobe Bryant. Because that dude was different. That's my favorite.
My favorite is Jay Williams. And he tells this story saying that when he was in the league with the Chicago Bulls, right? When Jay Williams was in the league, and he found out, he knew about Kobe and obviously the legend of how hard he worked and everything. And so I don't remember the exact time frame, but say he knew that Kobe got to the arena 4 hours before game time. He said, I'm going to show up an hour before that. I'm going to get my shots in and I'm going to show him, I'm going to show him. And he gets to the gym and the ball's already bouncing. Guy's in a full sweat. What's it? Kobe. He stops his workout. He goes and sits down. He goes and showers, gets ready for the game, comes back. Kobe's still working. And he said, Kobe, why are you doing this? And after the game, he told him, he said, Jay, I want you to know, however hard you're willing to work, I'm willing to work harder.
And it wasn't just one time for Instagram. It was all the damn time. All right. That's a great start. We got off on fun tangents. That's part of the Vent Clock experience. Let's keep it going. Again, I've got incredible news for you guys in 20 minutes when we do the double play. More anger, more venting. 800-636-1067 is the number. 800-636-1067. Something little, something big, something in between. Get it off your chest. Express yourself. Release the steam. Next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Baseball tonight, Nationals taking on the Tigers, first of 3 at Nats Park tonight. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. Trevor Williams takes the hill for the Nats. He's 3-9 on the year with a 5.65 ERA. He'll take on Jack Flaherty, who is 5-9 with a 4.80 ERA. Nats and Tigers, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Also for the Nationals today, they reinstated infielder Paul DeJong. Andres Chaparro was optioned to AAA Rochester. In hockey, the Capitals re-signed defenseman Martin Feravari to a 7-year deal worth $42 million. And in basketball, the Thunder signed Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to a Supermax extension, 4 years, $285 million, the highest AAV in league history. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
I want to do another one, Darius. I'm going to do another one. I wasn't going to, but now because Jupe called and now he's in the chat, and I've got NBA stuff in my mind. I just ran, and no one cared, by the way, during the break. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan, blah, blah, blah. I'm Danny. That's Toby. Okay. I did my 10.
Okay.
Who's my top 10 all time? Ryan wasn't listening. He was doing something corporate. Wesley's 7. He doesn't care about anything. He likes Roblox and like Yu-Gi-Oh! And like other stuff that young people like.
Sure.
Okay. He's like, have you seen this thing on TikTok, bro? I was like, no, I haven't, Wesley. Okay. Where's the rest of your body fat? All right. Why are you thin? No, seriously, why are you thin? How'd you do it? Darius was listening politely, but he couldn't go anywhere because he had to run the board. You left the room.
To get water, by the way.
Well, good for you, actually. Where was I? Oh, yeah. So I'm going to do another vent thing. All right. Ready? And we're doing the vent clock. 800-636-1067. Darius, and go. I'm annoyed that nobody wants to talk with me about NBA nostalgia. I'm annoyed that nobody wants to hear my opinions on who the best is. I'm annoyed that everyone's like, oh, that's a good point, Danny. Really, Isaiah was that good? You're right. I don't know how good he was in the Bad Boy Pistons. You're right. I don't know how good he and Dumars were in the backcourt. You're right. I don't know how good it was when Dumars was the only guy that could check Jordan early part of his career. And he still went for 40 when in games where guys were scoring 80 as a total team. No one wants to talk about it. Everyone's young, and it's annoying. There we go. 800-636-1067. And again, no one cares. But here's my 10 that I just came up with. I think this is my 10 now.
All right, I like it.
All right, here we go. Michael Jordan, 2 trillion feet. Right? LeBron, 2. Magic, 3. Bird, 4. Olajuwon, 5. I think we settled on Kobe, 6. Duncan, 7. Curry, 8. No, I flipped that. Duncan, 6. Kobe, 7. Curry, 8. I forgot who's 9. And Isaiah Thomas is 10. There we go.
Isaiah Thomas in the top 10. I like that.
So he was in Curry's spot. People don't know how awesome that guy was. He was incredible for a team that's now kind of a footnote in history because they sandwiched between that Celtics-Lakers rivalry and then the Bulls takeover. But they were the bullies. They were the Pittsburgh Penguins of the NBA. They were super well coached by Chuck Daly. And they had basically these like bouncers, these like bulldogs, these like actual enforcers that like beat the hell out of you. And that was part of the plan. One of the great hustle players and pain in the butt players in Dennis Rodman of all time at the prime of his antics before it became, dye the hair. He was still checking your best player, getting every rebound. Dumars was buckets. Isaiah Thomas was phenomenal as a player. No one remembers that because he was a terrible executive, and B, just kind of like talks about teams on NBA Network, and nobody really understands that dude was incredible as a basketball player. That's what I got. Oh, Shaq. Shaq was the other guy that belonged in my top 10. So I think I had Shaq 6, Duncan 7, Kobe 8, Curry 9, Isaiah 10. There we go.
I like that.
800-636-1067. Let's go to Tony and Clinton. Been incredibly patient on this. Tony, are you ready to vent, sir?
Oh, my God. I got one for you.
All right, are you ready to rock and roll? So we're going to count you down. That's 3, 2, 1, Tony.
Why do I have to eat right, exercise, go to the gym 4 to 5 days a week for all my life just to get the tiniest bit of gains But then when I go on vacation or do something for maybe a week and stop, 7 to 9 months worth of work goes away in just a week. Why do I have to work so hard for so little, but do so little to lose so much? It's not fair. Why can't I exercise for 2 weeks and stay for 6 months? Why does it have to be the other way around? It's not fair.
Tony, I'm going to keep you on the air for a second because I sat there and I nodded the entire time. Do you understand? If I had, for the sake of, of course you understand, but let's say over 21 days, or excuse me, 7 days, 21 meals. If 20 are miserable, sad, like watercress covered in celery, and I have one cookie or one bagel or a slice of pizza, it undoes every single miserable thing. And it's ridiculous. And the thin people, Tony, are just sauntering around with their metabolisms. Oh, it's infuriating.
It's vent worthy.
Thank you, Tony.
That was a good one.
Let's cut to Robin Williams, rest in peace. Matt Damon. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Yeah, I know that. No, this is what I'm saying, Will. It's not your fault. Everyone starts crying. Robert Midlothian, you ready to vent, sir? Whoa, okay. I don't even know what that is. I pushed a button and something came up on the phones that I've never seen before. Let's never do that again.
I think he hung up right as you were about to go to.
That's kind of incredible.
The timing was
incredible.
That was unbelievable. But like something popped up where it was like I right clicked. You don't right click on the phones. I've never seen a phone right click, but it was like, you want to download? I'm like, no. Rich in Richmond, it's your time to convert, sir. Are you ready to rock and roll?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right, here we go. We're going to count Rich down in 3, 2, 1. Proceed, sir.
Oh, yes, I want to vent. I'm so tired of people just bashing Major League Baseball, but more tired of the fact that they don't do anything to promote the sport. I mean, it's like clipped away. I mean, I've always watched baseball, but in the last, I'm not going to lie, the last 5 or 6 years, I've learned every starting rotation and every player on every team because of what? Because of fantasy. And I just think if people would learn, baseball fans would learn how to play, I think they'd be more interested.
Rich, thank you. So we're actually going to talk about that later today.
Mm-hmm.
So not just that's Rich's vent. Rich is venting, and I'm not disagreeing with that, but I kind of disagree with that. Baseball's doing well, and we kind of haven't stopped to smell the roses. Grant and I, as pretty much the only baseball show on the air for a long time in this market. I'm not ripping anybody, but just that we're baseball guys.
Yeah.
Would sit there and go, okay, sorry. I know. Just give us a second. Baseball. Now, don't turn. Don't leave. Wait, don't go anywhere. I know you're scared. There are games, and they're going to air on the station. You can hear some baseball, and they have players. Oh, there's 9 of them at once. People were like, whatever. So we would sneak it in. And it was like you had to give people their medicine. You had to, like, if you're going to have some sugar, here's some aspirin, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's popular. It's not football because nothing's football.
Never will be.
When I was a kid, it was. When I was a kid, it was reversed.
Really?
Football was the weird one. Yeah. Football was the outlier, trying to figure out a way to get in there. Baseball was the thing. It was the thing. And the more access we've gotten, the more that's kind of become a regional sport. And it was almost basically what hockey is now. And it hasn't gone that well. And Rich's point in general, I think would have applied a couple years ago. It's now changing. The ratings are up. This has not happened to baseball. Every annual report comes out, and it's like the average age is getting older. Viewership is down. Nobody knows what to do. You got marketing. You got faster games. You got stars all of a sudden. Good things are happening. We're going to talk about that later on in this radio program right here. Let's go to Brendan in Fredericksburg. Brendan, are you ready to rock and roll, sir? You ready to do this?
Brendan.
So the only thing that makes me angry
Wait,
anymore
Brendan. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We gotta do it with the music. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1.
What'd you say?
The music's gonna come on, and then it's gonna be your time. Are you ready?
Okay.
And go. Now it's time. Brendan. Go, Brendan. Go, Brendan.
All right. The only thing in life now that makes me angry is driving. And the latest is traffic circles. They are everywhere, and half of our country is too stupid to know how to navigate. a traffic circle correctly. And it just drives me crazy.
Thank you, Brendan. He knew he didn't need the full 30.
Yeah.
So he kind of waited for 7-8 seconds, but we got there.
It's kind of like what people do in traffic circles.
Thank you.
Just go, please.
Go, 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 go. Matt Stafford. What's up, Matty?
Yeah, hit the music.
Here we go. Hit it for Matty.
All right. So Kobe's number 2 because he's the closest thing to Jordan. Jordan's number 1. Closest thing to Jordan is Kobe. That makes Kobe number 2. This current non-story news cycle, Adam Schefter, I'm hearing that people that are really talented are in the last year of their deal. It's not a story. Terry McLaurin's not going anywhere. TJ Watt's not going anywhere. All the people below him, Hail something, Hail my ass, Portersburg, something name, you put Berg at the end, kiss my ass.
That's how you vent. He got an argument in there about basketball players, and then the non-story story. Co-sign that one, Matty.
He felt full Jason Worth there with Dan Kolko.
This guy's gonna kiss my ass. But yeah, that's it. It's I lament this. It used to be, now the league is so big and so powerful, and they're so good that they eventually, like Dan Snyder years ago, they would strategize about how to like not have stories broken about them.
Yes.
So there's all these legendary stories where they would like buy Checkers lunch for everybody, or like bring in Big Bufords or Big Macs or whatever.
Yeah,
to
here's the good
slow
food
people
today.
down. I mean, all sorts of stuff. What the NFL did is basically like, we'll make you rich beyond your wildest dreams if you stop this. If you basically become a water carrier for our news cycle.
Mm-hmm.
So you get the text message, such and such might be thinking about doing something later on today.
Even Schefter's quote-unquote report yesterday didn't really feel like a report. Felt like him trying to put like 2 and 2 together and speculation more than a report.
That's how we fill the cycle. That's what it is. That's what it is. And it's infuriating because now nobody distinguishes between a report. Toby Altizer is signing with the Giants. That's a report, right? There might be a chance that Toby could explore his options to potentially sign with the team. There's another team called the Giants. That may happen. That's not a report. That's speculation. But that's how we fill the airwaves. That's how Sleeveless Pat McAfee is filling part of his show where they curse a lot. And I still don't get how that's possible, but they couldn't have the Barstool PMT guys on the show. What was it? PFT? PMT? What's PMT? What's PMT?
Pardon my take.
Pardon my take. Thank you. I don't know why I had PMT in my brain. That's what it was. Good job, everybody. That was good. We've got a lot of negativity. We got it out in the open. We expelled it. I have great news for you all, and I have that next for the double play. We got a Beltway Blitz for you at 4 p.m. Welcome back. G&D here on The Fan. Tobes is in for GP. Also got a chance for you guys to win those Adam Sandler tickets. We'll do that in 13 minutes as well. It's time for your double play, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Now, it's not close. In fact, it's far away. But this is the start, I hope, of something special and wonderful. And I need everyone to understand the gift that they've been given. What am I talking about? Ladies and gentlemen, should we do a drum roll for this one? Is this drum roll worthy?
I think it is.
Because it's not something we can just go to.
No.
Like, it's not close.
It definitely, the fact that it's closer than it was, than much closer than it was.
It's in the state that I reside, I'll tell you that much. Virginia. We've often told you that Virginia's doing great. Almost over. Buc-ee's.
Oh.
Buc-ee's is in Virginia. Buc-ee's is in Virginia. There is a Buc-ee's in Rockingham, Virginia. Now, when you go to your phone to look up Rockingham, Virginia, if you're within listening distance of this radio program, you'll recognize that it's hours away.
Yeah, it's not anywhere near you, more than likely.
It's down there. It's over there and it's down there. You got to go left and you got to go down. Which one you do first is up to you. You can go down first, then you got to go left. You can go left first, then you got to go down. The point is, it ain't close. I played summer ball in Waynesboro, Virginia, and it's a ways from there too, I think. Right? It's down there. But this can only be good for us, people. This can only be good for us. One Buc-ee's begets another Buc-ee's,
yes,
which begets more Buc-ee's. Now, you're probably going, what's the big deal? What's special about it? I can't explain it until you go. Do you remember the first time? This is anecdotal to any of you out there, to Tobes, to Darius, to Ryan. Although Ryan doesn't do that. He goes to like high-level corporate dinners with Amun's bouche and like very tiny portions, and he cuts in a very sophisticated way and dabs his mouth with his napkin while drinking apparels. The common folk, the first time you went into a Sheetz and said, wait, all of that? You guys
Yes.
do that too? The first time you set foot in a Wawa and ordered a sandwich and it was good. Then you go to that Sheetz counter and you're like, wait, they can do breakfast all the time? And it's good. And I can get pork rinds and every drink that I've ever wanted and get gas. And you recognized how special this was. This is not to say anything bad about others. We do this all the time, if I may editorialize for a moment. When something great comes along, we have to say that it's better than the other thing or better than this or better than that. We have to have some sort of fight between Sheetz and Wawa. The hell we do. I'll take either, thank you. Both have their strengths. For example, give me the Wawa sandwich over the Sheetz sandwich, but give me the Sheetz selection of snacks and beverages over Wawa's. I said that. I prefer Sheetz coffee to the Wawa coffee. Wow. You know what happened? I complimented both of them. I'm happy either way. Oh, no, it's a Wawa. I'm not going to keep going. I'm pulling in. They're both great. Buc-ee's. Excellent barbecue. What?
So good.
Excellent barbecue. Wait, what are you talking about? I mean, you go to Buc-ee's and you get barbecue, bro. It's phenomenal. You can get Sammy's. You can get hot food, cold food. You can get your fruit, your salad wraps, your protein snacks, your homemade fudge, bars of jerky. I'm going to say something inflammatory, and I stand by it. The second best jerky I have ever had in my life, Buc-ee's jerky. You just get it at Buc-ee's. You go to Buc-ee's and you get the jerky. Which kind? Doesn't matter. Salt and pepper, delicious. The teriyaki, delicious. The spicy one, a little bit spicy, but I'll be damned if it ain't great. Buc-ee's has it. Knickknacks, patty wax. You can buy a grill. Whatever the hell you want to do.
Yes.
Imagine Sheetz, Wawa, and a Walmart. Right?
Yes.
Walmart's
Well said.
like, you guys come on over. Come on by. And they went, they had a prom, had a nice dinner. For me, my senior year, we went to Sequoia. Really nice on the Georgetown waterfront. And they had a special night. They had a very special night. Walmart, Sheetz, and Wawa. I'm not, you're probably thinking about the intricacies of it. Don't think about who went where and then went and what order. Don't worry about it. Just know that they mixed and this is what emerged. cleanest restrooms in America. They are friendly. They are kind. They are thoughtful. It's like the Chick-fil-A's in there too somehow. They're glad to see you. They don't hate your guts for wanting some food. They're not furious that you bought gasoline also.
Mm-hmm.
I love Buc-ee's. It's very Midwestern. I went when I was in Texas years ago. I think I went to one somewhere in the middle of the country on some road trip or whatever. And I went, what is this? What is this place? What do my eyes see? How could a place such as this exist? They're amazing. I tag you in, Tobes.
So incredible. I've only been there once in my life. In Texas, I believe we were somewhere around Waco, somewhere going to check out the Magnolia stuff, somewhere around there. But absolutely fantastic. The sandwiches are great. You can get brisket from a gas station and not be totally sketchy. Brisket. So good.
Brisket.
So good. I think you can get pulled pork. You can get all sorts of barbecue. They have everything you could ever want. I know some people in my family love getting the Slurpees and stuff like that. They have that. They have every drink you could ever imagine. They have the giant, big gulp type drinks if you want to get those. You got bottled beverages. You got everything, as well as an incredible store that you could go shopping for apparel, that you could go get a brand new t-shirt, a Buc-ee's t-shirt. You could get home decor. You could get stuff to make your house look like it's, from the whatever. You can get all sorts of nice home decor. You can get anything you need for your car. It is just such a wonderful place. It's so easy. And if I can make one suggestion, I'm not a sweets person, Danny.
Okay.
You know this. I'm not someone that generally likes to snack or anything of that sort. They're beaver nuggets. Have you had these?
The beaver nuggets.
They're so good. You have to get them. You absolutely have to get them. You'll think about them all the time, and they're totally worth it to go along with your brisket sandwich, whatever you may like. It is just such a special place. That's a gas station.
It's a gas station.
That's ultimately what it is. It's a
cool.
gas station. Yeah. It's a destination gas station. Who would ever think that that's the case? But it truly is.
They own the world record for the largest convenience store, almost 76,000 square feet. That's like 3 city blocks. They own the record for the world's longest car wash. I don't know why that's that interesting, but they own it. The convenience store alone, the gas, the EV charging, whatever butters your bread, bro, Buc-ee's. Now, again, Rockingham, Virginia you got to go.
Way out of the way.
It's out of the way. It's not close to anything. If you're in Rockingham, you're still outside of Rockingham somehow. You see what I'm saying? You blink and you miss it, but that's where it is. It's a pit stop. I'm hoping that the good people of in and around Rockingham and the good folks going up and down the western part of the Commonwealth will patronize this place, and the good folks at Buc-ee's will say, more. Let's bring more. Let's have more Buc-ee's to the people. I'm telling you, this place is so wonderful. My name is Danny Rouillet, and I love Buc-ee's. That's my double play. You're welcome. Beltway Blitz is up next. Spin you around what's going on in the world of DC sports and your chance to win the Sandman tickets. Adam Sandler tickets for you next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Baseball tonight. Nationals taking on the Tigers. First of 3 at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Trevor Williams takes the hill for the Nationals. He is 3-9 with a 5.65 ERA. He'll take on Jack Flaherty, who is 5-9 with a 4.80 ERA. Also today for the Nationals, they reinstated infielder Paul DeYoung from the injured list. He last played on April 15th when he was hit in the face by a pitch. In turn, the Nationals have option Andres Chaparro to AAA Rochester. In hockey today, the Capitals re-signed defenseman Martin Feravari to a 7-year extension worth $42 million. Basketball, the Thunder signed Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the league MVP, to a supermax extension, 4 years, $285 million, highest AAV in league history. The Bucks making some moves today. They signed center Miles Turner, 4 years, $107 million. In turn, they waived guard Damian Lillard, who's coming off a torn Achilles, likely going to be out all of next season. They're going to stretch his remaining $113 million over the next 5 seasons. And in football, tight end Darren Waller is unretiring, and he's being traded from the Giants to the Dolphins. He retired after the 2023 season with the Giants. Looking to upgrade your office game? At PVI, we'll come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. You'll have won a pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler, You're My Best Friend Tour, Saturday, September 27th at Capital One Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. This show is exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condor and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. You heard the music. It's 4 o'clock. You know what time it is. A little Beltway Blitz action will start on the diamond. Play-by-play voice of the Nationals, Dave Jagler, joins us. Jags, I literally, before I clicked you to come up on the phones, I heard thunder outside. What's going on?
Yeah, it's a little wet here, just down the street from you guys at Nationals Park. The tarp is on the field. There's been some heavy downpours off and on, so we may be here a while. But right now, the game is still on. A couple of Nats pitchers are warming up in the bullpen, which is covered by the overhang in right field. So we have baseball activity, but right now, hopefully this will get out of here so we have real baseball.
How important was it for them to win 2-3 in Anaheim, come back off a 4-5 road trip, just get away from home after some of the struggles that they'd had on that losing streak and go 4-5 on the road trip?
Yeah, I mean, Toby, it was a good trip, but you still felt like it could have been better, if that makes sense. I mean, considering how bad the homestand was, I mean, I think you would have signed up for 4-5, but they were right there to go 6-3 or 7-2. I mean, just a play here or there, and the one-run games that got away against the Dodgers and the Padres, and maybe it's an even better trip. But I thought they played a better brand of baseball, but they have a big hole to dig out of because, just to erase an 11-game losing streak, you've got to have a good month or two of baseball. I mean, 11 games is tough to make up due to, relative to 500, and they've got to dig themselves out of it.
Jags, 4 intentional base on balls obviously is exceptional. That's not commonplace. It's not going to happen, on a nightly basis. But teams pitching around James Wood probably is. I certainly, if I'm a team who needs the win, I'm not going to let him beat me. I'd much rather take my chances, even though Luis Garcia's been swinging it better with him or Nathaniel Lowe or Josh Bell or somebody else. I don't really have a great question other than we might see more of this, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I think that was one team, and that was an exception. I mean, it hasn't happened in one game in 20 years. But your point is that teams are going to pitch him carefully, and that's been going on all year. I mean, every pre-series meeting, the name James Wood is the one that's circled or highlighted. Now, the only kind of similar thing we've seen in Nationals history was the infamous Bryce Harper, Joe Madden Cubs series in 2016, where he walked like 13 times, including 6 in one game, and Ryan Zimmerman was sitting behind him. He was struggling, and Zim had a tough series. Well, if you remember, after that series, Harper himself kind of went into a funk. And so the key to me for James is to not, lose his aggressiveness or change his approach, because, I assume they're not going to, I assume they're going to walk me, or I assume they're going to pitch carefully. And then you miss the one pitch that you have to do damage. The amazing thing about Barry Bonds, if you think back to all the intentional walks, he might in an entire game see one pitch that he could do damage with. And he didn't miss that pitch. He didn't take it. He didn't foul it off. You've got to be ready to hit that pitch. And so for James, if teams are not, if they're going to, throw some bait out there, you don't want to swing at garbage, swing at junk. But if someone comes in with a pitch in the zone, be ready to hit it and don't miss it.
Staying with James Wood, he made his debut a year ago today. What's impressed you the most watching him for a year of baseball in the bigs?
I mean, the whole demeanor. Like I went up to him today and I said, hey, happy 1 year anniversary. I'm like, do you feel, you've seen so much, you've grown so much. He goes, no, I kind of feel the same. He's the same every day. Like there are no highs, there are no lows, whether he's hitting 450-foot home runs or getting called out on pitches below his knees. He's not slamming batting helmets or yelling at umpires. When I am on the air, I'm saying he's got high knees. These are not strikes, and he's getting punched out on pitches that aren't. He stays the same every day, which is remarkable to me, to have that kind of poise and maturity at such a young age and such limited big league experience. That it's the same approach every day, and that's obviously working for him.
Jags, I hope we get to hear you on the air tonight, my friend. Really appreciate the time as always.
I hope so too. Thanks, guys.
We'll see you, buddy. There he goes. That is Dave Jagler, play-by-play voice of the Nationals. Let's hit the sounder for the local 53. By God, that's Chris Russell. Wandering around in the thunderstorms. It's dangerous outside.
I don't get what he's doing out here.
I don't know what he's doing. It's you're taking your life into your hands. It's thunder and lightning.
Yeah.
I wanted to bring you guys potato chips. There's a big bag of potato chips. Well, not only this bag right here to my left,
because that bag's empty. That's
I already ate those potato
There's
chips.
a big bag of potato chips out in the bullpen area, I believe is what you guys call it.
We do
Those of
call
you
it that,
that
yeah.
work here.
Mhm.
It's never been called that in the history of radio. So I just wanted to bring you guys some potato chips. They're a little bit soggy, but hopefully you can understand that the effort, the thought is what counts.
Absolutely. We talked about these yesterday. I want to get you your chance to weigh in on this. What's the floor and the ceiling for Ben Sinnott this coming year? What's the role going to look like?
Because I find it hard to believe Zach Ertz is going to be able to stay healthy for another 18-ish game season as he did last year. I think it's going to be a bigger role. What I worry about is they don't seem to love what they got out of him from a cerebral kind of standpoint. I heard some things about that. I don't know exactly what is true. And maybe it was just a rookie kind of struggling to grasp everything. And I'm sure he'll be better this year. But I do think he'll have more catches. I think he'll have a bigger role. Remember, he had that one touchdown on the Taylor Swift play or whatever it was. He had a big catch on a fullback flat route on a 3rd and 1 at MetLife Stadium that I loved. I loved the play design and how they set it up. But outside of that, there just wasn't a whole lot there. So I would expect, 20-ish catches, somewhere in that range. 2 touchdowns. I mean, can you give me that? Can you be sort of, I heard you, Danny, talking yesterday how they were parading around calling them, basically 50% Kyle Juszczyk, 50% George Kittle. I need to see 50% of Ben Sinnott this year before I even worry about those guys.
Give me 12% of those guys at this point.
Do you buy defensively what they're trying to do where they improved the secondary and then they beefed up front? But I don't know that any of these guys are particularly great run defenders. Do you think the defense is going to be better?
I think it'll be better because of what they did in the secondary overall and ultimately. And I think they have better depth. And remember how much St. Houston, I was just watching a highlight of the Atlanta game and Michael Davis was out there after not playing forever. And I mean, he's just getting torched. I mean, look, they have to be better back there. But how much better will they be, even though their talent and their depth is better, because of what we all believe will be probably a hit and miss pass rush unless other guys step up. And maybe other guys will step up. Maybe Kinlaw will come into his own and have 8 or 9 sacks or something like that in an aggressive scheme with Joe Witt and Dan Quinn. I don't know. But here's the bottom line. I do know this. I do think they got bigger, more physical, more stouter at the point of attack. That should help you
in terms of creating more 2nd and 9, 2nd and 10s, maybe 2nd and 11s that should help you 3rd and longer, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, that type of thing, which should theoretically help your pass rush, one, and it should theoretically help your secondary as well. So I think it's all kind of in concert with each other. What I worry about is, what happens if a guy like Kinlaw does go down, right? And say he was having the breakout campaign that they paid him for. With John Allen gone, with Dante Fowler gone, and say you lose Javon Kinlaw, what then?
Well, and also linebacker to me. Like if one of either Frankie Louva or Bobby Wagner goes down, they preach Jordan McGee, but he was also a late round pick.
And he was hurt a lot last year.
Yeah, so I think it's interesting defensively if you were to lose someone like you're saying. I don't know that they're as deep as they maybe think they do.
Yeah, I think they're deeper in the secondary. I think we could all agree on that, right? Yeah. I mean, there's no doubt about it, and they're different. I've just been saying all offseason, they're deeper in the secondary. I think they're better, and they're different on the defensive line. Doesn't mean they're better, but
that's what I want to get to. So they clearly prioritized, and I know Kevin Sheehan's been pumping his fist about this, stopping the run. That's obvious. I mean, you forget about what's said. Look at the moves. It's, as you said, it's Kinlaw, it's Wise, it's Eddie Goldman. They wanted to be bigger and more muscular up there, which that's a priority. I'm kind of going, what's your reaction to that? So this is a two-parter. One, they said we're going to stop the run, and maybe that's the way to get after the passer or help the pass defense too. And two, or B, whichever one you want to decide, why do you have a fork in your front breast pocket?
Oh, I forgot about this.
Defense first, fork second.
All right. So yes, I think the whole idea is, again, creating more 2nd and 9, 2nd and 10. Your favorite play when teams actually run the ball on 1st down and 1st and 10 and they get 1 yard, right? That's what you're trying to do as a defense, right? So if you could force more 2nd and 9s, 3rd and 8s, 2nd and 11s, whatever the case might be, I do theoretically think that makes the rest of your defense's job a little bit easier, right? The quarterback tends to maybe grip a little bit longer, right? You can get more aggressive in your calls. You can get more, less predictable. You can pin your hair back, pin your ears back. Yes, you could pin your hair, but you could pin your ears back a little bit more. So yes, I think it's like improvement of the pass rush and the defense by shoring up the one thing that I got to be honest with you. Every coach that I've covered, and I have an affinity for defensive coordinators.
I do know that.
Every coach that I've covered said, and this was 10 years ago and 15 years ago and 1 year ago and 2 years ago, every coach said, stop the run, stop the run, stop the run, stop the run. And it makes everything better and easier. So I assume that's what they're subscribing to that. Will it work? I don't know. Here's what I know. When I watched Jonathan Allen play last year, and he looked okay, like fairly good coming back from the injury and whatnot. He was 280 pounds. He was getting pushed around. And if Daron Payne doesn't ever really step up, and I'm not talking about having that big contract year like he had 3 years ago, so he got paid. I'm talking about Daron Payne where he's a consistent anchor and a force. If he doesn't step up, this defense is probably going to be 20-ish, maybe 22-ish, somewhere in that range.
Rooster, I'm glad that you were down in the Navy Yard so we could bring you in here and out of the storm.
Enjoy the wet chips.
Yeah, good luck with the fork, buddy.
Yeah, thanks.
Let's talk some Wizards.
I forgot about that. The fork is so that I could eat a cold cut sandwich that I brought in from my son that I don't need the fork for anymore.
Yeah, that's how I.
It's weird. I'm gonna put it right back.
That was worth it.
Yeah.
I have follow-ups, but I'm not going to do that. Beltway Blitz. Wizards, please. Our pal Chase Hughes, Monumental Sports, to talk about the Wiz. Chase, before we get to free agency and kind of what's going on with the Wizards, big picture, you're a guy that's so plugged in and knowledgeable about the association. Why is the free agent market, I don't want to say it's dead, but it's not what it used to be. How did we get here? Was it the CBA thing, or just give me a general state of the union? It's now mega trades as now some of these stars change teams.
Yeah, it's partly the collective bargaining agreement, as you mentioned, which has basically installed a hard cap, which you see in the NFL, but hasn't really been the case in the NBA for a long time. There are always ways to get around it. There are always ways to go slightly above the cap, and then you pay a little bit of luxury tax, but it wasn't a big deal. Now there's much more punitive measures, much more of a serious salary cap. And then secondly, the only team with a ton of cap room this offseason is the Brooklyn Nets. And they're not in a position where they're going to attract star players. Now, obviously, they had that one summer where they got Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, but it's not a summer where a bunch of players seem to want to go join the Brooklyn Nets. So I think those are the factors at play.
what kind of move should we expect from the Wizards? Is it something that we're going to see them make some moves in the offseason, or is this more something that at the deadline, maybe that's when you see some of the names with the bigger salaries that we're thinking about maybe moved and maybe looking for picks down the line?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's always a possibility that they trade veteran players. I mean, they're rebuilding, so anyone who's on their roster that's a veteran, especially on a short-term contract, there's somebody to watch when it comes to trades. But they have a lot of young players under contract now. They've got 8 first-round picks in the last 3 years because they've added 2 via trade, Dylan Jones and A.J. Johnson. So they've got a lot of young players that have roster spots accounted for, and they want to make sure that they give those guys playing time next season. So that's why I don't think they've been big players in free agency so far. Last year, they signed Jonas Valanciunas. That was a bit of a surprise, but you saw what the long-term goal was there, get to the trade deadline, try to get some draft capital back for him. I don't think they're in quite the same position because of those roster spots. However, I still wonder if, a center or at least somebody who could help with rebounding could be in the cards. I just don't know if it's going to happen it didn't happen on the first day of free agency or the second day. Maybe they'll take some time and see how the center market plays out.
Chase, I think Trey Johnson is scratching the surface, right? That dude can get buckets on anybody. Gets a shot off in all sorts of weird angles. It's catch and shoot. It's off the dribble. He can score. I know that. I think eventually, as he plays in the league with all the space and less zones and less clogged things around him, better teammates and the like, I think he can be a playmaker. I think he can be a 4.5, 5+ assist guy running offenses through him. I think they got themselves a steal at number 6.
Yeah, that obviously is going to determine his long-term ceiling. Can he fill out the other areas of his game? Because you mentioned the shooting. I mean, he's legitimately one of the best shooters to come through the draft, I think, in the last 4 or 5 years. Pretty much no weakness as a three-point shooter. And he took a decent amount of shots in the mid-range, I think, because teams were just trying to take away the three-point shot. Didn't shoot a particularly great percentage in the mid-range, but becoming more of a 3-level scorer, that will help him. And then the Wizards like to have a pass-heavy offense. So I think as the shooters around him get better, he'll be able to generate some assists. And then defense is something that he and GM Will Dawkins have stated they want to see improvement from him. During the press conference on Saturday, somebody asked, hey, what do you want to improve when you get into the NBA? To Trey Johnson, he was at the podium, and Will Dawkins chimed in. He sort of interrupted him and said defense. So they made it very, very clear.
How much do you think we see Will Riley right away out of the gate?
I think we will see plenty of him early on. I think he's probably a little bit lower on the depth chart than most of their young guys, but there's still going to be an opportunity. And if it doesn't happen right off the bat, maybe after the trade deadline, as we've seen, they usually clear the way for their young guys to play a lot. But I think it starts in the summer league. Keyshawn George had a very impressive summer league. He carried that over into the preseason. I thought we'd see Keyshawn George last year as the 24th overall pick. I thought we'd see him play a little bit in the G League, but he really acquitted himself nicely in those first 2 stops. So I think Will Riley's got the same opportunity, and he's got great size for his position. He's also got a great motor. He plays with a ton of energy. So I think that's naturally going to catch the eye of head coach Brian Keefe and earn him some playing time as long as he can obviously produce as well.
Sort of just thinking about this in terms of playing time and when it happens, when it gets doled out. Do you think they're going to play CJ McCollum a ton, right? Just at least early, maybe work the trade value there or have him, keep him throughout the whole season as kind of a mentor? How's that going to work for a guy that's kind of in a different place than this org is?
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, I have to note that the trade is unofficial, and some of these things can change after the fact. I've been pointing out that Chris Paul was briefly a Wizard, so we'll see.
That's
but
true,
assuming he's there for training camp, yeah, I mean, he's an accomplished player. He's been around a long time. Last year couldn't stay healthy, but shot well, scored the ball well. I mean, he had his biggest game, I think, in like 4 or 5 years against the Wizards at Capital One Arena. So he's still got it. It's just a matter of can he stay healthy. And that's another factor. We saw last year with Malcolm Brogdon, I thought he was going to play a pretty important role in their offense because he was the one guy who could get into the paint consistently, and his body just didn't cooperate. So we'll have to see.
Chase, really appreciate the time, man. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks for having me.
We'll see you, buddy. There he goes. That is Chase Hughes, and that is how we built Way Blitz. I appreciate that as always. So we've been doing this every day at 4:30, and we're going to continue to do it at 4:30. We're going to spin the wheel of the local 53, whose name should change immediately, but it never will because they won too much.
Commanders.
And I got some news for you about tonight's Nats game. We'll give that to you on the other side as well. We're going to spin the wheel and have you guys weigh in on a player of the day for the Local 53.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. No baseball tonight for the Nationals. Game 1 of the series has been postponed. It's going to be made up as a split doubleheader tomorrow. The game that was scheduled for tonight will be made up at 1:05 tomorrow. Game 2 regularly scheduled at 6:45. Again, Nationals and Tigers tonight has been postponed. Split doubleheader tomorrow at 1:05 and 6:45. Also today for the Nationals, they reinstated infielder Paul DeYoung from the injured list. He last played on April 15th when he was hit in the face by a pitch. Andres Chaparro has been optioned to AAA in his stead. In hockey, the Senators signed Lars Eller to a 1-year contract. And earlier today, the Capitals re-signed defenseman Martin Faravari to a 7-year deal worth $42 million. In the NBA, the Thunder signed Shai Gilgeous-Alexander a Supermax extension, 4 years, $285 million. It's the highest AAV in league history. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
All right, we're going to spin the wheel here in a second. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Tobes in for GP. We haven't done this in a while, but we are fortunate enough to have a weather expert here on staff.
Truly
Tobes.
an expert.
Like an actual expert. Like not in the trained in meteorology sense, not in the like actual professional, but someone that looks at weather.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Ryan Clare.
Mm-hmm.
So we bring in Rhino. Tonight's game has already been rained out. We know they're talking about the Nats. Are we in jeopardy tomorrow, brother? What do we got?
So as of right now, it's hard to say, but I will say this. I think it is safe to say that it is in jeopardy. But my prediction as of right now is that if the game is what? It's 1 p.m. tomorrow, first pitch, or 1:35?
I think. 105.
105 first pitch. Then I think that might get pushed back to 1:35 as far as I can see right now.
Okay.
I will say this. It's going to be hot.
Yes.
It's going to be humid.
Yes.
That can call for some afternoon thunderstorms here in DC.
And that's my point. It's the tomorrow night situation.
Exactly.
I think they get the one piece in, but I think game 2, we're doing this dance again.
Yeah, so as far as I can tell, I don't think that'll be the case.
Oh.
I think the 6 p.m. game might be okay at this point in time, but the 1 p.m. start, that might get pushed back just a little bit. But I do think both games do get played tomorrow.
Okay.
I think all should be okay. That 1 p.m. start, though, that's where I'm like, it might be 1:30. That's really the only worry at this point in time. I think tomorrow you'll have a doubleheader for Nationals baseball, and we'll move on.
And we'll get. Oh, so you think the games get in tomorrow?
I think the games get in.
That's
I cursed a lot during the break, thinking that we were going to do kind of the same song and dance where they got rained out
for the evening game.
So you think I was just all ranting and raving about nothing?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I do.
That's good to know. Thank you, Rhino. Appreciate that. That was like old times, kind of.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
Before you got the corporate thing?
It was fun. Before I got railroaded by Darius, but yes.
Whoa! What was that about? Wait, what happened?
I went on vacation and all of a sudden I wasn't the weather guy anymore.
Oh, right. Well, that was a prank we all pulled. That wasn't a Darius thing. That was all
I blame Darius.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
Sounds right for the corporate guy.
Yeah, the corporate guy to,
blame the nicest dude here.
Yeah, that's right. We all know what happened. We've been doing this thing, and we're going to keep doing this thing. We like it. We're going to spin the wheel to talk about a member of the Local 53. It's important as we get ready for training camp, which is coming sooner than you think. So, Darius, I don't know what player we're going to land on, but let's spin that wheel.
Robinson on 2nd and 1. He's got the first down and more at the 20, 10, 5, touchdown! Brian Robinson!
Struggled against it all year long. Another run. Robinson, not going to stop him. Robinson, touchdown. Commanders.
Need a half a yard for the first down. And into a crowd. Robinson comes out of the crowd. Brian Robinson Jr. inside the 20 of the Giants. Now that was a magic trick. Robinson walks in. Touchdown, Washington.
Brian Robinson, running back for your Washington 53 Tubs. An interesting subject here this offseason.
Very interesting.
For a lot of folks. Now, I don't know if he was responding to you or responding to somebody else. I have no idea when he was tweeting about keeping the same energy. I don't know if he was talking to me or whatever. But this is a fascinating case. 3 straight years has been between 733 and 799 yards. 797 as a rookie. Injury shortened. We all know what happened, what he overcame. Again, it's insane that the football player got shot in his knee and then played football that year.
Yeah.
We should always go, oh my God, that's incredible. I like that guy personally. That is a tough, nasty son of a gun. I want that dude on my side in a bar fight, in a dark alley, on my roster. There is a place for Brian Robinson. But we're now kind of at the point where we go, don't we know what this is with him as a running back? And don't we want something else, maybe? That's how I feel. Although last year, career highs in rushing yards, 799. Career highs in yards per attempt, 4.3, which doesn't blow your skirt up, but still pretty good. And career high in touchdowns in 8. I would argue that's kind of a product of the system and product of a good offense, giving a guy goal line chances. But I digress. So I turn it to you, Tobes. Where are we at on Brian Robinson?
Yeah, I like Brian Robinson, the guy. I have no issue with him. But I think having him as your lead back is not something I would do. He's more so my power back if I were building this offense. I want someone who's extra explosive, someone that when I'm running a read option, the way that I see it in my mind is Jaden gets played by the defensive end. They don't want him to get outside. You hand it off to the running back, and he breaks one tackle, and he's gone for 70 yards. And that's not going to happen with Brian Robinson. And he's been solid. He was solid last year, but he's nothing more than that to me, Danny. And I want something special at the running back position because for so long, basically the entire second half of last season, the running game was non-existent. You've talked about this ad nauseum, saying that what they were able to do was kind of an anomaly by playing ball control football without a traditional run game. And they did that because you've got a special quarterback. But I'd like to get back into being able to turn around and hand the ball off and take a little bit off of Jaden's plate so that when you need him to be special, he can still be special, but you're not always relying on that. And so for having Brian Robinson as your lead back, I'm not totally on board with that. He had some good moments last year. Like I thought he was really good in that Tennessee game. Remember, first time he touches the ball, he goes for 40 yards and a touchdown. He went 16 for 103. But if you go past that game in New Orleans, 21 for 65. Against Philly the second time out, 10 for 24. On Sunday Night Football against Atlanta, 13 for 60. And then 5 for 10 in the final week. In the postseason, he was 10 for 16 against Tampa, so relatively ineffective. He was good against Detroit, 15 for 77 and 2 touchdowns. And then against Philly in the NFC Championship, not like they were going to do much running when they were down, but 11 for 36. So he's just inconsistent, and he's not really that home run hitter. I have no issue with him being a part of the football team as your change of pace back of sorts or your power back of sorts where you give the guy 50, 60, 70 carries on the season. But where you have this dude be your lead back with 187 carries, I'm not as on board with that. But we'll see. Maybe the improved offensive line, maybe he can get more holes to work with. But at times last year, it felt like he was running a little bit too timid for my liking. But it almost felt like in that Atlanta game, when they put in Chris Rodriguez as a change of pace,
you could sort of see the burst and the difference.
So where was that is what I'm asking.
So for me, God, it just sounds like I'm beating up on the guy. And I don't mean to do that at all. I just don't think he's got a great vision. I don't think he's got the quicks or the burst or that jump cut or that quick change that I care about and value so much in my running backs.
Yeah.
The previous regime and this one clearly feel differently. They have prioritized this multiple times over. So what they see and what I see are very different things. And obviously, they know more than I do. That's not, well, both, even the incompetents that were bad at this know more than I do. I just don't, it doesn't excite me. Watching what feels like holes that are missed. Watch obvious avenues that I can see on television go, oh, if you just, damn it, 2-yard gain. Whereas if you cut, if you had some juke, if you had some wiggle, you could have done more. Now, there's still value for him where it's got to go off tackle. I need my 1.5 yards, and damn it, he's getting 3 because he's carrying three piles of bodies with him. I still want him on my team. I'll do my goal line plunge with him or fake the goal line plunge with him or my and one with him. He's going to play for me. I'm not doing 200 carries. He will not lead my team in carries. And they don't seem to want to move on. They don't seem to value the thing that I value. It's not as if he hasn't had good games. He has. You heard the highlights that I think it was a 4th and 1 against the Giants where he goes into a pile, comes out of it for the 40-yarder. Otherwise, it's, 16 for 60. Otherwise, it's a lot of, these pedestrian kind of plotting games where I know you've got to make defenses susceptible. I know you've got to make defenses, the way it was explained to me years ago, Tobes, is in a boxing match, there's nothing sexy about a jab to the belly, right? You don't get the knockout. You don't score the knockout that way. I mean, occasionally you see like Oscar De La Hoya get punched in the kidney and go down like a ton of bricks, but for the most part,
very rare.
The body blow is the thing that just annoys you, and it annoys you, and you cover, and you cover, and you cover, and you cover, but you got to respect it. And that's when that Mike Tyson tiger uppercut knocks you on your ass.
Mm-hmm.
That's when the play action happens. This was the Gibbs philosophy. He's sitting there cackling, loving it when Gerald Riggs would run for 2.8 yards per carry in a game because he knows he's a pain in the butt to tackle. He knows that you've got to account for it. Otherwise, he slips through. So I understand the pathology. It's just not for me. I wanted them so badly to do better, and they didn't. Or do something different, at least. Go down a different track. And they didn't. They passed up every opportunity you'd have. I'm not saying you had to sign J.K. Dobbins. And maybe Jacoski Merritt is the guy.
Yeah.
And maybe we just don't know it yet. But I just can't sit there and count my chickens on the 7th round.
Exactly. You can't count on a 7th rounder. And to me, going into the draft, they were one weapon shy. Didn't really matter what we went with, whether it was a true number 2 receiver, because Debo's kind of that weapon, whether it was maybe a vertical seam stretching tight end or an explosive running back. And I think after they left the draft, like you said, maybe Ja'Cory Crosby-Merritt is this guy, but I'm not going to count on the 7th rounder right away. I still feel like they're that. I still feel like they're a weapon shy. But maybe they're looking at it saying, we didn't create enough holes for him. We didn't create enough push in the run game. And saying, look at the offensive line now, where you go across that unit, assuming Sam Cosmi's healthy when he comes back. You're looking at Laramie Tunsil, who's plus at left tackle. Now, he's not a road grader, but he's a good pass blocker. You look at left guard, you're looking at Brandon Coleman, who I think can be a really good run pass or run blocker. I think he can really move the pile there. Tyler Biadasz is a plus. Sam Cosmi's a plus. I think as time goes on, Josh Connerly is going to be a plus. Suddenly you've got a good offensive line. Maybe they're looking at it saying, it wasn't necessarily that Brian Robinson was great last year or anything, but we don't have to upgrade the running back position if we upgrade the offensive line. I think that's kind of their thought process, but I don't fully agree.
That's what the actions say, right? I mean, it was the same thing we talked about here for weeks with the defense, where their solution to me to have a better pass defense was to have a better rush defense. It's like that old saying, like if you you can't stop anybody, try to outscore them, and that's how you help your defense.
Yeah.
Make teams one-dimensional. That seems to be the fix. Is Coleman's now a guard? Enter Tunsil and enter Connerly. That's how the run game gets better, because your run game is always going to be based off of Jaden Daniels and action. So you're both enhanced by that and limited by that. It means a lot of pistol, a lot of shotgun, a lot of lining, a lot less I formation, fullback, Adrian Peterson style, lead blocker, etc. So it's a different animal, which again is more reason for me why I want a scat back. It's more reason why I want 2 Ecklers, 3 Ecklers. I want nothing but, pass catching, pass blocking, spread and space type guys. But the thought is you spread guys out and have the thumper go through the hole and try to inflict some damage that way. It's just not what I would do. 800-636-1067. Brian Robinson's the subject. What kind of year are we in store for? Do you think Toby and I are too harsh and he's in line for his first 1,000-yard season, his first 800-yard season? Is he going to have a big year, or are you kind of down on him like, frankly, I think a lot of us are? 800-636-1067. Your calls on B-Rob next. What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here for my friends at Copair. These guys are awesome at this. I got some measurements years ago when I went to a physical that were kind of scary. And it was no longer, hey, you're young, you'll figure it out. No. This is the type of thing you got to do right now. I got kids, I got a wife, I got a family, I got hopefully a long life ahead of me. I needed to take control. Enter CoPair, right? They're helping me navigate all the challenges that come my way. Everybody's got a unique situation, right? Everyone's got something that bothers you or makes it hard for you to eat healthy and live a sustainable, good quality lifestyle. Temptation is always an issue for me. So you figure out how to navigate those things. Even if you go up a little bit, they always help you get back on track. And that's the beauty of it. It's not just for a crash diet. It's not to lose a couple of pounds here and there to fit into some swimsuit. No. This is a lifestyle. This is long-term building healthier habits. Do what so many of our listeners have done, what Grant and I have done. Our success has been obvious. I love CoPair. You guys will too. CoPairHealth.com is the website. Again, that's CoPare health.com, or give them a call at 833-367-1800. That's 833-367-1800. We've touched a little bit of a nerve potential here, Tobias. The people want to weigh in on Brian Robinson. 800-636-1067. Got a discussion about the end of amateur sports potentially.
Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Just letting you know that that's coming up later on in the 5 o'clock hour. But I want to rip through these calls. People are lining up to chime in on Brian Robinson. Toby and I don't want to speak for you, Tobes, but the general theme here is I thought they were going to try to do better, and maybe they did with Krosky Merritt, their 7th-round pick who has one game to his credit in college football last year because of eligibility stuff. Not necessarily his fault, but maybe you found something there. And if you did, tip of the cap, that's awesome. But hard for me to count on that. Looking at Brian Robinson, has never topped 800 yards rushing. The running game last year, you saw it. That Tennessee carry where he went untouched for dozens of yards, belied how bad it was at times. A lot of that probably not his fault. Some of it was. I'm down. I am not that excited about Brian Robinson entering the year, and it seems like the team is.
Yeah, I'm not excited about him being the starting back. I have no issue with him being on the football team, maybe getting 80 carries as the power back. I don't need him being the workhorse back, which they seem to want him to be.
Let's go to Reggie, line 1 in D.C. Reggie, what's up, man? You're on the Fan. State of the Union on B-Rob.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, one of the things I want to mention is I think Brian Robinson he is who he is. Like, I don't know if a ceiling is going to get any higher with Brian Robinson, but I think what Toby mentioned that I didn't agree with is if there's any position that you can find a diamond in the rough and they can come in immediately and make a contribution in the 7th round as a running back. Now, think about it. The running backs, normally when they come in, the issue would be whether or not pass blocking. Now, this kid would not have been a 7th-round pick if he wasn't ineligible. Everybody that, did kind of their little mock drafts and all of that when he was picked by the Commanders was 3rd, 4th, 5th round. So we might have found a diamond in the rough with this kid. So I think, again, to the point where we didn't address it, I think we kind of quasi did. But I think Brian Robinson, I kind of agree with you guys. I don't want to see him with 187 carries. If you can maybe get that to maybe 90 and give the kid 70, 60, 70 years to see really what we have in him, I think we're going to be ultimately surprised with this kid once he gets on the field. So, again, I think a 7th rounder, you won't find a Brock Purdy. That's a diamond in the rough with a quarterback. But
running backs, there's a history there.
Yeah, there is.
Pacheco or,
but
Austin Eckler, for goodness sakes.
You can't count on that, is our point. They very well might have. I actually really, really like him, and I think he could be that guy. But I can't go into the season saying, that's my guy. I drafted him in the 7th round.
I hope. Right? I mean, I do. And that's my point is basically starting in round 4 every year, with some exceptions, I basically throw a dart at the board. Find me the next scat back, the next guy that is a little bit undervalued, a little bit undersized, and I'm going to churn through running backs. You can find value for that position. Greg, Upper Marlboro. What's up, man? Your take on B-Rob.
What's up, Greg?
Hey, Danny. Hey, Toby. Thank you for taking my call.
Got it, buddy.
Just like I was telling the screener, I just want to let's think about last year, right? When the season started, Brian Robinson was like a bat out of hell. Like he was playing really, really well.
Started great, yes.
And then he ended up getting injured. And then I just think once he got injured, he was just never really able to kind of recatch that thunder. And then I think also some of the other guys kind of stepped up. Eckler played well at times. Nichols played well at times. Rodriguez played well at times. And I think Brian Robinson never was really able to kind of get his footing back. And then even if you want to throw in some other aspects of it, the O-line began to kind of decline in their play. They were good with pass blocking for the most part, but it seems like outside of Jaden Daniels, we couldn't get anything really started on the ground. So I honestly think Brian Robinson is back for a resurgence this year, and I actually like this guy in the 7th round. I have to actually agree with Reggie. Yeah, you may not be able to rely on it right away, but I think ultimately they can bring the best out of each other, and I think that Brian Robinson will have a comeback season. I'll get off and I'll listen to you, gentlemen. Thank you very much for taking my call.
Appreciate you, Greg. Good call. So he had a couple great games. 2 of his, I think, 300-yard games were in the first 4, going back to last year. But Cincinnati couldn't stop you or me, Tobes. 16 carries, 33 yards. Tampa, 12 carries, 40 yards. 7 carries, 18 yards against Cleveland. Not much doing there. It wasn't until, what's the quarterback's name again? Oh, yeah, Jaden Daniels. Dodged 19 people in the backfield, threw a ball up to Terry McLaurin. Nobody was doing anything for a couple possessions in that game, and then the floodgates opened. Wasn't much running room there. And I know we got hurt, but I don't know, dude. You're right. Yes, that 100-yard plus against the Giants. Yes, 100 yards against Arizona, where they were just whooping their butts. I don't know, man. I know he was inactive. I know he missed some time, but saying injuries the excuse or the explanation, Do you buy that? I don't know.
I think everybody was to blame, and yes, there's some to do with the injury for Brian Robinson, but the second half of last year, they couldn't run the football. Like, it's just a fact.
Mm-hmm.
And so I can't trust that. Let's just run it back with that. I don't know. Maybe the injuries played more of a factor than we'll know. They improved the offensive line, and maybe they're just thinking that that's going to improve it. I'm not fully buying that.
Let's go to Chris in Oxon Hill. State of the Union on Brian Robinson.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
What's up, buddy?
Appreciate y'all taking my call.
Sir.
I really feel like, yes, I like Brian Robinson. I like him as a running back, but I still don't feel like he's going to be able to be the answer maker that we need, so to speak. Yes, him and Austin Eckler make a great duo, but at the same time, I don't feel like B-Rob gives us that power that we need, that punch, and like you all have said, the first couple of callers before said the first couple of games, yes, he showed what he can do, but then after the injury, he was done. He reminds me, always got to take it back to wrestling. He reminds me of DX back in the day. He can be that Triple H. He can, but we need him to step up. So I definitely appreciate y'all taking my call.
Chris, thank you, buddy.
Appreciate it, man.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Here's the position I think some folks are in. I want you guys to react to this. If you're very, again, I feel so bad. I really like this guy, and it sounds like all I'm doing is beating up on him. But if you're very much in the excited about Brian Robinson camp, right, you have to explain away several seasons, several reasons, several things, and they may all be valid. Because I think your point about run blocking, I don't think was very good, especially in the second half of the year. I don't think they were doing a great job opening up holes.
No.
Their running game was Jaden Daniels, and I talk about that all the time. You're 100% right. I say it to him blue in the face. I would much rather explain why the stats are great and inflated rather than explain why they aren't there for a big sample across multiple regimes.
Well, and what opened my eyes is how often Chris Rodriguez would come in to spell him for 2 or 3 carries, and you'd see, well, where the heck has that been? That Atlanta game specifically, where there was nothing for B-Rob, absolutely nothing. Chris Rodriguez steps in and runs the ball decently well for a couple of carries.
5 yards a pop, dude.
And then B-Rob came back in and ran the ball better. What the heck happened in between there?
And I understand there's going to be differences. Like Eckler is going to run into some better looks, whether it's, against like a nickel defense or a passing down, or on a 3rd and 15 give up play, you run for 7 yards. And Chris Thompson used to have great yards per carry.
Absolutely.
I understand that if he's thumping against a heavy box, he's not going to have the same numbers. I totally get all that, but context matters. Chris Rodriguez is basically running the Brian Robinson running back tree there, right?
Yeah, exactly.
What do you think?
And that's kind of my point is you've got a similar type of guy that's built more on power. He's not really a speed guy, and he comes in and he's decently effective. And then it seemed like to open up the hole for Brian Robinson. So I don't know. Maybe it is something that he was injured, but it's just too often, like you're saying, too often you're trying to explain away this stuff. And at some point, maybe it's just the guy.
800-636-1067. We got the death of amateurism. We'll do that next. But your calls on Brian Robinson. We spun the wheel. It landed on the local 53's running back. We wanted to do better. The team was good with what it was. Your reaction. What kind of year is Brian Robinson going to have? That's next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. No baseball tonight at Nationals Park as they were set to take on the Tigers for the first of three. That game has been postponed due to weather. They'll make it up as a split doubleheader tomorrow. Game one, which was the rescheduled game from tonight, is going to be at 1:05 tomorrow. Then the final game at 6:45, the regularly scheduled 6:45 game tomorrow. Nats and Tigers postponed tonight, going to be made up as a split doubleheader tomorrow. Also for the Nationals today, they reinstated infielder Paul DeJong. Andres Chaparro has been optioned to AAA Rochester. In hockey, the Capitals re-signed defenseman Martin Feravari to a 7-year deal worth $42 million, and the Senators signed Lars Eller to a 1-year contract. In the NBA, the Thunder signed Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to the Supermax extension, 4 years, $285 million. It's the highest AAV in league history. Also in the NBA today, the Bucks waived guard Damian Lillard. He's coming off a torn Achilles, which he suffered in the playoffs. He's going to stretch the remaining $113 million over the next 5 seasons for the Bucks. In turn, with that money that they freed up, they signed center Miles Turner to a 4-year deal worth $107 million. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Makes me happy every time, Darius. Little don't sweat the technique. Eric B. and Rakim. Welcome back to the radio program. It's Grant Danny here on The Fan. Toby in for GP. We spun the Local 53 wheel. Landed on Brian Robinson. Have stumbled into an interesting discussion. 800-636-1067. Got a story for you about probably the end of amateurism that we know it in American sports. We'll explain that here in a few minutes. But first, want to interject this, boys. Playing with fire here.
Uh-oh.
Not the kids movie starring John Cena that my now 7-year-old watched 53,000 times as a 4-year-old, but playing with fire. So my day was supposed to look like this. Go do the radio program with Grant.
Mm-hmm.
Go to the Nats game,
mm-hmm.
maybe, and do Nats postgame tonight. That was going to be the day. So all of a sudden, my thoughts and plans before that are, I'm not doing anything tonight. Basketball is tonight. I can't make basketball. I got work stuff. Totally happy to do that. It's the right call. So I played pickleball this morning in the heat. David, Ed, and Luke came over. It was a high-level pickleball game. I didn't know about Ed's game. Ed can play. David's pretty good tennis player. Luke, former tennis player. Games were high level. It was awesome. A lot of sweat, Tobes. Nats game got canceled. Grant, well, here's the roadmap. Here's what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Grant calls. Now it's solo show. Now I'm going to the game, not sitting up in Peter Press Box, not 10,000 miles above the surface of the earth, up top Kilimanjaro, watching the game from up there with the Press Box food. I'm sitting with my guy Tobias Funke. A little something called the Terror Club. That's supposed to happen tonight.
Yes.
Right? So Grant's sick. That's the next change in plans. Now the game's canceled. It's not until tomorrow. Is basketball back on the menu?
Ooh.
I played pickleball for 2 hours today. I'm threshold cramping every time I sit down a certain way and I bend my legs.
Yeah, that's playing with fire right there.
And isn't this fire playing?
It is. But it's really tempting. And I probably would go play.
I think I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
I've already committed. I signed up on the sign-up genius. Right? I said yes. My guy Ben's going to come by, pick me up at 8:50. I'm already pot committed.
I think you got to play, man.
I think I got to play.
I think you got to play. You get to stretch out real well. You got to hydrate real well, like unlike me, and get out there and play.
Ooh, this is probably a mistake at my age and my advanced unathleticness. I'm going to eat a banana when I get home to try to help.
Maybe two.
Maybe two.
That might be the play.
I'll keep you guys posted. Monitor the text around.
Could be interesting.
From anytime from 9 to 11 tonight, you might receive a text message about my current status. I might be as pummeled as GP tomorrow. He's sick. I might have a pull. 800-636-1067. Discussing Brian Robinson. To summarize, if you're just joining us, I am not bullish on his season. I would not have him as my lead back. I would have him as my third back. I can't do a full workload for Austin Eckler, who I value so highly. I love Austin Eckler. I'm taking kick return duties off of Eckler's plate. Remember, again, not being flippant about it, he was hurt in a really scary fashion in that Cowboys game, returning kicks. I got Jalen Lane to do that. I want Luke McCaffrey to do that. No for Austin Eckler. He's too valuable for me as an offensive piece. I'm going to try to keep him upright and healthy. I'm so tempted to use him more, but I know that if I need him for 17 weeks and potentially playoffs,
got to be careful.
I got to be careful. No more than 12 touches in a game. That's kind of my rule. Every once in a while, I'll break glass if I've got to have something special or I'm a couple 2-minute drives, one way or the other, but that's my ceiling. That's 4 or 5 receptions. That's 5 or 6 carries, and that's all I'm allowed to do, just to make sure that he's good for me for as long as possible.
Yeah.
So that means I need a bell cow or something close to it in this modern system. It's not going to be Brian Robinson for me, but it looks like it's going to be for them.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I just can't have him being the lead dude. He's my power back. It's what do you think he is? You know, he's someone that can go out there and thump for you when you need him to down at the goal line or 3rd and 1, and he's got that in his bag. But I don't think 200 carries on the season is what I would have in store for Brian Robinson, but they seem to believe, and their only option otherwise, if they're going for the bell cow that can be explosive, is Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. So they kind of really seem to believe in Brian Robinson.
800-636-1067. Let's go to a couple folks on the phones who have been very patient. Start with our buddy Carlos in Severna Park. Los, what's up, man?
Hey, gentlemen. Apologize for a lot of music. I'm at the gym. So, listen, we are long gone of the days of, one running back. The NFL lives by running back by committee now, unless you're the Baltimore Ravens. We're not going to have a running back that's going to be 1,000 yards because we have an option, an option quarterback, like Lamar Jackson almost. So that's what I'm saying. Max, 600 yards, maybe 700, in my opinion. Because, look at Robert Griffin and Alfred Morris. Alfred Morris had 1,000 yards. Robert Griffin had 1,000 yards. I can't remember the second running back behind Alfred Morris. Do you? Because I don't. We have Austin Eckler and we have Brian Robertson. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Appreciate you, Los. So by the way, sick Jim brag, bro. But the only thing that I would say, I'm kidding. Love those. I think we actually have snapped back the other way. I think we're in bell cow territory again.
Yeah, Saquon.
I mean, look at the number of carries here.
Derrick Henry.
For Barkley, Henry, Kyron Williams, Bijan Robinson, Jonathan Taylor, Josh Jacobs, Najee Harris, Tony Pollard, for goodness sakes, Aaron Jones, DeAndre Swift. I mean, all well over 250 carries last year. The number of 1,000-yard running backs was almost dead 7-8 years ago. And now, I think, what did you have? You have 14 guys do it? Last season? 15, 16 guys ran for 1,000.
And even to his point, saying that it is running back by committee, you have to limit Eckler's touches, like you were saying, to keep him healthy. So now you're probably incorporating the third back, which maybe that is Krosky-Merritt, like we're saying. But even so, that means you're still giving Brian Robinson probably 15 a game, somewhere around there, and I'm still not a fan of that.
Let's go to Bargov in Gaithersburg. Thanks for being patient, man. What's up?
No problem. What's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
So to me, B-Rob is like Papa John's. He's not awful, but not really great. He can catch the ball, which is kind of like their garlic butter sauce. Yeah, it's nice addition. But when you look around, you see the competition. They're eating mom and pop homemade dough, homemade sauce. We got to compete with that. How do we compete? We got to get some, authentic Italian North Jersey. So thanks, guys.
Bargov,
appreciate it.
Speaking our language right there.
Big time.
You think you sleep on the pepperoncinis that they put in there?
I'm not a huge Italian food fan in general, but
whoa.
We've had this discussion before.
Have we?
Yes, definitely have.
What do you mean?
Maybe not on air, but we've had this discussion before.
Is it the sauce? Is it the noodles? There's how many kinds of noodles there are? There's dozens.
There's plenty.
Dozens.
Yeah. I'm not saying I hate it. Just not the biggest fan. There are things I choose over it.
When you say not, okay, not the biggest fan means you're still a fan.
I'm not going to choose it. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, see, that's
like if you choose it and we go, I'll eat it. I'll eat it gladly and I'll enjoy it.
So are you like mad when I bring in Pupatella?
No, I'm not. No.
You're like, oh, I wish it was something else.
I mean, we all also understand what I would prefer: prime rib, mashed potatoes.
Well, I understand that,
but I'm not mad. It's just I would never choose it. Like if we're choosing a restaurant to go to, I'm never choosing an Italian restaurant.
Like remember, Darius, we used to get ratings. Remember those? And we went to Philomena in Georgetown.
Sure.
Iconic, old school place where you can't, like, as much as I'm a Piggly Wiggly, this is pre-meds and everything else, I couldn't even finish my meal. When I was in my eating prime, and I couldn't finish my, I had the, what do you call it? The veal fried.
Ooh,
what do you call
so
that
good.
thing? Not the chicken fried steak. That's at a diner in Texas.
Chicken parm?
No,
not chicken.
Veal parm. Thank you.
Veal
Goodness
parm.
gracious. The veal parm with the sides and all the different breads. I couldn't even finish it. You'd go, thanks, I guess. Is that what you're saying?
I would eat it gladly. I just wouldn't choose the restaurant.
But why?
Because I'm choosing other stuff. We're going to get barbecue.
Well, sure, but
I mean, look, I'm very basic. I'm very fine with just buffalo wings.
A little bit of a basic bitch over there. Is that what you're saying?
Burgers. Yeah, I mean, nothing fancy for me.
Okay. I feel like we learned a lot right there. Toby running down Italian food. 800-636-1067. Raphael in California. Brian Robinson season. What's the outlook?
And my outlook is this. You were out in the last past 4 years. You improved a lot. You had an average, middle in the last 2 years. But when Public Enemy was there, it was a downfall. Last year he had a couple of fumbles, but I see him still strong. Hopefully we can re-sign him. But he's my man, so I like Chris Rodriguez. I like the other one as well, but I'm really strong for B-Rob because he is really strong.
He's a tough dude. There's room on my roster for that guy.
Absolutely.
I want tough as nails, thumper, great citizen, great dude, has never done a single thing wrong as far as I can tell, right? All he's ever done is what he's been asked to do. He's overcome things no one should have to. Like, you shouldn't have to overcome being shot in the knee to play in the NFL.
Yeah.
Right? It happened to him. It's ridiculous that it happened, but it did, right? It's all insane. I want that guy on that wall. I just would change the role. Like, looking at the list of the leading rushers last year, stop me when you find somebody where you'd go, you know what? I'd rather have B-Rob than that guy. Ready? Saquon, Derrick Henry, Bijan Robinson, Jonathan Taylor, Jahmyr Gibbs, Josh Jacobs, Kyron Williams, Chuba Hubbard, Aaron Jones, Bucky Irving, James Conner, Tony Pollard, Rico Dowdle. Maybe there. Maybe
maybe Dowdle.
Maybe I'd have.
I think we can have a conversation about him being in the same sort of vein, maybe a little bit worse than James Conner.
Yeah,
at this point.
Joe Mixon, James Cook, DeAndre Swift, Alvin Kamara, Devin Achane, J.K. Dobbins. And then you start to get down into the guys where he's in that same territory.
Yeah.
A couple dudes got hurt at that point. I mean, we talk about this with the Nationals all the time, where I understand that you can't go spend, I'm making up a number, $35 million for Max Fried and beat the Yankees in a bidding war. But that's the richest of the rich. So I get that you can't just go out and get every defensive end or every wide receiver or every left tackle, right? Running back, to me, it's like the reliever position where you could spend $3 and end up with Colin Poche, or you could spend $6 and end up with name that guy that's lights out.
Yeah.
Right? This was an easily upgradable spot that the answer was either incumbents, same room, or a 7th rounder. And I'm with you guys that have already called. I am praying that they did the ultimate scouting thing in the history of scouting things and took a guy that played one college football game last year and found that diamond and found that story that's going to be the thing that they do on pregame shows for the next decade.
And people are going to talk about, oh, well, look at Isaiah Pacheco. The Chiefs didn't think that Isaiah Pacheco was starting week 1 when they drafted him in the 7th round. He just happened to play well enough to get in there. Not to say that they didn't think he was talented, not to say that they didn't think he could get there. That's our point. We absolutely want this dude to get on the field and to be that good and to be the guy that's the anomaly, the 7th rounder that starts right away and is able to make an impact. But you can't count on that. You can't count on it. And so they didn't make a move to counter Brian Robinson. Like, they're going in understanding that that's likely your dude. And I would have done something differently. You would have done something differently. I think a lot of people would have done something differently. I just don't believe that improving the offensive line is suddenly going to turn Brian Robinson into a 900,000-yard rusher. I just don't think it will.
Now, this is one of those cases. I know I say this a lot. I would love to be wrong.
Absolutely. 100%.
I don't mind being wrong when things that I don't think are going to happen that are good.
Mm-hmm.
Like years ago, when I was kind of waving the flag going, hey, you guys, this Chase Young thing, I see some red flags. I don't believe it. I'm not a huge... And him and Montez Sweat were talking about setting the team sack record. I would love to be wrong. If they set the sack record, it means the defense is great. I don't think it's going to happen, though. So I would have loved to have been wrong about that. I've been wrong so many times. It's worked out great.
Yeah.
Where I went, I don't know that you can count on this third round wide receiver named Terry McLaurin, who people are talking about as a special teams guy, who was the fourth option at Ohio State in their passing game. Wrong. God, he's awesome. And I love him. Please sign him immediately. Right? I don't know. I'd love to be wrong about this. All right. Good calls on that. We got 45 minutes out of a Brian Robinson conversation. Appreciate you guys having that with us. I'd like that good high-level foosball discussion on the radio program. Speaking of high-level discussions, the NCAA, college sports, and everything under that umbrella is going to be different from here on out. And I don't really think it's on folks' radar.
No.
The way that maybe it should be. Because it's court cases, it's settlements, it's lawsuits, it's new edicts. And I think it's kind of like a footnote for some sports law nerds. I'm going to give you what's going on. And we'll have a discussion about that, I think. The death of amateurism. That's next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is powered by Guerrilla Fireworks. The largest fireworks store on the East Coast is now open. No baseball tonight for the Nationals. Going to be made up as a part of a split doubleheader tomorrow. Nationals and Tigers. Game 1 is going to be at 1:05, which is the rescheduled game from tonight. Game 2 going to get underway at 6:45. Other news for the Nationals today. They reinstated infielder Paul DeYoung from the injured list. He last played on April 15th when he was hit in the face by a pitch. Andres Chaparro has been optioned to AAA Rochester. In hockey, the Senators signed Lars Eller to a one-year contract, and the Capitals re-signed defenseman Martin Ferravari to a 7-year, $42 million extension. Guerrilla Fireworks, the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, is now open, featuring all major brands of firecrackers, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, repeaters, Roman candles, fountains, and more. 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia. Guerrilla Fireworks, just 1 mile from Hollywood Casino. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
G&D here on The Fan. No Grant. Yes, Toby. He is in. We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Got some fun stuff playing with those gentlemen this fall. We'll tell you about it at the more appropriate time and juncture. So what's today's date, Tobes?
July 1st.
Today is the last day. Well, let me rephrase. It's the first day. June 30th was the last day we ever had any illusion of amateur athletics in college sports. Today is the day that the amalgam of multiple pending lawsuits that had been settled, ruled upon as fair and fine, basically known as the House settlements. A judge in Northern California finally slammed the gavel, and everybody is basically on board with this. So to recap as quick as I can, because there's a lot of details that people's eyes just kind of glaze over on. I totally understand all that, by the way. Basically, from here on out, there's no third party. There's no NIL collective slush fund thing. There's no under the table, Reggie Bush's parent got a Range Rover and a do-nothing job. It's a straight salary cap. The Power 5 schools and 319 Division I schools opted into this thing, 82+%. The others, Ivy League, a few others that might end up going D2, D3, different rules, subjects, and others that basically said, hey, we can't afford this. I don't have a list of every school just yet, so I don't know where your school ranks to the listening audience out there. But 82% of the schools, 320, give or take, basically said, we are opting into this. This is the way we're going to do it. So based on the amount of revenue that athletic departments are taking in the Power 5 schools, this year's salary cap, I put that in quotes, for any athlete you want to pay. If you decide I want to pay a men's lacrosse player $5 million, that's 25% of your salary cap. You can do whatever you want. Most of the schools are going to use it on football and basketball, the revenue sports, obviously. But again, whatever butters your biscuit. $20.5 million is the athletic department salary cap. That doesn't preclude somebody from getting an NIL deal. That's outside of that salary cap. That NIL deal, though, is now going to go through a clearinghouse called the NIL Go, which is going to be run by the consulting firm Deloitte, which bones the Wizards in the draft lottery, I think, every year. But the Deloitte folks, they have a rapid response team. It's not the old NCAA, where if you wanted an exemption to something, or you wanted to find out, hey, can I move home to be close to my ailing grandmother? I'm not going to wait 2 years, then find out that I'm ineligible after the fact, or any of the other bull crap that the old NCAA just couldn't manage because it was overwhelmed. This is supposed to be a day you can find out if it's good, if it's market value or not, based on a bunch of fancy things I don't know. You can appeal that ruling if you don't get a ruling that you like. You can then, if you still get a no, as is, you can then appeal to an arbitration court. That's supposed to, the whole thing will be resolved in a month and a half. The point is, it's meant to be rapid. It's meant to be quick response. Players will be paid directly by the schools and their athletic departments. Contracts will be entered into. There are more legal challenges coming, by the way, very, very quickly, about artificially limiting market value and things. Athletes and colleges will need a CBA. In fact, I've argued they needed a CBA for a long time. It's much harder in a pro sport like football, where there's about 2,000 guys, in baseball, where there's several hundred, basketball, etc. Much easier to get people on the quote unquote same page to collectively bargain. Much, much harder at the college level, where you've got athletes in completely different sports, way, way more of them, who don't necessarily want or need the same things. Really hard to get everyone on the same page. And how do you elect representatives each and every year? I think that's way more complicated. I don't know how they're going to do it, but they need to do it. It's a long way of saying the illusion, at least, of amateurism is gone. This is not the odds pay for play. These student athletes, I'm putting that in quotation marks, are now young professional athletes who are quite literally going to be paid to play their sport. That's where we are.
Yeah, and they're now being, like you said, going to be paid by the college, so that's where the illusion is gone. The NIL stuff, at least, was there. You're not getting paid by the university, but there was this weird stuff with the NIL funds and the collectives and all sorts of stuff that I don't think NIL was initially meant to do. But to me, this is all. I mean, it needs to be solved, because the wild, wild west of college sports the last couple of years can't continue. There's got to be a way to fix it. And I don't know that this is necessarily going to fix it right away.
I think this is a major step to help.
But it definitely is, because the last couple of years, it doesn't feel the same. And it's not even just, all the players are getting paid. You don't know what players where. Every single year when you start, it's this dude could have been here. He was at this college 2 years ago. He was at this college last year. It's just all over the place with the transfer portal, with the NIL. You have no idea what's going on anymore. So I think this is going to help out some. I think for the players, I don't know that this is necessarily a great thing. I think it kind of caps a little bit. Like
Interesting.
You're getting paid still by the college. You can still do your NIL stuff. But before, I mean, the amounts of money that you could bring in, maybe the top players more so, right? But I don't know. It's just they had to come up with something. This all stems back to, for me, Danny, how did you not see this coming if you were the NCAA? They spent so much time and resources. They were so incompetent for so long, trying to say this is never going to happen. We cannot let this happen. They cannot make money. They're student athletes. We're giving them scholarships. All the same stuff that you heard a million times. They spent all their time and resources on that. And as soon as it was allowed, NIL, they had no idea what to do. The floodgates are open wide, and there was just nothing they could do to control it. And then you end up where you have to do these sorts of things. How did the NCAA not have something ready to go, understanding that at some point NIL, all this stuff was going to be a reality?
Yeah, after they got their ass kicked in court 1,000,000,001 times, you would think at some point. So the new enforcement arm, so the old NCAA, the way it used to work, for those that don't know, is you had what were called compliance officers or departments at various universities. So I went to the George Washington University.
Distinguished.
And there was a very nice lady who worked in the athletic department who was in charge of compliance. So let's say a violation may or may not have been committed, right? So I worked at Abercrombie & Fitch in Georgetown as a part-time job. And the rules back then were it can't be a made-up job. It was real. I had hours and time cards and stuff like that. The amount that you received couldn't exceed a certain percentage of what your scholarship was or otherwise. It was basically, are you working a real part-time job? I did that in the offseason a couple of times. I worked in the fall and winter at Abercrombie & Fitch a couple days a week in Georgetown. And so to go through all that, let's say I had done that and I was getting paid under the table and something illegal was happening.
Yeah.
What's supposed to happen back in the day was she would find out about it. They would then inform the NCAA, issue a punishment, and turn around and go, hey, NCAA, is this okay? We found out about it, we stopped it, and we're punishing ourselves. Good enough? And the NCAA would go, yeah. Or, no, it's way worse than that. You're punished tenfold. So you'd always kind of err on the side of harshness. And that sounds like a decent enough way to report it and do it. Then you realize there are hundreds of schools. This stupid little office of like 11 people in Indiana can't possibly keep track. So you have these dumb, ridiculous things like everyone remembers USC winning a natty. No, you don't. Didn't happen. It's vacated. I'm the most sure.
Yeah.
I'm so sure how vacated it got, right? Ridiculous. Anyway, So the new commission is the College Sports Commission, and you'll be stunned to learn it's going to be run by the power leagues.
Shocker.
So we're going to do this dance again,
yes,
where teams are going to circumvent and violate, or schools will circumvent the salary cap, violate rules here and there, bend them, try to convert cap money into NIL money through third parties. It's going to be the same hot mess. So nothing is solved in my mind. It's just a different set of trying to hide and cook the books. This is a long way of getting around to the point here, Tobes. And again, I'm talking too much about this, but I'm trying to get all the nuts and bolts out there for people. The thing that I always gave the NCAA credit for, and the idea was to keep amateurism alive. The money got too big. College football really is the main driver of this, where it's the second most watched sport we've got. These bowl games, the tournament, the BCS, the national championship, all of this stuff was so big and so massive, and the amount of money was so absurd. This was always inevitable. And I always kind of, the one thing I would give the NCAA credit for, and this is coming from someone who hates them, hated dealing with them, everything about it was a pain in the butt. They could go to hell as far as I'm concerned. But with this one element of it, where you still have kids that are mostly like me, not pros, just a little bit better than the high school guys, but not good enough to be big leaguers or whatever, right? And that's true for soccer and gymnastics and lacrosse and wrestling and tennis and swimming and everything else. For every Jaden Daniels, there's 35 million Danny Rouilles, right? Not special. Pretty good. Not special. I got a great experience out of it. And they were trying to preserve that in some way. Now, it's not to say that that's dead, that you can never go to some, if you go play at, I don't know, whatever school. If you go play at George Mason, right, as a baseball player or as a basketball player, you're still going to have that college experience. Nothing's going to preclude you from that. But there's something that died today in that regard, right? Where there's no illusion anymore of amateurism. And that bums me out, and I'm not really sure why. I tag in.
Yeah, I mean, it's because so much of what we fell in love with college sports for our entire lives is gone. And it's been gone the last couple of years. But this one, it just kind of seals it in that it's no longer, hey, you get the scholarship, you get all this stuff, which we all knew was kind of BS to begin with. But some of this extra stuff now is just straight up legal, right? Like just giving dudes money out of your own college budget. It's different. It's something that I don't know that I thought we'd get to this point this quickly, but they needed to have something because you end up with a unfair where Alabama and college football, Auburn, basically all these SEC schools have a different field that they can play in that other people just can't. And they had to come back with some way of evening it out. And I always felt that as soon as all this stuff happened, that at some point it was going to even out and it was going to take quite some time. And I think this is the first step in doing so because, you have to make sure that the Dukes of the world in football, right? The Virginia Tech is a team that I work with. They still have to be able to compete with some of these other schools. And frankly, for the last couple of years, they haven't been able to. And I don't know. It is sad, though, just to see what you used to love was seeing a team built and go 2 to 3 to 4 years and keeping all the guys together and seeing them go on a triumphant run together. It seems like the days of that are kind of gone now.
Oh, it's long dead. I mean, the old rules for transfers were to appease whiny coaches. Where if I wanted to leave schools first of all, it's none of your business why I want to leave the school. But let's say there was a valid reason. Again, this happened to a teammate of mine where he had a near and dear relative who would basically help raise him. And he's like, hey, I need to be closer to home. She's not doing that great. Last minute, I'm going to transfer from the George Washington University to a school much closer to home. He's a really good college player, really good pitcher, and had to sit out of here because for whatever reason, even though everyone gave him permission, said, "Oh, of course, God, that's so much more important than staying up here. You want to be close to your home in Roanoke." Bullcrap, as far as I'm concerned. Now you get Hunter Dickinson, and he didn't do anything wrong, by the way. He's within the rules. Going, where are you going to go next year? Whoever pays me the most. Very big difference. The pendulum swung way the other way. And again, he's taking advantage. God bless him. Get your money. But I guess the question is this. 800-636-1067. My argument against this happening was in a conference, what is a conference supposed to be? Conference is supposed to be teams that are similar mission, quality, and relative strength, competing each on a level playing field each year. Michigan's fine with this. Ohio State's fine with this. Is Northwestern? Can Indiana compete at that same level? Can Purdue? Now, maybe some of them can. Maybe I picked bad examples. But, is Vanderbilt in the SEC supposed to be able to go, okay, well, Alabama's got $20 million and an NIL collective of close to $100 million. We got a couple rich alums down here, but we can't really do that. So now we've got it. Now the cat's out of the bag. I mean, money's going to win, and it already kind of has been. But the death of amateurism, it's over. There's no illusion anymore. We're not even playing pretend, and part of me is a little bit romantic about that. 800-636-1067. Any kind of remorse, any kind of hearkening back or desire to kind of go back to the way it used to be a little bit with this? Because there's no putting the toothpaste back in the tube on it.
No, you're not going backwards.
And you can't. I mean, the gavels have slammed. Literally, Supreme Court 9-0 in 2021 was the end. The O'Bannon lawsuit for so many years, they got settled. It's why we can have college football games again. Athletes are going to get paid. I understand all that. Anybody kind of bummed about it? That's what I've got for you. 800-636-1067. Great Nanny here on the Fan. Toby in for GP, who's out sick today. Nats game, if you're just tuning in, has been canceled. Part of a split double dip tomorrow. I believe first pitch 105, Tobes.
105
That's our schedule. And then 6:45 is your second game. So that is the current schedule as things stand tomorrow. Although, there's some DC weather afoot. Might see some complications on the morrow, but I digress there. Speaking of baseball in general, it is Bonilla/Scherzer Day. And Max Scherzer's owed $15 million by the Washington Nationals. A couple more years of that. We'll talk about that in the 6 o'clock hour, where we're going to have a conversation about the leadoff, getting ready for the Nats game. We'll have a James Wood conversation with you guys. We will do that at 6. And just kind of maybe in general, we'll do a lot of baseball in the 6 o'clock hour. Why it's working, why good things are happening for America's pastime now. But want to put a bow on this, what I almost call it the NCAA stuff. NCAA is pretty much dead. It doesn't exist anymore as we know it.
They fought so hard for so long on this, and it's now over. And there has to be some structure put in. So at least they're starting this, but it's just, it's so different, and it's never going to go back. Like, I know nostalgia and all that stuff sets in for so many people when they talk about college sports of, oh man, think about this. And you're going back to teams that you watched in the 80s and the 90s and 2000s, 2010s. It's never going back to that. Like, think back to just teams that you would build and you'd see, man, this guy's been at Carolina for 3 years and this group's been together for 3-4 years and they go on a miraculous run in the NCAA tournament, or these football teams that are put together. It's so different now. They had to come up with something that they could at least regulate this, because it was so wild westy, with just nothing essentially being off limits. Everything was on the table. And so at least they're going to regulate this some, but you're never going back to the college sports that you fell in love with. And that's unfortunate, because so much of what was nice about it was the purity of the game and the different stuff that we'd always talk about. And that's all gone now. But I'm curious to see how this affects some of the pro leagues and stuff. And I think looking at the NIL and stuff, I actually think some of it can help, like the NBA and guys staying in the basketball in college for a little bit longer, maybe developing a little bit there.
Actually, yeah.
So I'm curious to see how it affects the professional leagues in terms of their drafts. You've seen it with some college quarterbacks staying extra years and getting better. Jaden Daniels had some of this to an extent as well. So I'm curious how it affects the pro leagues. But yeah, this is a massive day, and it kind of feels like you're saying an end of an era for college sports.
And I'm not telling you that the old era was even good, right? Like, just there's still something romantic about it, right? Where the kids that aren't getting paid going up against the guys that have every advantage, and the upsets that happen therein. But it was stupid at times, where you're watching something and you go, yeah, I know this is dirty. Up in 5 years, when the investigation happens and the coach that's there now, that's clearly a scumbag, has already moved on to his next spot and whatever. I'm like, when you're watching Memphis go to the NCAA championship, and you know that John Calipari had probably cheated at some point, you're pretty sure that that's what happened. And by he knows that when they start sniffing around, they're close to finding it out. He's already at another school. The school was left to deal with the punishment, and you find out someone took the SAT for Derrick Rose. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not telling you that was good, and I want to go back to that, but just in general, I always felt this, and this pissed people off. The idea that athletes never got anything. That always bothered me. And you could argue they deserve to be paid. I think it's a reasonable argument. But the idea that they go, these guys bring in so much money, they get nothing. Well, there's no other thing on this planet, no other vocation where you get basically a paid apprenticeship with the greatest facilities, the greatest coaching, the greatest tutelage, and every single need taken care of. If you're going to be a chemist, you get to practice some chemistry, but you don't get the same level of, I don't know, the world's greatest set of beakers and the expertise. I don't know what I'm talking about, because I'm not a scientist. But you know what I'm saying?
No,
you wouldn't get that. If you major in playing the oboe, you can play the oboe, but you don't get the playing for the second best Philharmonic league in the world, right? While you're getting to play that oboe, right? The food, dorm, education, which is funny because that's never mentioned in any of these kinds of things. How do you tell a kid now, go to class? Right? Again, for every first-round draft pick, you guys don't care and you shouldn't because that's what that guy's going to do. But even guys at the Power 5 schools, there's a whole mess of them that are not professionals. You could be good college players or even mediocre college players. How do you tell anybody that you need to be accountable? You need to go to class. Good luck. Good luck with that universe at this point. And my college coach is now at Wake Forest. You're knocking on the door of national championships every year with an infinity +1 first-round draft picks. See Chase Burns in the show. See Nick Kurtz out there in Oakland hitting nukes every other day. And more guys on the way. Seaver King for the Nats and company. But he had authority over me, and he should have. Right? The ability to say, you will not play unless you do these things. I can take something away from you. If he was my coach now, who knows what it would be? It's like, fine, I'll leave. Now, he wouldn't care that I was leaving because I'm not good enough to play at Wake Forest. But you see the point.
Yeah.
Right? Where someone that's got all these advantages. And yeah, it swung towards the players, and it should have to a degree. The players deserved more than they got. I always felt that way. But the idea that it always bothered me to hear these arguments from folks that never thought about any of these permutations, to hear from folks that would just swoop in with their capes on, stand there and go, pay the players. The schools make too much money. And then pound sand. At some of them they do. At a lot of the schools they do. They're not at St. Francis. Not at American University. Not at dozens and dozens and dozens of colleges where the athletic department quite simply can't do this. And they're taking a loss and putting games on for fun and for the betterment of the school, so the kids have something to go to on a Thursday night, on a Saturday, right? Where at GW, there's no football team. So the biggest thing on campus was the basketball team. When they were good, everyone was happy. But it's not as if the school's making money hand over fist for a little 4,000 person arena, the Smith Center, there on campus. When they'd go to the tournament, the athletic department was flush and we'd all feel it. The years they didn't, we didn't. Sucks, like where the second assistant coach has to do the laundry for the soccer team, for the baseball team, for a lot of the programs. And I'm not telling you that's good. I'd like to have it fully funded. I want assistant coaches at mid-major programs to be able to make a living, not earn $1,600 and then earn your keep by doing a bunch of camps and private lessons and doing laundry during the week.
Yeah.
But nobody cares about that part of it. It's high-level athlete that's going to be a first-round pick that's on his way to earning millions should be paid right now when he's on his way to getting paid, when he's got the ultimate audition process. I don't know. Just always rub me the wrong way.
Well, I think it's an interesting perspective because so many people immediately when these things come up think of the top dudes, the Cooper Flags. They think of the Jeremiah Smiths at Ohio State. They think of Jeremiah Love at Notre Dame. And you think of those programs, right? Ohio State. You're thinking of USC. You're thinking of Duke and North Carolina and basketball. And it's really not about them. They can weather any storm. They're going to be just fine. It's the other people. It's the other schools that have to deal with these sorts of things that it affects so much. And that's what makes it so tough. And that's what makes college sports so fun is you don't get in professional sports outside of maybe some European soccer. You don't get Ohio State playing choose your tiny school in Ohio.
Right.
You don't get that.
Muskingum College.
But you do in college sports. And by the way, we see it all the time in the NCAA tournament. A St. Peter's beats Kentucky. You don't even know where St. Peter's is. You didn't know. You forgot where it is, but you remember that game, right?
New Jersey?
I think it is New Jersey.
Nailed it.
But those are the sorts of things that you love about college sports. But those are the ones, Kentucky's just fine. They're going to be okay.
Yep.
No worry about them. How about St. Peter's? How about Murray State? How about schools like that? Are they going to be able to weather the storm on these things? And that's what I think sucks about some of these situations.
I think it's well put. I appreciate you guys listening to us wax poetic about it. Again, I don't have a solution. I'm not smart enough for that. I know that the world is different today than it was yesterday. That's quite literally the case. Why is baseball doing so well? And why is James Wood so good? That's next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. No baseball tonight for the Nationals. They were slated to start a series against the Tigers tonight at Nationals Park. It has been postponed and will be made up as a part of a split doubleheader tomorrow. Game 1, the rescheduled game from tonight, will get underway at 1:05 tomorrow. Game 2, regularly scheduled at 6:45. Nats and Tigers not going to play tonight, postponed, split doubleheader tomorrow, 1:05 and 6:45 for both the games tomorrow. The Nationals reinstated infielder Paul DeYoung from the injured list today. He last played on April 15th when he was hit in the face by a pitch. Andres Chaparro was optioned to AAA Rochester. In hockey, the Senators signed Lars Eller to a 1-year contract, and the Capitals re-signed defenseman Martin Feravari to a 7-year, $42 million extension. In the NBA, the Thunder signed Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to a Supermax extension, 4 years, $285 million, the highest AAV in league history. The Milwaukee Bucks waived guard Damian Lillard. He's coming off a torn Achilles. Will miss all of next year. It's going to stretch the final $113 million of his contract over the next 5 seasons. And in the NFL, tight end Darren Waller's unretiring. He's being traded to the Dolphins. He last played in 2023, retired after the season with the Giants. This July only, get $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule a no pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
We're always in a bit of a, what do you call it? Drought, I suppose, here, Tobes. Right around this time of year, hockey's done. It's the occasional free agency bit. We're sort of counting down the days until NFL training camps kind of get underway. All-Star break is coming up. It's a slower time in sport, yes?
Definitely.
Let me throw a plug in there, see if anybody's interested. Let me bait the hook. I don't know what that. That's not how you throw up.
Is it an electric reel?
It's an electric reel, I suppose. And I'm baiting the hook and throwing it out in the water. What if I get you a little Team USA Gold Cup tomorrow? What if I get you a little CONCACAF situation? What about if I tell you Team USA, not the A squad, mind you, this is your B team. So there's no Christian Pulisic, no Tim Weah, no Bologun, no a couple other stars. But it's guys that are going to be on the World Cup roster. Some of them are going to play for this group. Taking on Guatemala tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Can I interest you in a little of that?
I watched the previous match where they barely won in penalties, which, by the way, I don't know how they didn't lose. Costa Rica hit one off the post.
Off the iron, yeah.
Oh, I don't know how they ended up winning that game. They should have won that game handily. They have not played their best recently, but credit to them. They made it through to the semis. Yeah, I'll probably watch.
Now, it's going to be during the Nats game in theory, but I'll probably have it on in the old press box, you and I hanging out tomorrow potentially. That might be my plan. But when you put USA on it, I know, and I'm not an MLS watcher. I've been very upfront about that. I don't care about the MLS. They had a chance to win my business. They failed at that. Haven't been interested since. There's a lot of things like that where I can't get motivated. I don't watch the XFL or UFL or TFL or any of the L's. I don't watch the WNBA. There's a lot of stuff I've just never been interested in.
Sure.
And MLS had an opening, and what they said was, now, what we're going to do is take aging stars from that people have heard of and put them on rosters. It didn't work when we did it with Pele. It didn't work when we did it with David Beckham or Thierry Henry, but it's going to work now. Nope, missed it. It was more important. Now you got me started on something. It was more important for DC United to not play Freddie Adu, the guy that everybody tuned in to watch,
yes,
than it was to play Marco Echeverria, who had a great career with DC United by all accounts. I don't care. Everybody tuned in to watch a nationally televised game for this 15-year-old phenom for Potomac, and he didn't play until like 10 minutes left. Wrong. You screwed it up. You lost your chance with me forever. Anyway, but Team USA Soccer, I care. I'm in. You're hosting the World Cup. It's coming. I want the boys to be ready. I don't know what they will be. I haven't loved what I've seen in the Gold Cup.
No, not so much.
But they're in the semis. They rolled their way to the semis. They got Quintana and O'Brien coming up. It's Lebowski, if you know you're Lebowski. I want to do two things with you. Do you want to do James Wood first, or do you want to do baseball in general first?
Let's start with baseball in general.
Baseball in general is doing well. The numbers, anecdotal here and there, but you've seen ratings up. Sunday Night Baseball ratings are up 11% season over season. Attendance figures, not necessarily in every ballpark, but many of them are up. Local TV ratings in a lot of places where you have access to them are up. Buzz, social media, coverage, things that you can just feel if you're a consumer, like I would say you and I are, Topes, where you don't have to fight and pry and look, unearth, under certain rocks and things to figure out who won the game, to figure out who did what. You just see these things shared, whether it's pitching ninjas, best sweepers of the day, or this MLB highlight, or whatever. It's no longer that fight where it's not that long ago where you couldn't find good highlights on YouTube because MLB was like, no, take them down. Okay, good call, Major League Baseball. Way to go. You're doing great. It's a different world. Baseball is as healthy as it has been in some time. I ask you, and if you're in your car, you want to chime in, 800-636-1067, you're more than welcome to do so. Why? If we all agree that baseball's doing better or doing well even, it's not football, nothing is. Put that in its own separate category. It's not the NBA. Despite the NBA's setbacks here and there, some of the ratings numbers haven't been as good, but you're still talking about the third biggest thing, probably. The college football championships or the Final Four, you think of the Natty Championship game. But in general, the NBA, pretty solid at this point. Good footing with some more parity than they've had in a long time. Baseball's not there, but it's better than it was. You look back a handful of years ago, you're going, oh my God, that was gross. Why is it doing well?
I think they've done a couple of things really, really well. So one thing that they've changed up, because baseball's always going to be a more regional sport because there's 162 games. You lock in on your team, and it's kind of hard to always follow what's going on nationally. Even for me personally, I'm covering the Nats so closely. I'm dialed into what they're doing every night. If you ask me what's going on in LA with the Dodgers, I couldn't tell you right now, right? Like, I know a little bit what's going on, and I might watch highlights here and there, but I can't tell you day to day what's going on. So it's a regional sport in that sense. But part of the issue that they ran into is it was a regional sport. It had star power, but they didn't market the star power well at all. Like Mike Trout years ago. Mm-hmm. Mike Trout. You know what Mike Trout sounds like? No. No one does. But guess what? Now the stars, you know who they are. Maybe you don't necessarily know their voice, but you know exactly what happened that night with the stars. Aaron Judge hit 2 homers the other day. You knew.
Right.
Shohei Ohtani, whenever he does anything, Shohei Ohtani sneezes and it ends up on MLB's Twitter. But I don't blame them. They market him. You want to watch Shohei Ohtani. The ballparks fill up whenever Shohei comes to town. He's worth watching. He's, frankly, on probably the top of my list in terms of must-watch athletes, especially when he's on the hill. It feels like every time he comes through, he's so special. If you couldn't escape it, that Sunday Night Baseball was coming up. And who was on the hill? Tarek Skubal. And by the way, nails once again. And luckily, the Nats are going to miss him, so they don't have to face that nastiness. But it feels like they finally dove into the stars. It feels like they're finally marketing these guys. And so you have young guys that are coming up. And yes, you get the Judges, and yes, you get the Ohtanis, but Cal Raleigh's having an incredible season, and you're hearing all about it. Jacob Wilson's unique, and you're hearing about it, right? Those sorts of things, younger guys that generally wouldn't be out there, are starting to get more recognition, and I think it's big for the sport. I don't want them to go the full route that basketball has become, where no one cares about the teams anymore. I cheer for, how many times do you ask kids these days, who's your favorite team? Oh, I don't care. I cheer for LeBron.
Right.
I cheer for Kevin Durant. I cheer for Steph. They don't care about the teams. I don't want it to get to that in Major League Baseball, but you should market your stars, and I think that's a big part of it, Danny. I think it is. And yes, some of it is going to be if the Dodgers are involved, if the Yankees are involved, or choose your big market team. Yeah, of course, that's still going to draw. But I think the Detroit Tigers, they haven't been good that long, right? They've been kind of struggling over the last couple of years. They're really, really good this season. Everybody was tuning in on Sunday Night Baseball because they wanted to watch Tarek Skubal.
Yeah.
Like, I think they've done a good job finally of marketing their stars, not just the ones though in LA and in New York, but all the big stars. Like James Woods getting that recognition on MLB's channel as well. So it's a credit to them for finally realizing that you've got to lean into these guys that aren't just in the major markets and let people know so that people have a reason to watch these special players.
I think that's a huge part of it. So in years past, I'm going to pick an example. I think probably top of my head, I'd say 1% of our listening audience knows who Joe Ryan is.
Yeah.
Right? A really good pitcher for the Twins. Right? He's probably top 25 in every fantasy pitching ranking, having a really excellent season. Every year, there's going to be a Joe Ryan. People worry he'll just sort of toil away anonymously. So to your point, it's not every star or every good player is now front and center. Because there have been good pitchers that have come and gone. There have been good hitters. Guys have had really good years. And, or maybe aren't as much right now. Guys have had big moments. Think of Avisail Garcia, or think of, I don't know, a million guys. Randy Arozarena, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was a breakout star. And now he's just kind of rank and file playing somewhere. So there have been moments. So I think your stars point is right, but I'd always kind of say, to a degree, there's something else I think afoot here. Okay, so I'm saying yes to you, but also saying each year there have been guys that have kind of, I don't want to call them flash in the pan, but had really nice years and kind of gone back in anonymity.
Sure,
we're marketing the Paul Skeneses of the world. We're doing a good job with Mizorowski and some of the other kids. We're seeing that now more than we ever have. So you're right about that. The biggest thing to me is the rule changes. Whether you liked them or not, whether you were a fan of them or not, whether you hated banning shifts, whether you hated, just raising four fingers for an intentional walk, whether you hated the DH, whether you hated the pitch clock, whether you hated limiting meetings on the mound, whether you hate pitch com or not. So there's no more second sign is live, 2, 1, 4, 3, 1, 2, 3, 7, 7, go. And now we're throwing a pitch. Looking runners back, pickoff attempts, the wheel play for bunts. You may miss all that. And you could go to a high school baseball game somewhere and still see a lot of that stuff.
Sure.
Go to the Catholic League here locally in the D.C. area. You're going to see some of those old school guys who came from the CYO running crazy wheel plays and back picks. Go check out Pudge Dorman and the Madison Warhawks. I bet you they're throwing behind a runner or two. Get a trick play, get a little first and third action going. But the baseball that we knew doesn't exist anymore. And it's more fan-friendly. The old fans, the me's of the world, and people older than me, my dad's age and beyond, understand that it's not the same game I watched in the 80s, where guys are hitting with closed stances and somebody was diving out over the plate, so they got a little chin music, a little symphony, a little bittersweet symphony, 94 under your Adam's apple. That's dead and gone. That doesn't exist anymore. The game's been taken over by information, but we're not inundated by that and bored by it. Where we are to a degree watching an NBA game sometimes, right? Where the long two stinks, so everybody's just jacking threes. Teams are built differently now. There are scrappy teams, defensive teams, pitching first teams, strikeout teams, home run teams, and everything in between. I think there's different ways to skin the cat. We're using economics very well in baseball. The influence of Moneyball, there's information, and it's still about, square, round bat, round ball. But I think the rule changes have been instrumental, combined with that ability to market, whereas they couldn't get out of their own way fast enough for years. And now you've got Shohei Ohtani. I don't really know what Shohei sounds like either, for the record. But he's out there. Does that make sense? Like, it's not via interview. It's not via 60 minutes. Not 60 minutes. It's not via, fireside chat with Roy Firestone. But the dude is out front, right? The marketing of the star is happening. Personalities are happening. Even though I don't know what he sounds like, you still see him smile. And the gif of him hitting the home run or getting hit by a pitch and going, oh, well, no big deal. The grins and the fun people are having. I think that's what's doing it more than anything else.
Definitely. I think fun is a big part of it. And I hate to give Rob Manfred credit because I'm not a big Rob Manfred fan, but the pitch clock has been a raging success. Even if I'm still not the biggest fan of it, it's been a raging success because Ryan was talking about the Savannah Bananas yesterday. Like, they get so much action and so quick, right?
Mm-hmm.
They get the ball, they're throwing it. It wasn't that different from Major League Baseball, Danny. That's the crazy part. A couple of years ago, before the pitch clock, massive difference. But now You get the ball back, you throw it. You get the ball back, you pitch. You get the ball back, you pitch. There isn't dead periods. You're locked in as fans. And I think in person at a stadium, I think it's different. Like I didn't hate when there were long pauses in play when you're at the stadium, but watching on TV, it's a pain in the butt when the guy just steps off the rubber and takes a minute between pitches. It was annoying.
Yeah, the Brewster Gratterall situation.
For as much as I miss some of the stuff, like I loved the old time broadcasters, and you'd listen to a Brewers game with Mr. Baseball and Bob Uecker, and there's a minute between pitches, which was perfect because that mean it gave Bob 45 seconds to continue telling his story on and on and on, right?
Mm-hmm.
As much as I miss some of that stuff, it helps so much more with just getting that pace of play going and banning the shift and all that stuff. I think you're spot on. The rule changes have made the game more appealing to so many more fans because it also feels like with the rule changes, there's some more old school players coming back. Like a Luis Ariz is a valuable player. Jacob Wilson's one of my favorite guys in the league. He's not your typical what you'd want nowadays where it's like, hey, can you hit 45 bombs or not? No, I mean, he's going to hit 340. He's going to maybe run into 15 or 20 in a year, and he's just going to keep swinging and putting everything in play. He's not the guy that you prototypically want in modern baseball, but it feels like you're getting more of an old school feel with the new school. And I think that's good because baseball lives a lot on its tradition and legacy.
Jesse in Bristow wants to chime in on this. Why is baseball doing well?
Boys, I can't believe I'm saying this. One, I totally agree with the rules change. It's a lot easier to watch with the pitch count and the limiting of throwing over to the runners. But and this is purely anecdotal, but it's banana ball. My daughters watched a couple of banana ball games on TV, and now they're cool with just watching the Nats. And I can't explain it. I don't know.
It's why I wanted to get that call in. Thank you, Jesse. I think that's a thing. I 100% do. Now, I'm not saying that some kid on an Instagram account or via TikTok or whatever communication sees some guy do a backflip and now wants to watch, Bradley Adams take a couple ABs.
Sure.
But making baseball fun and accessible, check. That's what's happening. That's what that does more than anything else. Talking about Savannah Bananas.
Yeah, and it's just little things. I mean, so much of, I'm younger, not as young as so many people that are on social media that are getting into the game, but you see so many more edits and stuff of fans putting together, hey, look at what this guy's doing and cool little things. Yeah, I absolutely think those sorts of things making the game look fun. I also think, too, they've gotten out of their way with some of the stuffy stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Like, just get out of Ellie De La Cruz hits last night, for example. They ended up losing the game, which is ironic, but Adolis Garcia hit a home run. Did you see his reaction? I think he tied it in the ninth. He throws his bat away and then flexes like 15 times at the plate. That's fine. He's not showing up the other team. He's fired up. He just tied the game. Like those sorts of things now being allowed and not immediately like, hey, next time you're up, you're wearing 98 in the ribs.
Yeah,
like,
take
okay,
the ribs.
let's chill a little bit on some of that stuff. So you have to measure it, but I think allowing the game to be more fun, picking up the pace of play, all that stuff, I think is huge.
So second thing I wanted to do, and we'll do this real quick before we get out of here. Year ago today, our special little prince debuted for the Washington Nationals. What were you doing a year ago on the first day of July when James Wood got called up to the show in a 9-7, lost to the New York Mets, but James Wood made his debut a year ago today.
So special. I remember being over at the ballpark, having that excitement, and seeing what he's done since that moment where he's grown. I think my favorite thing that I've seen him do so far is I was in the press box when he hit that home run to deep center field, the first of the 451-foot home runs he's hit this season, where he hit the garage door on the fly in center field. I don't even think that should be possible, but he hit the garage door. Just seeing his raw power, and like we talked about with Jags earlier, he's so nonchalant and he's the same every single day. You couldn't tell if he just struck out or if he just hit one into the third deck. He's the same guy every single time around. It's really, really cool to watch him. And yeah, I mean, just to see the growth from last year to this year, Danny, and to see how good he already is, and to think that there's still spots where he can improve. he's awesome already. He's already a superstar, and he still can grow. It's so cool to have him as a part of our team out here.
The 2-bomb game against Miami in September last year. That's the first thing that I think of when I think of him. At this point, where you're kind of going, I've heard hype is what we do, right? Not just you and me, but everybody, right?
Yeah.
The new prospect, the new exciting thing, the new player. We're always looking for the next big thing, and sometimes we forget about the great thing we already have. But in this case, this was the next big thing, right? Where, there have been ups, there have been downs, there have been a lot of good where you go, hey, this guy belongs. He looks like the real deal. It was hitting 275, 280, something, kind of staying in there, OPS right around 800. And then in September, as he still kind of, ended up in that same range, that 2-homer game at home in a 4-3 win against Miami, where you just kind of went, oh, yeah, that's right. This is different, respectfully, than Jose Tena or Jacob Young or Nasim Nunez or some of these other dudes.
Even Dylan Cruz.
It was a reminder, and I don't even remember the specifics of it, but, I think it was one was to deep center, and I think he sort of flicked the other to left field, if memory serves, where it's just kind of like, that's not going to go out, is it? That looks like a pop-up that the shortstop might catch from the center field view. And he hit that bomb to center, and then kind of one of those, excuse me, home run to left field. We just went, oh my God, this is just different. This is that special, stupid thing where you're like, oh, that's right, he's a freak of nature. And he can do the things that no one else on this planet can do. That's who James Wood is. And it's continued from there. One of the best players in the sport here in town.
So special. He's improved defensively too, by the way, Danny. I thought early on he struggled, and I wasn't very impressed with his defense. He's gotten to a point now where he's good defensively too. He's just so much fun to watch. If nothing else, I know a lot of Nats fans are discouraged right now. Tune in and watch James Wood's at-bats. They're totally worth it. And enjoy the time. Don't immediately think, oh, well, he's going to play for the Dodgers soon. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Just enjoy James Wood while he's here, hopefully for a long, long time. But enjoy watching him just hit absolute tanks for your ball club.
Yeah, so happy anniversary to James Wood. Appreciate everybody checking out the show today. Thank you to Darius. Thanks to Tobes. GP, if you're out there for a better tomorrow. Programming note, after us, Bust and Lose Baseball, the preeminent Nationals podcast that I'm aware of will take you home on your commute. That'll come your way in a few minutes. No Nats tonight. They've been rained out. Part of a split doubleheader tomorrow. First pitch 105 will be on air after that. And then the Nats play again at 6:45, weather permitting. That'll do it for us from here. Danny, for Toby, for Darius, for Ryan, for everybody behind the scenes. Thanks for listening, and have a pleasant tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.